presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you were born between the years 1900 and 1910, here is a question which you may have asked yourself more than once.
Will I be alive in 1975?
Well, since 1910, the proportion of oldsters in our population has gone way up. In fact, it has increased by 68%. So the chances are getting better all the time that you will be alive in 75.
And in exactly 11 minutes, we'll have a suggestion which will show you how life insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society can help you make the most of this long life that's ahead of you.
Tonight's FBI file, The Vicious Shakedown.
There is a widespread theory about criminals that they lack intelligence and courage. Now, that theory is wrong, and has been proven wrong so many times that there's no question about its being incorrect. Many criminals have IQs which show high intelligence, and if their brain power had been directed along legitimate lines, there's no telling how far their careers might have gone. But legitimate fields take effort to conquer. And if there is one truism about the average criminal, it is that he'll go to any ends to avoid honest work. The schemes he brings forth from his tortured brain are sometimes simple, sometimes involved. But always there is the same goal: getting something for nothing. Tonight's FBI file opens in a gymnasium and health club located in the business district of a large eastern city. In a small room in this establishment, a muscular rubber is giving a young man a massage.
Too heavy, Mr. Hanford?
No, it feels good, Tom. Up around the back of my neck a little, huh?
Sure.
Ah, swell.
Big night last night, Mr. Hanford?
Murderous.
Now, take it easy around the head.
Thanks.
Common complaint today. Everybody's got hangovers. We all out together?
Well, to tell you the truth, Tom, I don't know where I was.
Huh?
This is a new thing with me now. I have so many drinks and then I draw a blank.
Hey, that's bad.
I know, but it's all behind me, Tom. I'm on the wagon as of today.
That won't do you no harm. When do you get married, Mr. Hanford?
2 weeks.
Hey, that's swell.
Yeah, kind of like it myself.
Well, that just about does it. My time's up.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. Feel fine.
You just relax there a while, Mr. Hanford.
All right.
Should fall asleep. When would you like me to call you?
In an hour.
Take it easy.
Okay, Tom. Who's that?
Hello, Mr. Hanford.
Hmm? Who are you?
My name is Bell. Frankie Bell.
What do you want?
Like to talk to you.
What about?
Personal matter. Mind if I sit down?
Oh, look, I'm trying to get a little sleep.
That can wait.
Huh? Say, what's this all about?
I'm a friend of Marie's.
Who's Marie?
Are you kidding?
Look, I'm asking you a question.
I suppose you don't remember last night either.
No, I don't. And I've had enough.
Hold it, mister. Last night, you and Marie got married.
What?
You heard me.
Is this a rib or something?
Think so? Take a look at this.
Huh?
Marriage license. Is that your signature?
What? Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You'll also find your name on the register of the Central Hotel. You and Marie spent your honeymoon there.
Oh, no. No, none of this could have happened. Well, I don't know anybody named Marie.
You just met her last night. It was a real quick romance.
But look, I'm already engaged. I'm getting married in 2 weeks.
Mister, you're already married.
I don't believe you.
Okay. Suppose you check up on this marriage license. Take it. It's a photostat copy. Marie has the original. You can also check the register of the Central Hotel. Then you'll hear from me later.
Some more coffee, Paul?
No, thanks, Mother.
Oh, I can't tell you what a pleasure it is for us to be having breakfast together.
You mean novelty, don't you?
Well, yes. Anyway, I'm grateful.
You know something? So am I. Oh, Mother,
Yes?
did you hear me come home night before last?
Night before last?
Yeah.
Why, Paul, you didn't come home at all.
Oh.
Thought you stayed at the club.
Oh, of course. That's right. I did.
Why do you ask?
Nothing important.
Oh, goodness, I almost forgot.
What?
This special delivery letter came for you early this morning. Here you are, dear.
Thanks, Mother.
I didn't know if it were important enough to wake
Quiet,
you,
please.
but... Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Is something wrong?
No.
But, darling, there must
Excuse me,
be...
Mother. I'll see you later.
Several hours later, in the local FBI field office, Paul Hanford's mother is being greeted by Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Hanford?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, this is a matter concerning my son.
Yes.
He doesn't know I've come here to see you, but I just had to.
Well, what is it, Mrs. Hanford?
Paul received a special delivery letter this morning. When he read it, I could see that it upset him very much.
Yes.
I tried to question him about it. He left the breakfast table and walked out.
I see.
In his excitement, he left the letter behind. I did something, Mr. Taylor, that I've never done in my life before. I read his letter.
Well?
It was sent anonymously. It demanded that he pay $50,000 to straighten out some matter. It also said that if he didn't pay, his impending marriage would be ruined and he would suffer bodily harm.
Did you bring that letter with you, Mrs. Hanford?
Yes, I have it right here.
Yes, see it, please.
Here you are.
Thank you. Has anyone else handled it other than you and your son?
No.
Fine. I want to have it analyzed for fingerprints.
Mr. Taylor, as I told you, my son doesn't know I've come here.
You did the right thing in coming. This is an extortion letter. Now, whether the basis for the threat is real or imagined, the sender has broken the law. It's our job to find him. I'd like to go over and talk to your son at once.
Frankie,
Hmm?
were you sleeping?
Yeah, I guess maybe I was.
I don't know how you do it.
What do you mean?
Sleep at a time like this.
What are you talking about?
Waiting for that guy Hanford to call. I swear to you, all afternoon I've been so nervous I've broken 2 fingernails.
Oh, Marie, just relax.
I can't.
It'll all come out okay.
What makes you so sure?
I spent 2 months laying this thing out. Nothing can go wrong any place along the line.
And he'll think he really married me?
The license is legitimate, ain't it?
Yeah, but you married me with that license, not him.
I work 10 hours a day practicing his signature. You'll think he signed it. Same thing with the hotel register.
And you honestly think he drew a blank that night?
Maybe that Mickey I fed him took care of that.
Oh, I still can't believe he'll call.
He's got a call. Look at the spot he's in.
With his girl, you mean?
That's right. She's a big catch for him. He can't afford to strike out there.
Frankie,
Hmm?
maybe he never got your letter this morning.
Oh, look, will you stop putting a whammy on this?
That could happen.
Marie, the post office people have been around quite a long time. They're real dependable guys to do business with.
Did you give him my number in the letter?
No, stupid. I called that health club. Left a message for him to call here.
Oh. Say, I just thought of something.
What now?
With us being already married, and then getting married again the other night, does that make us bigamous?
Nope. Just me.
Why?
Because you've got 2 heads.
That's cute. Oh, gee, do you think
Shut
maybe...
up. Hello?
Mr. Hanford calling you, Mr. Bell.
Put him on.
Right. Go ahead, please. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Hanford.
Are you the man that came to the health club?
That's right.
Well, I received your letter this morning.
Well,
I'd like to see you.
come around here.
What's your address?
Garden Apartments, 82 Maple.
What time?
6 o'clock?
Very well.
See you later, Mr. Hanford. Well, honey, what'd I tell you?
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
After you, please.
Very well. Let me take your hat.
Surely. Here.
That you, Mother?
Yes, Paul.
Your son?
Yes, come this way, please.
Thank you.
I'm here in the living room, Mother.
Paul, I brought home company.
Oh, really?
Darling, I want you to meet Mr. Taylor. This is my son, Paul.
How do you do?
Hello.
Paul, Mr. Taylor is a special agent of the FBI.
Oh?
I asked him to come here because I read that letter you received this morning. Oh, I had to, Paul. I saw how it upset you.
Mother, you don't have to make a Supreme Court case out of it. There's nothing too terrible about reading a letter.
Mr. Hanford, have you any idea who sent it to you?
Yes, I have.
Really, Paul?
It was that clown, Chuck Davis. You know that boy I play squash with?
But why should he?
Mother, the whole thing was a practical joke.
What?
How do you know?
Well, Chuck's a practical joker. I suspected him immediately. I confronted him with the letter today, and he confessed all.
Oh, thank heaven.
So, I'm afraid, Mr. Taylor, you're on a wild goose chase.
Oh, goodness, that's so. I do apologize, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, that isn't necessary. I'm delighted that it turned out the way it has. Most extortion cases haven't this happy an ending.
You handle many of them, do you?
Well, enough to have worked up a very strong loathing for all those who send threatening letters.
How many do you catch?
Well, I don't want to sound immodest, but we bat pretty close to 1,000.
I see.
Well, I guess I'd better be running along.
Frankie, that must be him.
Could be. Who is it?
Paul Hanford.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Hanford.
Hello.
Come on in.
Very well.
Paul!
Huh?
Paul, baby!
Who is she?
That's Marie, your wife.
Oh,
Honey, don't you remember me?
no.
Well, that certainly isn't
Marie, Mr. Hanford came here to talk business. Let's give him a chance.
Okay.
Now, first, Mr. Hanford, did you check on the marriage license in the hotel?
Yes.
And?
It could be my signature when I've been drinking.
I've told you right along.
We're wasting time. I'll concede that I probably got drunk and married this girl. And you've apparently set a price for her calling the marriage off. Let's get right down to that.
It's a pleasure to do business with you.
How much?
You got my letter, 50 G's.
That's out of the question.
Well, what's your idea of a payoff?
Well, I have it right here with me. $2,000.
Why, you...
Quiet. Look, Mr. Hanford. 2,000 don't even get you inside the ground.
But that's all I can raise.
Don't give me that.
I'm telling you the truth.
Look, your mother's got scratch. Your girlfriend is loaded.
Well, that has nothing to do with me.
Well, and the best I can do for you is knock 10% off for cash.
The best you can do.
That's right.
Well, how do you figure so strongly in this?
I'm an old friend of the family.
Oh. Well, then I'd advise you to take this 2,000.
Don't you do it, Frankie.
Don't worry, sweetheart. I won't.
Very well. You leave only one course of action open.
What's that?
I'm going to the FBI.
What?
On what grounds?
That was an extortion letter I received today. They'd be very happy to prosecute you for sending it.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Now, will you take the 2,000?
No.
All right, then. I'm going to turn you in.
You're not going...
Frankie, I'm glad you hit him. What a piker.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI helps provide security for your country. Now, let's talk about security for those who want to be independent as they grow older.
Mr. Cross, that's just a beautiful dream. By the way taxes and living costs have gone up, I don't save a cent. So when you talk about independence when I grow older, I say, what am I going to use for money?
Well, the plan I'd like to tell you about was designed to order for men in your financial position. men who haven't got money to burn, but who do look forward to complete independence in their 60s. It's called the Equitable Life Assurance Society Independent 60s Plan.
Sounds interesting. Let's hear more about it.
The Independent 60s Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society has these 3 features. First, it costs considerably less than you probably think, especially if you're covered by Social Security. Second, you can create your retirement estate for the full amount the moment you sign the contract. You don't spend years wondering whether or not you're going to accumulate enough money to be independent in your 60s. You're sure of it because it's guaranteed by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Third, this Equitable Plan gives you a definite goal and a practical method of reaching that goal. Yes, there's nothing finer than being independent in your 60s, being your own boss, doing the things you want to do.
Say, this is right up my alley. I think I'll look into this plan.
Then get in touch with an Equitable Life Assurance Society representative. He'll give you the facts on the Independent 60s Plan. Look in your phone book for the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Vicious Shakedown.
People have gotten to understand almost everything in the world except other people. It would seem on the face of it that anyone with normal intelligence would realize that you cannot do business with a criminal. Yet year after year, honest citizens continue to become involved with lawbreakers. Now, there's a basic truth which every citizen should memorize. Memorize because it would save him untold agony. And that truth is that if you deal with criminals, you must get hurt. Tonight's file continues in Special Agent Jim Taylor's apartment. It is after midnight. He's just preparing for bed as...
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
This is Mrs. Hanford.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hanford.
I'm terribly sorry to disturb you.
That's all right.
I called your office and they gave me your home number.
What's on your mind?
I'm calling about Paul.
Yes?
Terribly worried about him. He left here right after you did this afternoon. He was presumably going to drop off at the health club for a minute. Then he had a dinner date with Christine, his fiancée.
Yes, go on.
After that, he was taking us both to a concert. He hasn't kept any of these appointments.
And you haven't heard from him?
Not directly, but I called our lawyer. I learned that Paul had gone to see him this afternoon right after he left the house. He asked for $2,000. Said he needed it desperately.
I see. Did he get the money?
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Hanford, I'll come right over to your house.
Come right into the living room, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful to you for coming over.
It's my job, Mrs. Hanford.
Not to cater to a nervous woman's fears.
Well, I'm sorry to say that it looks like your fears are justified.
About the extortion note?
That's right. Your son's getting that $2,000 from your lawyer certainly makes it appear that he wanted it for a payoff.
But he told us this afternoon that the note was a practical joke.
Yes, I know. That was just to alleviate our suspicion, I imagine.
Where can he be now? That's the important thing. We've no idea where he's gone.
Yes, I know. Or did he mention anything to your lawyer as to where he might be going?
No, he just said he was going to his club, the health club.
Mm. Have you called there?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
That he'd called in earlier in the afternoon.
What for?
To see if he'd gotten any messages.
And had he?
I didn't ask.
That could be very important, Mrs. Hanford.
Why?
He could have been contacting the club because he expected a message there.
Oh, I see.
Will you let me have the number, please? I'll phone them at once.
Frankie, he's coming too.
Yeah.
Should I get him some ice or something?
What for?
That lump on his head.
Leave him alone. He may grow a few more before we're done.
Oh, my head.
It hurts, huh?
Yeah. It feels as if Oh, it's you.
That's right.
I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me get up.
Should you, Frankie?
Yeah, he can sit in that chair. But look, mister, don't try anything because something new has been added since you left us. This gun.
I see it.
Well, you think you're ready to talk business again now?
There's nothing to discuss.
Oh, yes, there is. We had a board of directors meeting. We decided to cut the price.
To 2,000?
No, 25,000.
Not interested.
We decided something else in that meeting.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Strategy. How to make you pay the 25 G's.
That's not possible.
Not even if we called the newspapers? Gave them the story on your marriage to Marie?
They wouldn't listen to a cheap hoodlum like you.
Now, you're forgetting I got proof. But that would take too much time. I got an even better way. That's to call your girlfriend, Christine.
I'm not listening to any of these shakedowns.
You know something, Frankie? I bet he don't think you'd have nerve enough to call her.
You think I should show him?
Yeah.
Give me that address book.
Sure. Here.
Hey, that's my address book.
Yeah, I know. I borrowed it when you passed out. Let's see. Here it is. The number is Main 72932.
2932.
That's right. Get her on the phone.
Okay.
Wait.
Huh?
Never mind.
Call her, baby.
Hello? Oh, there's never anybody on that switchboard.
Yes?
Hello, this is Mrs. Bell.
Marie.
Oh.
Yes, Mrs. Bell?
Mrs. Bell. Do you still think you should make that call?
Hang up, stupid.
Frankie, I didn't...
Start packing.
Leaving town, folks?
Yes, on your 2 G's. But before we go, I'm making sure you keep quiet.
This is the apartment right here, Mr. Taylor.
We got a key.
Yes, sir, but like I told you, the Bells left here 5 minutes ago. They had bags with them like they were going away.
I'd still like to see the apartment, please.
Sure thing. This should do it.
Did the Bells say where they were going?
No, sir.
Do you know if they took a cab?
But they didn't say. There aren't many this hour in the morning. Here we are. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks.
This furniture belongs to the house. They rented the place this way.
I see. Hey, what's that?
I don't know.
Sounds like it's coming from behind that door.
It's a closet.
Someone in there. He's locked in.
Yeah, I got a key that should fit that.
Good.
This guy in here could be the one you're looking for.
Mr. Hanford.
There. Hey, bound and gagged.
Yes. Untie that gag, will you? I'll get these ropes.
Sure thing. See the missing guy?
Yes.
There you go, mister.
Thank you.
I'll have your legs untied in a minute, Hanford.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Where are the Bells?
Gone.
Where to?
I was hoping you'd have the answer to that one. Yeah, that does it.
Oh, swell.
Oh, Hanford.
Yeah?
Your practical joke didn't turn out so well, did it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor.
Whatever your problem was, you were a fool to attempt to handle it yourself.
I know that now.
Did you pay these people any money?
They forcibly took 2,000 from me.
Getaway money.
I imagine so. I guess I can kiss it goodbye. I don't imagine they'll be easy to find.
Here's something that might help.
What is it?
Let me get to a phone.
Frankie, what are you doing?
Putting the bags in the trunk compartment.
What for?
So we'll have them, stupid.
Yeah, but if the car won't start, you only have to take them out again.
The car will start as soon as we get that wire connected.
When will that be?
Marie, you heard the man yourself. He said he was going up to the front of the garage to get a new wire and he'll be right back.
But he hasn't come back. Look, Frankie, my complaint is we've kept the car in this garage for over 2 years. We certainly deserve better service than this.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, I hear someone coming now. Well, it's about time that you got here with that... Frankie!
What is it?
Come here.
Huh?
It's Mr. Hanford.
Hello there, Frankie.
How'd you get here?
Mr. Taylor, I'll let you explain that.
Found a bill from this garage in your apartment, Frankie. I called here just before you arrived. The attendant was kind enough to stall you until we could get here.
Who are you?
Special agent of the FBI.
Frank Bell and his wife Marie were both tried and convicted for extortion. They were sentenced to long terms in a federal penitentiary. And so the careers of two more shakedown artists were ended by your FBI. But ended only after the potential victim had placed himself in great jeopardy by attempting to deal with the criminals himself. You wouldn't ask a plumber to pull a tooth for you, nor would you ask a dentist to fix a leaky pipe. And yet you will, you do, ask yourself to perform a job of dealing with criminals when there is at your disposal every type of law enforcement agency you need. Remember this, and do your part in curbing the crime wave. When you receive any kind of threat, notify your local police or your state law enforcement officers or your FBI. Crime is their business.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Tonight, instead of the customary closing commercial, I should like to read to you a telegram I have just received from Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Mr. Parkinson has wired me, and I quote, "Today in America, many life insurance men have the right to add to their signature the letters CLU. Those three letters, CLU, stand for Chartered Life Underwriter. They designate a man who has taken advanced courses in the scientific adaptation of life insurance to the needs of American policyholders. Tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of the founding of the American College of Life Underwriters, which awards those CLU degrees. Therefore, Milton, in my name, will you call the attention of our vast listening audience to the fine service performed by the American College of Life Underwriters during its first 2 decades, and wish this distinguished institution continued success during the years ahead. Signed, Thomas I. Parkinson, President, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States."
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Henpecked Thief.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Henpecked Thief, on This is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight, while you're listening to this program, your telephone may ring.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
This is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my equitable representative told me about a special life insurance plan for men on the way up. Believe me, that's a great idea. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in 15 minutes, I'll give you full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Henpecked Thief.
Crime as a business is in the midst of a great boom at the moment, with more than 5,000 major crimes being committed in the United States every day. But do not labor under the delusion that those are 5,000 successful crimes. The prison population of the country is larger today than it has ever been, and it continues to grow. Even those engaged in a life of crime who have not yet been caught do not live the life of ease that popular fiction would have you believe. For the criminal, in choosing his career of crime, has automatically sacrificed many of the comforts which you law-abiding citizens take for granted. Tonight's file opens in a small apartment located in the residential section of San Francisco. One of the occupants of the flat, Phyllis West, is just answering the front door.
Hello, Phyllis.
Oh, hello, Mom. Come on in.
Thanks. I was doing some shopping in the neighborhood. I thought I'd drop by and see you.
Gee, I'm glad you did.
Where's that husband of yours?
Wait, he's here.
Where?
He's in the bedroom.
Still sleeping?
Well, yes.
Phyllis, do you know what time it is?
Why,
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he's still pounding the pillow.
Well, he didn't get home until very late.
Was he working?
No.
Any sign of him getting a job?
He told me he'd got some things lined up.
Oh, he's been handing you that for a month. Phyllis, I'm going to have a talk with him. After all, you're my daughter, and I won't stand
Phyllis, have you seen my... Oh, hello, Mrs. Bartow.
Good morning.
Phyllis, have you seen that new striped tie?
Yes, it's in the hall closet. I'll get it.
Just a minute. Let him get it himself.
Huh?
She's not doing any more waiting on you.
What is it?
Sit down. Sit down, I said.
Okay.
Now, I want to have a talk with you.
Please, Mother.
You keep out of this. Young man, when my daughter married you, it was against my better judgment. But I agreed to the match because she believed you had a very bright future. Well, you've been married 3 years now, and what's happened?
Well, I've been doing things, Mrs. Bartow.
You've barely made enough to live on.
I just haven't got the brains.
Oh, stop. 16-year-old kids are stealing better than you are.
No, that ain't so.
Look at the papers. Every day they say crime waves are getting bigger and bigger.
That's just publicity.
Well, whatever it is, you're not cashing in on it.
Oh, lay off, will you?
Why, when my husband was alive, he stole better in Depression years than you could with a boom on.
All right, I've heard enough of this.
Hal, where are you going?
I'm getting out of here.
I haven't finished with you, young man.
Oh, yes, you have. Bartender. Hey, bartender.
Hello, Al.
Huh? Oh, hello, Duke. Sit down.
Thanks.
Hey, where's that bartender?
He's busy, loading in some ice.
I need some whiskey, Duke.
You seem to be doing okay now, Al.
Oh, I'm just getting started, boy.
What are you celebrating?
This ain't a celebration. It's a wake.
What's wrong?
Everything.
Can't be that bad.
Duke, I've just been thinking about something. Want to hear it?
Sure, why not?
Years ago, way back when I was a kid, I lived with my uncle. That's on account of my mother and father were dead.
Uh-huh.
Well, my uncle was a nice enough guy, strictly a 9-to-5 character, you know, legit.
Yeah.
I guess I'd still be with him if it wasn't for one thing.
What's that?
He had a stupid wife and a mean mother-in-law. I figured, well, there you are. That's what happens to legits. So I ran away and became a thief.
I see.
Figured I'd get action, you know, high living, all that stuff. I've been a thief for over 10 years, and what have I got to show for it, huh? Stupid wife, mean mother-in-law.
You do need a drink. That's where I'll buy you one as soon as the bartender gets back.
Look, Duke. Duke, do you happen to know my mother-in-law?
Oh, yes.
What a nagger, huh?
I remember her when her husband was alive. She is a forceful woman.
All the time she's at me to do something big. Gotta have me to be a star or something. Gee, I make out all right, Duke. I crack as good as safe as any guy in the business. Just haven't got the breaks, that's all.
Well, I'm glad I ran into you.
Why?
You may be just the man I'm looking for.
What do you mean?
I've got a job lined up. It's a real big job. One that would actually make your mother-in-law proud of you.
No kidding, Duke.
Mm-hmm.
What's the setup?
Yeah, let's get a drink at the bar. Then we'll go someplace private and talk.
2 days later, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Taylor is just completing a phone conversation.
Well, Sheriff, I guess I have all the details now. Yes, I'll be up there in half an hour. Right. Bye.
Morning, Jim.
Oh, morning, Elliot.
If you're not busy, we could go over that Wilton file.
Well, not right now, Elliot. I've got to run upstate.
What for?
Well, Sheriff up in Canton just called. They had a bank robbery up there last night.
Really? What's the story?
The thieves gained entry through a skylight on the roof.
Uh-huh.
They cut the alarm wires, then blew the vault.
How much did they get?
Let's see, $18,640.
Wow. Any leads, Jim?
Well, Sheriff said there were a few clues, but the bandits themselves made a clean getaway.
Oh.
I'm going up there now.
Can I do anything for you here at this end?
Nothing that I know of now. I'll be in touch with you later.
Just a minute.
Hello, Phyllis.
Oh, hello, Mom. Gee, I'm glad you're here.
As soon as I got your message, I ran right over. Well, what's wrong?
It's Al.
Well?
I'm worried about him.
What did he do now?
He didn't come home all night.
Oh, is that all?
Mother, he's never done this before.
I hope he makes it a habit, permanently.
Mother, you shouldn't say those things. I love Al.
I know. Have you tried to locate him?
How?
Call saloons, pool rooms, bookmakers.
Oh, he wouldn't be at any of those places.
How do you know?
He wasn't when he called.
When did he call?
Last night, about midnight. Said he was going to do a real big job. One that we'd both be very proud of.
That eliminates pool rooms and bookmakers.
Huh?
Just call the saloons. He must be drinking.
Oh, he was very serious.
Look, I've heard his routines before. This time, he's not getting away with it. I'm waiting here until he gets home.
Hiya, Jim.
Oh, hello, Elliot.
When'd you get back?
Just a few minutes ago.
How'd you make out up there?
Well, I didn't come up with anything definite on the identity of the bank robbers, but I did get a couple of fairly good leads.
What are they?
It appears that 2 men did the job.
How'd you arrive at that?
Well, as you know, the bank was entered through a skylight on the roof.
Yes?
They used a ladder to get onto the roof. It was still propped against the rear wall of the bank.
Oh?
Ground was pretty soggy back there, and at the base of the ladder there were 2 distinct sets of footprints.
Did you take an impression of them?
Yes, casted there on my desk.
Oh, yes.
I also measured the strides. The laboratory should be able to give us the approximate weight and height of the men.
What else did you get?
Well, apparently only one of the men climbed the ladder. There was only one set of muddy footprints on the roof.
The other man acted as a lookout?
Evidently. This first man broke the skylight glass to gain entry. Oh, I found this piece of material. It could have been torn from his coat. It was caught on the broken glass.
Any fingerprints, Jim?
Yes, I picked up several distinct prints in the skylight. They're in that envelope there.
What'd you get inside the bank?
Well, the cracksman muffled the safe before he blew it open, but that won't be much help to us.
Why not?
He used army blankets, and they're on sale now to the general public, so they'd be pretty difficult to trace.
Well, Jim, it looks as if you've got everything but the bandits themselves.
I'm hoping the laboratory will fill that in for us.
Phyllis,
What?
Will you stop that crying?
I can't help it.
Look, nothing's happened to him. He'll be home.
No, he won't, Mommy. I'm sure of it now. Al's left
Oh,
me.
don't be ridiculous.
I know he has. He just got got fed up with you picking on him the way you do.
Now, just a minute,
You've
Phyllis.
been very mean to him, Mummy. He's a very sensitive fellow.
Look, for the last time, I'm
Al,
trying
is that you?
Yeah, honey.
There, you see? What did I tell you?
Oh, Al, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, what's the matter, baby?
I've been worried to death about you.
Look, I told you I was going out on a job.
Now, let's have the real story.
What do you mean?
Where you've really been.
I took a bank last night.
You what?
Done a bank job, knocked off $18,000.
I don't believe it.
No? Take a look. This morning's paper right here, front page.
Oh, let me see.
Baby, right here, see?
Well, daring upstate bank robbery.
Let me look.
First National Bank of Canton was robbed last night of over $18,000. Daring bandits gain entry through skylight.
Daring bandit, that's
Oh,
it.
Al, that's wonderful.
Well, what have you got to say, Mrs. Bartow?
I'm stunned.
That should sort of make you change your mind about me now, huh?
Of course, doesn't it, Mommy?
Well,
You were all the time at me to do something big. Is that big enough for you?
yes, I guess it is.
Okay. Baby, I'm hungry.
Oh, you must be.
Well, how about fixing me some food? I'd like a little attention around here. Mrs. Bartow.
Yes.
Get out in the kitchen. Give your daughter a hand.
Oh, yes, of course I... Hey, wait a minute.
Well,
You say you got $18,000 for the job.
that's right.
Where is it?
I'm getting it tomorrow.
Your what?
Well, the guy I'd done the job with took it back to his hotel. See, some of it was in securities. He's taken them to a fence.
I don't believe it.
I'll call his hotel and prove it. Hello? Did you get me to Central Hotel?
Who is this guy you done the job with?
Duke Shelton.
Duke Shelton.
Yeah, that's right.
Duke Shelton. Oh, you stupid... You let him take all the money?
Yeah, why?
He's the biggest double-crosser in the business.
Oh, you're crazy.
Duke.
Duke Shelton is off.
Of
Hello.
all the people...
Hello,
Duke
Mr. Shelton.
Mother, how do you know about this, Mr. Shelton?
He pulled the same deal on your father years ago.
Hello? Huh? Are you sure?
Al, what is it?
You checked out.
Tonight's FBI file will be reopened in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women who are on the way up. To people who are going to open their doors to good news like this soon.
Hey, Mary, I got a raise, a big one. We're going places.
If you're that kind of person, bound and determined to get ahead, then be sure to investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 3 years from now.
You mean that the Equitable Society takes my chances of future success into consideration?
It certainly does. The Equitable Society's plan for men on the way up has these 3 advantages. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
Well, that sounds like a smart plan to me. Where do I find out about it?
There's nothing easier. Ask your Equitable Society representative for full information on the Equitable plan for men and women on the way up. Phone him as soon as possible, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Henpecked Thief.
There are many widespread misconceptions about the criminal population of the country. A population numbering close to 6 million people. Some of those misconceptions are that all criminals are stupid people who have had no educational advantages. Another is that there is a criminal type who can be recognized and is distinguishable from the honest, law-abiding citizen. And perhaps the most widespread incorrect notion is that they are loyal to each other. The bromide words it, there is honor among thieves. As can be seen from tonight's case from the files of your FBI, nothing could be further from the truth. No criminal has any loyalty to another criminal for one basic reason. His mind is incapable of understanding the rudiments of loyalty. Above the mythical coat of arms of every criminal is a motto which reads, "It's every man for himself." Tonight's file continues at the San Francisco field office of the FBI. Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk.
Say, Jim, any report from the laboratory on that bank robbery?
Yes, I should say there is.
What'd you get?
Well, first of all, one of the bandits has been identified. His name is Al West.
Did they get that from the fingerprints?
That's right.
What's his record?
2 arrests for safe cracking. Oh, they were local jobs. Didn't come under our jurisdiction.
Any idea where to find him?
Well, police headquarters gave me an address on him. I checked and found he'd lived there until a year ago, but he moved, and that's where the trail ends.
I see.
We've got a tracer out on him now, though.
What about the second man?
Well, the only identification we have on him is the one that the laboratory reconstructed.
How?
Well, judging by the depth of his footprint, the length of his stride, he was a big man. 6 feet 1 or 2, weighed over 250 pounds.
That doesn't suggest anyone I know of offhand.
We're checking on it. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Oh, yes, Sergeant. You did? Oh, will you let me have it, please? 920 Oak Street. Got it. Thanks a lot, Sergeant. Bye. Well, that's a break.
What, Jim?
That was Sergeant Myers at police headquarters. He picked up Al West on suspicion about a month ago. He was living then at 920 Oak Street. I'd better get right over there.
Al,
What?
want me to fix you some coffee?
No,
A sandwich, maybe?
I don't want nothing.
I wish you wouldn't act this way.
Oh, baby, I feel awful. I figured at last I'd done something big. Something even your mother'd be proud of. Oh, she's really got me nailed now.
She understands. I'm sure she does.
Well, then why didn't she let me go over to Duke Shelton's hotel? Why did she have to go?
She's handled these things before, Al. She knows better what to do.
Well, I could find out where he's gone as good as she could.
Well, maybe.
Look, are you rooting against me, too?
Oh, of course not.
Well, then why do you have...
Oh, is that you, Mom?
Yes.
How'd you make out?
Well, I had to spread a little dough around, but I finally got a line on where Shelton's gone.
Who from?
Guy at the transportation desk. I slipped him $20, and he told me that Duke had bought a plane ticket to Los Angeles.
Oh, that's a break.
Los Angeles, that's a big place. That don't tell us much.
If we could find out one thing, it could tell us plenty.
What's that?
Is there a racetrack open down there?
Yeah, sure.
That's all we need to know.
Why?
I know Duke Shelton. Every time he's ever made a score, he's fed it right back to the horses.
Well, that don't say he'll do it this time.
Young man, once a horse player, always a horse player. We're flying to Los Angeles.
Oak Street Apartments. What number are you calling? Oh, you got the wrong number.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes?
I'm looking for Mr. Al West.
He's not in.
When is he expected back?
Not for some time. He went out of town.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Hmm?
Here are my credentials.
Oh, I see.
Now, do you know where Al West is going?
Well, no, sir. He left about 2 hours ago. His wife and his mother-in-law were with him. They said they were going out of town indefinitely.
I wonder if I could see their apartment. I have a warrant here.
Oh, sure thing. Excuse me, let me get this call first.
Certainly.
Oak Street Apartments. Just a minute. This is a call from Mrs. Bartow. She's West's mother-in-law.
Oh, we'll find out who it is.
Yeah. Who's calling, please? I see. Hold it. The transportation desk at the Central Hotel.
Let me talk to them, will you?
Okay. Wait a second. Yeah.
Thanks. Hello? Well, she's not in. May I take the message? Yes. What's your name, please? I see. I'm a special agent of the FBI. I wonder if you'd wait at the hotel for me. I want to get all the details.
Elliot, over here.
Oh, fine.
Hop in.
Right. Now, what's this all about?
Well, I'll try to give you the complete story on it. I went over to West's apartment. He'd left town with his wife and mother-in-law.
I see.
While I was there, a call came in from the transportation man at the Central Hotel. He had a message for Mrs. Bartow. That's the mother-in-law.
Uh-huh.
It was intriguing enough for me to go over to the hotel and question him.
What'd you get?
Well, the mother-in-law had been over there earlier. She'd given him money to learn where one of the guests at the hotel had gone.
Who was the guest?
A man named Shelton. From his description, I'm certain that it was an old-time thief called Duke Shelton.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
And he's a big man. About 6'2", weighs around 250 pounds.
The other bank robber.
Appears that way. It also appears there's been a double cross of some kind.
How's that?
Well, the woman was pretty mad about Shelton checking out. Said she had to find him.
Where'd he gone?
To Los Angeles.
How come the transportation man called her back?
Oh, he'd gotten some additional information that Shelton was going to stay at the El Cerrito Hotel in Los Angeles.
Where are you going now?
Back to the office to pick up Shelton's record. Then we're flying down there.
Phyllis, I'm over here.
Hi, Mom. Did you see any sign of Duke Shelton?
No, did you?
No.
You know what he looks like, don't you?
Yeah, a big, tall, fat man, kind of old.
That's it. Where's Al?
I don't know. I thought he was... Oh, there he is, over there.
Where?
Right there, talking to that fellow in the check coat.
A tout.
Huh?
He's talking to a tout, and he's still got my change from the plane tickets. Let's get over there quick.
No, Mom, don't go picking on
We're
him.
here to find Shelton, not to play horses. Hey, Al.
Yes, Mrs. Barton?
Come here.
What's the matter? Did you find him?
No. Who were you talking to?
A nice guy.
Do you know him?
No, but he's got something real good in the next race.
Oh, you're not only stupid, you're a square. Young man, you stay with me.
How'd you make out, Jim?
I just spoke to the desk clerk.
Yes?
He said that Shelton came here to the El Cerrito about 1 o'clock, but he didn't like the room they showed him, so he decided not to check in.
What about West? Did he show up?
No, but I didn't expect he would. All he and his family knew about Shelton was that he had come to Los Angeles. They didn't get the information that he was on his way to this hotel.
Did the clerk have any idea where Shelton went?
Yes, he hired a car to go to the racetrack.
Let's see. It's after 4 o'clock now. We could just about make it before the last race.
Yes. Well, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack, but let's go. Elliot, I just went to the $100 ticket seller and showed him Duke Shelton's picture.
Did he recognize him?
Yes, he's been betting with him all day.
How about this race?
He bet number 7. That's a horse called Best Girl.
It's just about post time.
Yeah, I know.
This is the last race.
Won't have much chance to look for him. The only break we can get is if Best Girl wins and Shelton goes back to the payoff window.
They're off!
Come on, Best Girl.
Stretch. It's Best Girl on top by 2. Right Rock second by 1. With Timberline and Parson neck and neck for third. Then we come to Windy Hill. 2 lengths behind Happy Dance and the last horse in London Town.
Oh, some race, huh?
I'm not interested.
Oh, come on, Timberline.
Hey, what are you rooting for?
Get up there, Timberline.
Did you bet on him?
Come on, Timberline. Timberline. How do you like that? Best Girl winners.
I asked you, did you bet on that Timberline?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to murder that bum in the check coat.
That was my money.
Oh, shut up.
What?
I mean...
Mother, I think I found him.
Huh?
That man over there going into the stands. Is that him?
Yeah, sure, that's Shelton.
Come on.
Oh, I got to hand it to you, Mrs. Bartow. You had the right idea.
I knew he'd come here.
Hey, look. Look, he's going to the $100 cashier window. He's had a winner. He must still have the dough.
Yeah, let's nail him right now.
Okay.
Oh, hello there, Duke.
Right?
Duke, you remember my mother-in-law.
What are you doing here?
I've come to collect.
I've come to collect too, Shelton.
Huh? Who are you?
A special agent of the FBI.
Mother.
You're getting out of here.
Here we are, all of you.
Hey, what is this?
Well, finding you here too, West, I'd say we've hit the daily double.
Duke Shelton received a 15-year sentence, and Al West 5 years for their robbery of the Canton Bank. Thus, your FBI was able to close another file and write the word convicted upon the face of it. The fact that these criminals were caught is not the important thing to you unless you happen to own a bank. But the thing that is important to you is the manner in which they were caught. The manner in which your FBI pursued to the logical conclusion every clue until they came to the telephone message from the porter at the hotel. For it is that devotion to detail that makes your FBI the organization it is. The organization that acts to protect you, the American people, against the army of 6 million criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable Man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable Man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book under Equitable Society or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the used baby racket.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the used baby racket, on This is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In a few minutes, someone may telephone your home to ask you a question. No, it won't be the FBI, but it may happen like this.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
This is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. My good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. That's a great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give you full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, the used baby racket.
When a great tragedy occurs somewhere in the world and 1,000 people are killed, we read about it and we're sorry. But actually, we do not understand what we're reading, because it's impossible for the human mind to picture 1,000 people being killed at one time. But if we hear about one man being burned to death in a fire, we cringe, not because we think it's a greater tragedy than the death of 1,000 people, but because we can put ourselves in the man's place and really understand that one single death. For that reason, it may not strike you as horrible that in 1946 in these United States, there were more than 1,600,000 major crimes committed. None of us can realize what that number of crimes represents. But perhaps you can grasp the current crime wave statistics better when you hear that there was a job done by a criminal in the United States last year every 18 and a half seconds. In other words, since you first heard my voice, there have been 3 major crimes committed. Tonight's file opens in a sloppy 2-room apartment on New York's East Side. It is early afternoon, and Nora Beekman has just finished listening to some records on her brand-new phonograph as the doorbell rings.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, you. Hi, Harry.
Hello, Nora.
How's Mom?
Okay, just about rid of her cold.
That's good. Say, what are you doing here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? You working for Joe anymore?
Oh, the cops sloughed all the bookmakers in town.
So you're out of a job again, huh?
I'll find something.
I hope so.
I hear I brought your mail up.
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah.
It's a package from Tommy. Maybe it's some jewelry. I understand all the soldiers in Germany send home lots of jewelry. Oh.
What is it?
How do you like that? Everybody else gets jewelry. My jerky husband sends me a record.
Well, let's hear it. Maybe it's a secret message.
Hello? Hello, darling. I'm in the Red Cross Clubhouse in Berlin.
That's your master's voice.
And I just wanted to tell you that I'm very much in love with you. But that's old news, huh? I've said it so often you must be getting a little tired of hearing it. But you better get used to it, honey. Because you'll be hearing me say I love you for the rest of your life. I got some other news for you besides that, though. I'm coming home to you and the baby.
Huh?
Isn't that great news? Won't we?
Oh, that's great. He's coming home.
Well, what's wrong with that, Nora?
Nothing at all, except he's coming home to me and the baby.
So?
So, do you see a baby anyplace around here?
Hey, you're right. Where is Sonny?
I met a woman in the park one day a couple of weeks ago. She thought Sonny looked so cute in the carriage.
Yeah?
She told me she couldn't have a baby herself, and she was trying to adopt
Well, a
one.
lot of rich people do that.
Well, they told her that she'd have to wait a year before she could adopt a baby.
What's this got to do with Sonny?
I sold him to her.
You what?
I sold her the baby for $1,000.
Oh.
Well, I don't care about that. Now I got to have a baby to show Tommy when he gets here.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, you're a big genius. What do I do now?
I don't know. Get out the way you got in.
I can't. I got to have a baby.
Hey. Might work.
What might work?
I got an idea.
Yes?
Is this the residence of Mrs. Martin Schuyler?
That's right.
Are you Mrs. Schuyler?
Yes, I am.
Well, Mrs. Schuyler, I'm from the FBI.
Yes, the FBI? Well, what do you want here?
May I come in, Mrs. Schuyler?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Please do.
Thanks.
Sit down anywhere, Mr.
Hanover is my name, Mrs. Schuyler.
Why are you here, Mr. Hanover?
I'll get right to the point. Mrs. Schuyler, you bought a baby 3 weeks ago.
Well, how did you... I don't understand how that concerns you, Mr. Hanover.
Unfortunately for you, it does concern the FBI.
Oh.
That baby was kidnapped.
Kidnapped? But I bought
Yes,
it from...
I know what you're going to say. You bought it from the baby's mother.
Yes, that's right.
But she wasn't the child's mother. Oh, she was the baby's nurse.
Her nurse?
That's right, Mrs. Schuyler. The girl confessed everything. That's how we got your name and address. Now, there are 2 things that you can do.
What are they?
You can give me the child, and I'll return it to the parents, and no one will ever know a thing about it.
I see.
Or you can have the girl put in jail by fighting the case. In that event, of course, there would be a lot of publicity.
Oh, no. I don't want any publicity in this matter.
But I think you're being very smart, Mrs. Schuyler. This way, no one will ever know that this whole thing happened.
Yes, it's much better that way. I'll get the baby for you now.
Yes, if you will.
Incidentally, what happens to my $1,000?
Afraid there's no way of recovering that, Mrs. Schuyler. Nurse spent that money immediately after getting it.
I see.
And now may I please have the child? It's getting late for the baby to be up, and I promised I'd see to it that it slept in its own bed tonight.
Yes, of course. Well, come along. The baby's room is down the hall.
Nora, will you take this kid?
Oh, you got him back. That's wonderful, Harry. Yes, son. Come to Mama.
Well, now you're all set.
Gee, thanks, Harry.
Am I a real genius now?
I'll say you are. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that in a million years.
Just let me handle all your business, Nora.
You got it.
This dame was a real pushover for the story.
Well, anybody would be. It's a real good story.
I bought one of those wallets like Cary Grant used in that picture with Ingrid Bergman. Well, all I did was flash it, say I was with the FBI, stick it back in my pocket again.
Quiet!
I almost had to laugh. It was so easy.
Now do you see why I got rid of the kid? This goes on all day, sometimes all night. I was going crazy. Wait till I give him this bottle.
Yeah, kids do take a lot of attention.
I can rest a couple of minutes. I won't have an hour's quiet now that he's back home.
You wanted him back. Don't blame me.
I'm not blaming you, Harry. I've just gotten to hate all that noise. Having to stay home every night, changing his diapers, making his formula.
When's Tommy coming back, Nora?
Oh, I played the rest of the record while you were gone. He just said soon, no date.
Well, how'd you like to get another 1,000 for Sonny?
How can I? I just told you. Tommy's coming home. Besides, I just met that Mrs. Schuyler by accident. What do you want me to do? Put a sign on the baby carriage saying this baby is for sale, $1,000?
Whoa, hold it for a second. A friend of mine, his old man's a janitor in one of those orphan places.
What about it? Think he'd want to buy Sonny?
No. But the orphan place is getting letters all the time from people just looking for kids to adopt.
So?
So we have the old geezer steal some of the letters. That'll be our sucker list.
Oh, Harry, that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Okay. I'll get in touch with the guy tomorrow. Then we start peddling the kid again.
Meanwhile, in the New York office of the FBI, Special Agent Charles Watkins is seated beside the desk of Special Agent Jim Taylor. Taylor has just finished a phone conversation.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, you're on that phone a long time, Jim. Sounded like a complaint.
It was a complaint. That was a Mr. Martin Schuyler, and he was protesting about an agent who came to his house while he was out of town on a business trip.
Oh? Who was the agent?
He was obviously an imposter.
Well, what's the story?
Well, it seems that about a month ago, Mrs. Schuyler met some woman in Central Park and bought her baby.
She what?
Yes. Pretty shocking that some people are so anxious to adopt a child and so impatient that they go into the black market for a baby.
How low can a human being get?
Pretty low, judging from this.
Well, what was this so-called agent's game?
It was pretty clever. He told Mrs. Schuyler that the baby had been kidnapped and that the FBI would return the baby to its real home without any publicity.
Which suited Mrs. Schuyler fine, I suppose.
Oh, naturally. Oh, she was sorry about having to give up the child, but according to Mr. Schuyler, she was happy that there wouldn't be anything in the papers about it.
You know, Jim, I should feel sorry for the Schuylers, but I really don't.
No, neither do I. To a great extent, they got what was coming to them.
But that doesn't catch the criminals.
Exactly. And that's our job.
Well, Jim, what's the first move?
Well, I guess the first thing to do is go out and see the Schuylers.
Is there any other record you want to hear, Harry?
No, I think that'll hold me for a while.
Okay. Don't you just love that phonograph?
Yeah, real good machine.
I bought it with part of that first $1,000 I got for Sonny.
What was the name of the people you sold the kid to this time?
Mr. and Mrs. Paul Buchanan.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of dough, huh?
Loaded. She gave me the $1,000 like it was $1. She's going to keep calling the baby Sonny.
Oh, that's nice.
She asked me what to call him, so I told her that even though the baby's name was Thomas Beekman Jr., I always called him Sonny.
Hey, you told her the kid's right name?
Yeah, why?
Well, I hate to break this news to you suddenly, but you know what we're doing is frowned upon by the police.
Yeah, I know. So what?
So giving your right name to people you clipped is one way that they can check on you.
Oh, don't be silly. Last woman didn't check, did she? Neither will this one.
Well, I hope not, but I think it's about time I went out and got our little meal ticket back again.
But it's only been a week since I sold him.
Oh.
Well, who can that be? Hello?
Hiya, darling.
Tommy.
Yeah, that's right, honey. You surprised?
Sure. Where are you?
At the airport. I got a chance to fly home, and, well, I wanted to see you and the baby so much, I took it.
Oh, that's wonderful, dear.
Yeah, well, I'll be home in about 20 minutes.
All right, Tommy, I'll be here.
Okay. Have a big kids waiting for me, will you?
Yeah.
Bye, honey.
Bye. That was Tommy. He'll be here in 20 minutes.
Well, I guess the honeymoon is over.
What do you mean?
Well, we can't go on selling the kid with Tommy home.
What am I going to do, Harry?
Look, you got much in the apartment that you really want?
Well, besides the phonograph and my records, nothing. Why?
Well, I was thinking. You know, the cops might be able to check back after we get the kid from the Buchanans.
So?
So, why don't we just keep going? And if they do check back, let them check with Tommy.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message for men and women who are on the way up, for people who are confidently looking forward to the day when their friends will be patting them on the back and saying,
"Congratulations, Joe. I hear you just got promoted to a wonderful new job. Say, that's great news. You're going places."
Do you expect that to happen to you in the next year or two? Well, the Equitable Society has designed a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, for people like you who expect to be earning more money 3 years from now.
Mr. Cross, I have a hunch that applies to me. Let's hear more about this plan.
Well, this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up has these 3 advantages. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
The more I hear about this plan, the better I like it. How can I get the whole story?
Just ask your Equitable Society representative about the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Phone him as soon as possible or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, the used baby racket.
Because there are so many families in the United States who want to adopt a baby, the process of adoption often takes more than a year. And if you are one of those whose name is on a waiting list, do yourself and your prospective child a favor and wait until your name is called. Do not patronize the black market in babies. For as tonight's case in the files of your FBI proves, if you go into the black market, you are leaving yourself open to the depraved minds of criminals. In addition to that, you are trafficking in human beings, and thus you make yourself a criminal. Tonight's file continues in the New York office of your FBI. Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from investigating a complaint. He finds Special Agent Watkins waiting for him.
Hello, Charlie.
Hi, Jim.
Anybody call while I was out?
No, Jim, not a thing. What's the story at the Buchanan's?
They followed almost exactly the same procedure there as they did in the Schuyler case.
The man posed as an FBI agent again, huh?
That's right. And from the description Mrs. Buchanan gave me, it has to be the same man.
How much did she pay for the baby?
A standard rate, $1,000.
Guess that must be the ceiling price for a human being.
Mm-hmm. However, Mrs. Buchanan was at least a little smarter than the first customer.
How do you figure that?
When the imposter arrived and said he was from the FBI, and that he wanted to return the baby to its rightful parents, Mrs. Buchanan said that she didn't believe him.
And she refused to give up the baby.
Well, she said she wanted to call the FBI to check whether or not he was a legitimate agent.
What happened then?
He slugged her, then locked her in a closet.
Mm-hmm. And when she came to, the baby was gone.
That's it. But we have more to work on this time than we did after Mrs. Schuyler was swindled.
Oh, in what way?
Well, for one thing, Mrs. Buchanan found out the right name of the child.
How did she do that?
Well, the woman who sold the baby told her, quite by accident, that the child's name was Thomas Beekman, Jr.
There must be plenty of Beekmans in New York, if that's the right name.
We've got another clue that should isolate the area where they live.
Well, let's have it.
Well, Mrs. Buchanan remembered that the woman told her that one of the reasons she was glad to sell the baby is that now it would be able to get some sleep. She said the elevated trains kept the baby awake.
Hey, there's only one elevated train still running in New York.
That's what I meant when I said the area was isolated for us.
I think I'll ask the telephone company to check and see if they've got any Thomas Beekman listed on 3rd Avenue.
Good. While you're doing that, I'll get in touch with the milk company, see if they're delivering any milk to Mrs. Thomas Beekman.
I'll check back here with you in half an hour.
Okay, Charlie, let's go to work. Is your name Thomas Beekman?
Yeah, that's right. But who are you?
I'm from the FBI, Mr. Beekman. Here are my credentials.
From the FBI? And something has happened to my wife and baby. Where are they?
Calm down, Mr. Beekman. May I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Thanks.
I've been going crazy waiting. I was just going to phone the police.
I see you're in uniform, Mr. Beekman.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still in the service. I just got back from Germany today.
Uh-huh. What ship did you come back on?
No ship. I flew back. What's the matter? Don't you believe me?
Yes, I think I do, Mr. Beekman. You don't in the least resemble the man I'm looking for.
The man you're looking for? Here? Hey, what is this?
Mr. Beekman, when did you last see your wife?
I haven't seen her since I got back. As soon as the plane landed, I called her from the airport.
And she was here?
Yeah, and then I told her I'd be home in 20 minutes. When I got here, she and the baby was gone.
Is your baby's name Thomas Beekman, Jr.?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Is your wife blonde, rather small, and very pretty?
Yes, sir, that's Nora.
And do you by any chance know a man about, 6 feet tall, slim, good-looking, with blonde hair and a light mustache?
That sounds like Nora's brother, Harry, but tell me what's happened.
Well, this is rather difficult to tell you, but... Mr. Beekman, your wife and her brother have gone into the business of selling your baby.
No, that can't be.
I felt the same way when I heard about it the first time.
And where's my baby now?
I'm sorry, but I don't know. He might be with your wife, or she might have sold him again by this time.
Oh, no, I can't believe that Nora would do that.
Mr. Beekman, let's try to do something that'll bring your baby back to you. Now, tell me, what is your brother-in-law's full name?
Harry Jackson, but I don't know where he lives, though.
I see. Do you mind if I take a look around the apartment?
No, sir. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Maybe I can find something here that'll lead us to your wife and brother and your baby.
Nora, give that kid a bottle or anything that'll keep him quiet.
Now you see what I used to go through. Here, Sonny, drink this.
Funny, isn't it?
What's funny?
You give a baby a bottle and he stops making noise. You give a grown-up a bottle and that's when he starts making noise.
That's funny?
Sorry, it amused me.
Don't get sarcastic with me.
Oh, shut up. You're getting on my nerves.
I'll get on your nerves even more if I don't do anything but sit around this apartment all day and all night.
Relax. The only thing that can spoil everything now is we get caught by the cops. We'll stay under cover for a week or so, and then you can go out and call on the next sucker.
But do you think it's safe here? Why don't we get out of New York?
Look, all the names on our sucker list are right here in New York. If we leave town, we got to get another list.
But how do you know we're safe in this apartment?
It belongs to a legitimate friend of mine who went to South America. He won't be back till June.
Okay. You're the genius. How many times do you think we can sell Sonny before your friend gets back?
Well, how do I know? We'll sell him as many times as we can.
What did you find out, Charlie?
Well, Jim, I waited over at the office of that pediatrician that used to treat the Beekman child.
Yeah.
But he said he hadn't heard from Mrs. Beekman in 3 weeks.
I didn't suppose she'd take too good a care of the baby.
Oh, I left our number with him. He'll call us if he does hear from her.
Oh, good.
I assume you didn't have any luck either.
No, none at all. You remember I found that bottle of medicine in the bathroom cabinet at the Beekman?
Yeah, the one that said take as directed?
That's the one. Well, I called the drugstore, gave them the number of the prescription. They told me what it was, but they said that lots of babies take those pills. They're just vitamin pills.
Jim, there must be some clue as to where they went.
Well, I hope there is, but I can't think of what it would be. All we know is they're probably still somewhere in New York.
Yeah, every check we've made would seem to indicate they are. But what makes you so sure they still got the baby with them?
Jackson went back to the Buchanan apartment to get the child, didn't he? If he didn't want it, he wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jim.
Well, maybe the police will come up with a clue. They've sent out an alarm. Every policeman in the city is looking for them.
That should keep them from moving around very much.
Yes. As long as they have the baby with them, they'll be staying home nights taking care of him.
You can be sure of that.
Charlie, why didn't I think of that before?
Think of what?
Hand me that phone. I've got an idea.
Well, where have you been?
Oh, just went around the corner for some cigarettes.
What'd they do, make them for you by hand? You've been gone 2 hours.
I got tired of waiting for you to come back.
You got tired of waiting for me.
Oh, I know it takes time, Nora. I just needed some cigarettes. Is that a crime or something?
Okay.
How'd you make out with Mrs. Atwater?
She's going to buy Sonny.
How much?
She was wearing a brand new mink coat, so I jacked up the price. We got $1,500 this time.
Good for you.
I meet her tomorrow morning at 11. She said she'd pay for Sonny in cash.
Hey, who can that be?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe it's one of George's friends who doesn't know he's out of town.
Good afternoon. Mrs. Beekman here.
Mrs. Who are you?
I'm from the FBI. Here are my credentials. And these are genuine, Mr. Jackson.
How do you know my name, and what do you do?
Step back, Jackson. Let me come in.
Who is it, Harry?
It's the FBI, Mrs. Beekman. Well, I'm glad to see your child asleep in the carriage. I was afraid you might have sold him again before we got here.
Say, G-Man, tell me one thing, will you?
What do you want to know?
How'd you find us here?
We were almost stymied until I remembered that all babies need one thing.
What's that?
Diapers. So I called every diaper service in New York. One of them told me that Mrs. Beekman had moved, and they gave me this new address.
What?
And speaking of addresses, Mrs. Beekman, I have an idea you and your brother will have the same address for some time to come. Prison.
Harry Jackson and Mrs. Beekman were tried and convicted and are now serving long terms in prison. When they finish, Jackson will serve an additional 5 years in a federal penitentiary for having impersonated a member of the FBI. And in that manner, the sordid criminal careers of 2 inhuman people were brought to a finish by your FBI. Tonight's case from the files is indicative of one thing, and that is that there are no depths
to which the criminal is incapable of sinking in the commission of a crime. There are no bounds of decency which the criminal recognizes. And in his own tortured mind, there's nothing wrong in stealing from someone who is not quite as cunning as he is. Only the shrewd deserve to survive is his motto. But what he never realizes until too late is that the forces of law and order are shrewd and cunning themselves. And, like your FBI, utterly relentless.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options when my income increases?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will give you all the facts on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book under Equitable Society, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Curious Patient.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was directed by William M. Sweet. The music was composed by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Curious Patient on This Is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight, while you're listening to this program, you might be called to the phone to answer an easy question.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about a special life insurance plan they have for men and women on the way up. Believe me, that's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give you full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Curious Patient.
In studying the criminal records of the 6 million people in the United States today who have been arrested on charges of having committed a major crime, your FBI learned that less than 50% of those 6 million committed only one crime and then stopped. That is true despite the fact that they were caught and punished for that first crime. Because in the commission of their second one, they were buoyed by the optimistic thought that they had learned enough by then to commit a crime and not be apprehended. No class of people are given to such undue optimism as the criminal, because optimism is necessary to feed his ego. And so he goes from crime to crime, committing grand larceny one day, kidnapping another day, and the next day, murder. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small town in one of our northwestern states. A car drives swiftly down one of the quiet tree-lined streets in this village. It stops in front of a large white house. A man hurriedly leaves the car and walks quickly to the front door.
Just a minute.
Yes? You Dr. Crawford?
That's right.
Well, I'm a stranger here in town, but the fellow in the drugstore told me to come here.
What about?
Oh, it's my wife.
Yes?
Yeah, she's going to have a baby. She needs some help right away.
Where is she?
In a cabin about 10 miles out of town.
Has any other doctor been taking care of her?
Yeah, back home. But we've been on a trip. She's not going to be able to make it back there.
I see.
Doc, can you come right now?
Well, I have several other calls to make.
She needs help bad.
Very well. I'll get my car out and follow you.
We haven't got that much time. You ride with me. That's the cabin right there.
You certainly picked an isolated spot.
Well, you know what housing is. It's the only place we could find. Let's go.
Surely. Is this your wife's first child?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else here with her?
No, she's alone.
Well, I may have to send you back to town to contact my nurse.
Anything you say, Doc. Here we are.
Is that you, Whitey?
Yeah, open up. Go ahead, Doc.
Thank you.
Is he a doctor?
Yeah.
Well, he'd better get right to work.
Is this the woman who's expecting a baby?
No.
But you said your wife was here alone.
Doc, that whole wife routine was a phony.
What?
You've got a real job to do.
What do you mean?
There's a guy in the next room with 3 slugs in him, and you're going to fix him up.
Whitey, you're wasting time.
Okay, Doc, get to work.
Now, see here, I didn't come out to
I've got a gun, Doc. Do like I say.
But you have no right...
Look, the guy's in real bad shape, so get started. I better tell you this. If he kicks off, you go too.
Some 30 miles away at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just finishing a long-distance call.
Yes, I see. Well, thanks a lot, Warden. I'll get down there right away. Goodbye.
Calling it a day,
Huh?
Jim?
Oh, no, Leo, I'm afraid my day is just starting.
What?
Yes, it was a call from the warden at the county jail. A prisoner broke out down there several hours ago.
Who was he?
A man named George Brooks.
What was he in for?
He'd just been convicted on a big payroll job. Over $40,000 was stolen.
Was that the one down at Salem?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, I remember it. Brooks worked with a partner. The partner was killed.
That's it.
As I recall it, the money was never recovered.
No, Brooks evidently managed to hide it away at some point before he was apprehended.
That's probably the reason for his breaking out.
Yes, I know.
And why were we called in, Jim?
Well, we have a detainer on him. And it's important that we find him, too.
Did you get any details on the jailbreak?
No, not much. The only thing the warden told me on the phone was that he was sure Brooks was wounded by one of the guards.
Have the state police been alerted?
Yes, all authorities have been notified. They've already set up an extensive roadblock. Leo, I'm going down there now. I'll give you a more complete story when I return.
Jane, will you quit that?
What?
Walking up and down. Relax, will you?
Oh, sure. That's a cinch.
Look, there's nothing else you can do.
No. You think we could go in there?
No.
Is that doctor any good?
He's okay.
How do you know?
The drugstore guy in the village said he was the best doctor in the county. Jean.
Yeah?
You still go for Brooksy, don't you?
Are you kidding?
Well, what have you got the jumps for?
I want him to live for the same reason you do. So we can find out where he planted that dough.
Are you sure that's all?
Oh, baby. We were washed up before he was sent away.
He didn't know that.
Well, you knew it. I hope.
How do I know from James?
Honey, if you don't know about you and me by now, turn in your suit.
Okay.
Now can I walk some more?
Sure. Doc, how is he?
I extracted the bullets.
Is he going to live?
I believe so, yes.
Swell.
Can I talk to him now?
No, he's still unconscious. Now, with your permission, I'd like to leave.
Wait a minute. You're staying right here.
You asked me to save a man's life. I believe I've done that. I have no further obligation.
Oh, yes, you have.
I have other calls to make.
They can wait, Doc. We ain't satisfied with a guy that's just going to live. We want one who can talk.
Are you still here, Leo?
Oh, yes, Jim. I'm working nights this week.
Oh?
How did you make out?
Well, I picked up a number of details on the jailbreak, but Brooks is still at large.
How did he make the break?
Well, the warden said he had a woman visit him last week. She was his girlfriend. Her name is Jean Dodge.
Yeah?
It's believed that she managed to pass him a gun. He used that gun to subdue a guard, then used the guard as cover and managed to get through the front gate.
Yeah, just like that.
That's it. As soon as he was outside, the guard eluded him and immediately gave the alarm. There was some shooting, but Brooks got away.
And that's the last that was seen of him?
Yes, but his trail was picked up. He headed through a patch of woods, and judging from the bloodstains that were found along the way, he must have been rather severely wounded.
Well, surprising, then, that he escaped.
Well, he had a car waiting for him. Tire tracks were found showing where it had parked, and his trail led right to it.
The car got away before the roadblock took effect.
I'm not so sure of that.
What do you mean?
I have an idea there was a hideout all ready for him, not too far from the jail.
Why do you think so?
Well, Leo, that's sparsely settled country. There's not many roads. And less than a half an hour after the break, every car was stopped within a 50-mile radius.
Oh, I see.
And there's another factor that may help. If Brooks was badly wounded, he's going to need medical attention and fast. So the warden's alerting...
Wait a minute, Jim.
What?
Something came in a little while ago that ties right up with this.
Oh, what is it?
There's a doctor missing over in Quincy.
Really? What's the story?
Well, his wife reported it. A stranger came to their house about 6 o'clock this evening and told the doctor his wife was going to have a baby. They left in the man's car, and the doctor hasn't been heard from since.
Did his wife see this man?
No, she was in another room. She just overheard the conversation.
Well, did she know where they went?
No.
I'd better get all the details from her at once.
Look, baby, it's coming up daylight.
Yeah.
Don't you want to get some sleep?
No, I couldn't.
Well, Doc.
He's conscious.
You mean he can talk?
Yes.
Oh, nice going, Doc.
Now may I leave?
I'm afraid not.
Why? You promised...
I can't have you blowing a whistle on us. Gene, go on in and talk to Brooksy.
Okay.
You've got to let me go.
Sorry, Doc, I'm tying you up.
Now, see, you...
Gene, you know what to say to him.
Yeah.
I'll take care of the doc.
Hello, darling.
Oh. Hello, Gene.
Don't move, honey. Just lie still.
Okay.
You want anything?
No.
George,
Yeah.
I think I know you pretty well. What you like and what you don't like.
Uh-huh.
What you like best is the truth.
That's right, baby.
Well, that's why I'm going to tell you this then.
What?
That doctor who's been taking care of you, I just now talked to him. Talked to him about you.
Uh-huh.
What he said ain't going to be so nice for you to hear.
Well, come on. Let's have it.
He said you're not going to live.
Oh.
Maybe I did wrong in telling you this, George, but...
No.
Oh, darling.
Gene, don't, Gene.
Sorry.
Where's Whitey?
In the next room.
Does he know?
Mm-hmm. George, I know this sounds corny, but is there anything you want done?
I don't think so.
What about that dough?
Dough?
The dough you buried. If there's anyone you want to have it, you can tell me where it is.
Well, I got a sister. She could use it.
Oh, I'd be glad to see that she gets it, George. Just tell me where to find it.
Okay, honey. There's a big red barn. It's on Route 18, 10 miles north of Salem.
Uh-huh. Go on.
The dough's in the box, buried right behind the barn.
Well.
You'll make sure my sister
Oh,
gets
of course, George.
But you don't even know her name. Of where she lives.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, I'll get a pencil and write it all down.
Hold it. Call Whitey in here. I'd like to tell him about it, too.
Sure, honey, sure. Whitey?
Yeah, honey.
You got the dock all tied up?
Uh-huh.
Then come on in here. George wants to see you.
Okay.
Hello, George.
Hello, Whitey.
Jean told you, huh?
Yeah.
Tough going, kid.
Whitey. There's something I want to tell you.
Go right ahead, George.
I told Jean where I buried the dough.
Good.
But it was a bum steer.
What do you mean?
I just wanted to see how far you phonies would go.
George.
Just stay where you are, the both of you.
Now, wait a minute. Put down that gun.
Look, you. The doc already told me where I stand. He said I'm doing fine. What's more, I know what you two are up to.
What are you talking about?
I got the word when I was away about both of you.
Those were lies.
No.
Whitey, look out.
Too late, baby. Honey, you were crying over the wrong corpse.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women on the way up. To men who are confident that one of these days the boss will be calling them into his office to say,
Well, Joe, we like the way you've taken hold here, so we're going to promote you to Jenkins's old job. Of course, that means a substantial increase in salary, too.
did you know that there is a special life insurance plan for men like that? For men who expect to be filling a bigger job and earning more money 5 years from now than they are today? It's the Equitable Life Assurance Society plan for men and women on the way up.
Maybe I'm kidding myself, but I think that means me. So how about telling me a little bit more?
Well, this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up has 3 major advantages. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
Sounds okay so far, Mr. Keating. How can I get the whole story?
Demonstrate that you consider yourself on the way up by getting in touch with your Equitable Society representative and asking him about this plan. Phone him as soon as possible, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, The Curious Patient.
It was the immortal Bobby Burns who first said that the best laid plans of mice and men oft go awry. and as is proven by tonight's case from the files of your FBI. That is true for criminals as well as for everybody else. This case is the perfect example of the lengths to which the criminal mind will go. The complex plans it conjures up in the mighty effort to get something for nothing. The criminal mind is incapable of realizing that the only thing you get for nothing is nothing. And because of his failure to realize that obvious truth, he goes on stealing, lying, cheating, and killing. He lives in shadows, and he trusts no one. And he has one major goal in life. He wants to commit the perfect crime. And he never finds out until too late that there can be no perfect crime. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Special Agent Stewart.
Hello, Leo. Jim Taylor.
Oh, hello, Jim. Where are you?
I'm out at Dr. Crawford's house.
Have you interviewed his wife?
Well, the doctor himself just came home about 10 minutes ago.
Well, then I sent you on a wild goose chase.
No, not at all, Leo. I'm very glad that I came here.
Did his disappearance tie in with Brooks?
Very much so. He was taken to a cabin where Brooks was hiding out.
Oh, I see.
The man who brought him there threatened him with a gun and made him take care of Brooks's wounds. After he patched him up, the doctor was then bound and thrown into a closet.
Well, how'd he get away?
Well, there was a fight. Brooks shot and killed his Confederate.
The man who drove the doctor out there?
Yes. Then Brooks and his girl, who was also there, left the cabin and drove away.
Well, how did Brooks manage to move? I thought he was badly wounded.
Well, the girl practically carried him out. After that, the doctor managed to loosen his bonds and get out of there himself.
Has the doctor any idea where Brooks and the girl have gone?
No.
Could he describe their car?
Yes. He gave me everything but the license number. I've already passed it on to the state police.
Oh, what's the next move, Jim?
Can you get away from the office?
Yeah, Williams just came in.
Then get right over here, will you? The doctor will lead us out to the cabin. Doctor, is this the room that Brooks was in?
That's right, Mr. Taylor.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here that'd tell us where they'd gone.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, in here, Leo.
I took an impression of the tire treads from Brooks' car.
Good.
Did you get anything in here?
No.
I think we should arrange to get the coroner out here. If we get the bullet from the dead man's body, it might be helpful to us.
Oh, Leo, I just remembered. I think I know who that man is.
Really?
Yes. Doctor, you say they called him Whitey?
Yes.
Well, I think I recall a petty thief called Whitey Floyd. There was a wanted circular on him. I looked at it just last week. We'll check on it as soon as we get back to the office.
Right.
Gentlemen, I wish I could have been more helpful to you.
Doctor, after what you've been through, we appreciate your even coming out here.
I wish they'd been careless enough, Doctor, to let you overhear where they were going.
Say, wait. There was one thing. I heard that man Brooks say, I don't think it means very much.
Oh, what was it?
He remarked that they'd only travel at night to lessen their chances of being found.
Oh, I see.
Jim, they undoubtedly have a specific destination.
Oh, yes. I think I can guess where it is.
Oh, where?
The place that Brooks hid the money he took on the payroll job.
And all we have to do is to find where he hid it.
Yeah. Well, Doctor.
Yes?
Can you recall anything else that Brooks said? Anything at all, no matter how unimportant?
Well, I didn't get much chance to talk to him. As soon as he regained consciousness, I was tied up.
Well, did he say anything to you at all?
Let me see. He did speak once, but not to me.
Oh, what do you mean, sir?
Just as he was regaining consciousness, he mumbled something about R.I.P., beloved wife, Abigail.
R.I.P., beloved wife, Abigail.
Yes, he repeated it twice.
Well, that's really cryptic. Anything else?
No, I'm positive that was all.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Leo, I think we'd better get a coroner out here, then head back to the office.
George,
What?
don't you think you should try to get some sleep?
No,
Why not?
I don't trust you.
Oh, look, do we have to go over that whole thing again? I wasn't double-crossing you with Whitey. He made me tell that story about you dying. He said if I didn't do it, he'd kill me.
No kidding.
Look, you gotta believe me.
Stop yelling, will you? We parked this car out here in the woods to avoid people, not attract them.
I'm sorry. George,
What is it?
if you feel like you do about me, if you still think I was handing you one, why didn't you shoot me, too?
Because I needed you.
Honest, honey?
Just to drive the car. If I could move myself, you wouldn't be here. I also need you to dig up that dough.
We're really going to get it?
Yeah.
Oh, what's so funny?
What a checker game this is.
What do you mean?
You're still alive because somebody's got to dig up that dough for me. I'm still alive because you wouldn't dare to slug me until I get that dough. What a setup.
George, that's not true, and you know it.
No? Wait till you get your hot little hands on that money box. Then what a rat race that'll be.
Oh, stop it. Look, how much longer do we have to park here?
As soon as it gets dark, sweetheart, we're on our way.
Jim, the coroner was just here. Gave me the bullet he took from Floyd's body.
Good.
I'm sending it right to the laboratory.
Any word from the state police on Brooks?
No, nothing yet. How are you making out?
Well, I've been going through Brooks's complete record. So far, I've only come up with one thing out of his past.
What's that?
Well, as far as I can tell, he isn't married, never has been.
Well, then who was his beloved wife, Abigail?
And that remains a mystery.
Well, what's that file you're reading?
Oh, this is a complete report on the payroll sticker.
Oh, well, you go right ahead. I'll go downstairs.
Wait.
What is it?
There's a description of how and where the police apprehended Brooks.
Well?
I think it clears up the identity of Abigail.
Really, Jim?
Yes, and if he travels as night, as the doctor heard him say, I think we can catch up with him this evening.
I can't say I like this very much.
What do you mean?
Driving in a cemetery at night, it gives me the creeps.
Make you think of Whitey?
No.
Turn left. Here.
Okay. Now what?
You see that big monument right ahead there?
Yeah.
Well, stop when you get past it.
Why did you pick a place like this to bury your dough?
I didn't have any choice.
Why not?
The cops were chasing me. I came in here to duck them. When I saw they were closing in, I quick buried the money.
Oh, is this the place?
Huh? Yes, yeah. Oh.
Now what?
Well, you see that little tombstone right over there?
Yeah.
Get out and see what it says on it.
Oh, fine.
Come on, move, will
All
you?
right. What should it say?
R.I.P. Beloved wife, Abigail.
R.I.P. Beloved wife, Abigail.
Well?
This is it.
Oh, good. Good, the box is buried right behind the stone.
What'll I dig with?
Use your hands. It's right under the grass.
Oh. Hey,
What's the matter?
there's a hole here.
What?
Somebody's already dug it up.
Don't give me that.
Honest, George.
You know I can't move. You're trying to cross me again.
No, I'm not.
telling you the truth, Brooks.
Huh?
Don't move, either one of you.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
How did you know we'd be here?
Brooks here tipped us off to that.
What?
Yes. The doctor heard you mumbling about the inscription on this tombstone. We couldn't piece it in at first, but when I learned that you'd been arrested here, the rest was easy.
Oh, you stupid fool.
Brooks, I think a cemetery is a fitting place to tell you that the police want to talk to you about your friend, the late Whitey Floyd.
George Brooks was turned over to the local authorities. He was tried and convicted for first-degree murder. His girlfriend was sentenced to a long term in the federal penitentiary. And thus, your FBI thwarted another attempt to continue a career of crime. That the two criminals were caught is to the credit of your FBI, because this was a case that called for trained investigation of every clue, and the added ability to weigh the value of each scrap of information. It is no accident that a special agent arrived at the correct conclusion. For the special agents of your FBI are given long courses of study in the art of investigation before they work on a single case. That is done so that you may be better protected. You, the American people.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you are what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Juvenile Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Juvenile Shakedown on This Is Your FBI. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. At any time in the next half hour, while you're listening to this program, your telephone may ring.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's, This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. Believe me, that's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give you full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Juvenile Shakedown.
Your FBI is composed of men who have made a career of crime prevention. And to that end, they recently completed a nationwide survey which showed that in the United States last year, there were committed the appalling number of 1,600,000 crimes. Far more disturbing to your FBI than that total number of major crimes, however, was the fact that the number committed by boys and girls in the 17 to 21 age group was out of all proportion. That means that America is raising a new bumper crop of criminals. A crop which will make the current crime wave seem puny unless something is done. Something is done and done quickly. Whether you have a child in that age group or not, this is your problem, because you are an American. And if nothing is done to alleviate the present condition, you will also be making it easier for new criminals to be born. New criminals whose victim could be you. Tonight's FBI file opens in a city in upstate New York. Two teenage boys have just left a large department store.
Well, Curly, I guess that takes care of our shopping for today.
Yeah. What'll we do now, Rip?
I don't know.
Can we, go to the movies?
Well, let's get rid of this stuff first.
What do we score for?
5 fountain pens, those 2 silver money clips, and them cufflinks.
Hey, that's good, huh?
Not bad.
Just a minute, boy.
Huh?
What?
I want to talk to you.
Now, what about?
I was watching you in that store.
We didn't do nothing.
I saw you lift those pens.
Rip, you're crazy, mister.
I also saw you steal some cufflinks.
Rip, let's blow.
No, you don't.
Let go of me.
I'm not a cop.
Huh?
I just want to talk to you. Let's walk.
I don't get this.
I have a proposition that you might be interested in.
Is this a trap or something?
No. As long as you boys indulge in larceny, I think I can put you next to something big.
What do we do, Rip?
We'll talk to him. What can we lose?
Fine. Now, I have a candy store a few blocks from here. Let's go over there right now, huh?
Hey, Rip.
Yeah?
This is fun, huh?
Fun? Riding on top of freight train?
Oh, sure. It's something I always wanted to do.
We didn't come here for no joyride, Curly. We got work to do.
Hey, tell me the plans again.
Well, the candy store guy said we should stay here until we come to a water tower. Then we go into action.
Still don't see how we get down in the car.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you? You hold on to my legs, I reach down, break the seal, and open the door. And we just swing in.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. And then we throw out the boxes, and Mr. Brown comes along in his truck and picks them up.
Right.
Don't nobody guard these trains?
Sure. Just got to keep our fingers crossed that nobody spots us.
Hey, you know...
Hey, wait a minute. Huh? There's the water tower. Come on, let's get started.
Oh, okay.
Get around here and grab my legs.
Well, sure, Rip. How's that?
Okay. Hold on tight.
Oh, I will, Rip, honest.
Here I go.
Can you reach the seal? Do you hear me, Rip? Can you reach it? Rip!
Okay. Pull me up, Curly.
Okay.
There.
Did you open it?
Yeah. Well, let's swing in. And watch yourself, Curly. It ain't too easy.
Ah, look, anything with muscles I ain't afraid of.
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Well, here I go. Come on, Curly.
That was a breeze.
All right. Now let's get to work.
Hey, do we throw out all these boxes?
No, just about 20 of them.
Rip, you want some candy?
Put it away.
They're good. Mr. Brown gave them to me.
Let's get going on these boxes.
Hello, Bill.
Hi there, Jim. Been looking for you.
I've been out doing a little road work.
Judging by those shoes, it was a muddy track.
It was. The case came in this morning. The Albany office reported it to us.
What's it about?
A freight car was broken into. 20 large cartons of cigarettes were stolen, worth about $1,500.
In our local freight yard?
No, while the train was en route from here to Albany. The job wasn't discovered until they arrived there.
Well, what could you do with this then?
Well, I worked with the railroad police. Tried to establish where the stuff had been thrown off.
Did you find anything?
Yes, we located the spot. It's about 20 miles west of here.
How'd you arrive at that?
Well, one of the cartons was found near the roadbed. It had broken open, so the thieves didn't bother to take it, I guess. We also found indentations about every 20 yards where the other cartons had landed.
Any leads on who the thieves were?
Well, the brakeman said he saw two boys jump off the train a few miles past the place where we found the broken carton, so I imagine they did the job.
Did the Albany office have anything?
Well, they're out now examining the freight car.
What else did you get?
We found some tire markings, truck size. Also some footprints. And they appeared to be a man's prints, not a boy's.
Then they had a Confederate pick the stolen goods up.
I would think so. We took an impression of the tire treads and the footprints. We also measured the length of the men's stride. I'm sending these off to the laboratory now.
Hiya, Rip.
Hi, Curly.
Did you see Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
Did he give you the dough?
Uh-huh.
How much?
I didn't count it yet. It's in this candy box.
What's it in there for?
Didn't want anybody in the store to see the payoff.
Oh. Can we open the box now?
Let's go in this alley.
Okay.
This'll do.
Hey, maybe there's candy in there, too. Need any help?
No. Here we are.
What's in there, Rip? How much?
Well, let me count it, will you? 20. And 10 is 30.
Is that all?
That can't be. Let me look under this paper.
Any more?
No. Not a dirty, cheap punk. That stuff was worth 50 times as much.
Well, let's go back there, Rip. Let's go back and I'll let him have it.
No, that won't do any good.
Look, if I belt him a few times, we'll get more.
Really, don't all the time think about using muscle.
What else can we do?
Leave him alone for now. We'll go back there later.
Why wait?
Because I've got an idea.
Jim,
Oh, yes, Bill?
you came in just in time. This teletype's for you.
Oh? What's it about?
It's from Washington. Looks like a laboratory report on those footprints you sent down there.
Good.
Here you are.
Thanks. Footprints and length of stride indicate men about 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing close to 200 pounds.
Jim, have you heard anything from Albany?
Yes, they found several fingerprints on that freight car seal that might mean something.
Anything else?
Yes. Several candy wrappers were found on the floor of the car. All of them here. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a taffy wrapping.
Mm-hmm. I've already contacted the company that makes this candy, and they said they distribute it to about a dozen stores here in town.
Well, if the boys who broke into that car live here, that might be a way of identifying them.
Yes, I know. The candy company is sending me a complete list of those stores as soon as they can check on their records.
What have you done with the fingerprints?
Well, I forwarded one set to Washington, and because youngsters are involved, I also sent another set to the local police. I'm hoping that that'll bring us some results.
Go ahead, Curly.
Right.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Oh, hello there, boys. Just closing the store.
We want to talk to you.
I'm afraid we'll have to wait till tomorrow.
We want to talk now.
Well,
It's about that dough you gave us, Mr. Brown.
what about it?
It wasn't enough. We want more. Lots more.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
Boys, you were paid exactly what you were worth. That's all you get.
Now, look.
Shirley, I'll handle this. Mr. Brown, we want another $100.
Please get out of here. I'm closing now.
We ain't leaving here till we get it.
Now, look. I don't want to make any trouble for you, but if you don't get out, I'm calling the police.
And what did you tell them?
That you're thieves. You came in here to shake me down.
Will you tell them why we're shaking you down?
I'll say that you stole some goods from a freight car. Tried to sell it to me.
And you think they'll believe you?
Yeah. I'm a respectable businessman.
I've got some news for you, Mr. Brown. That story won't stand up for nothing.
Why not?
Because I'll have a story, too. That'll make a bum out of yours.
Tell it to him, Rip.
Sure. I'll tell the cops that we're just kids. Poor kids. You got a hold of us and poured evil thoughts in our ears. You threatened to do all kinds of things to us if we didn't go out and steal for you. I'm telling you, I'll really lay it on, Mr. Brown.
They'd never believe you.
They would the way I tell it. I got a lot of talent. I can look sad. Real sad. And I can cry, too. Real tears. Look, watch me. He made us do it, Your Honor. He made us become bad boys. He made us steal that stuff in the freight car. He was the one, Your Honor. He was the one. Do you like that, Mr. Brown? That's just a sample. I pull that on a judge, we get let free, and you do 20 years. Now where do we stand?
I'll get you the money.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men on the way up. To the man whose friends or business associates talk about him like this.
That Jim Ward is a man to watch. I hear he's had 3 raises in the past 3 years. One of these days, he'll be going into business for himself.
And when that day comes, Jim Ward has the kind of life insurance program that can be adjusted to fit his new status in life. Years ago, his Equitable Society representative picked Jim as a coming man. So he advised Jim Ward to invest in an equitable life insurance plan for men on the way up. A special plan for people whose earning capacity can be expected to increase as they become more experienced in their business or profession.
I may be fooling myself, but I think that's a pretty good description of me. So how about telling me a little bit more about this plan?
Well, this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up has 3 major advantages. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
To me, that's a brand new angle on life insurance, Mr. Keating. How can I get the whole story?
Just get in touch with your Equitable Society representative and ask him about the equitable plan for people on the way up. Why not phone him soon? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Juvenile Shakedown.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is shocking because it shows the evil machinations of an adult in making criminals of youngsters, and thereby effectively hampering any chance they might have had of becoming decent, law-abiding citizens. The depth to which human beings can sink, apparently, has not yet been reached. But each year, new evidence is uncovered that somewhere a human being has done something which is unspeakable. It is obvious that there is great need for people to examine their morals, because we may currently be headed in the wrong direction, headed in the direction which has led to the downfall of every civilization yet built by man. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is working at his desk.
Say, Jim.
Yeah?
What's happening on that freight car job?
Oh, I just heard from the local police, Bill. They've identified one set of fingerprints as belonging to a boy named Ralph Sterling. His nickname is Rip.
What's his record?
Well, he spent 2 years in reformatory. He was convicted for a series of petty thefts.
When was he released?
About 2 months ago.
They have an address on him?
Yes, they checked with his parents, but he disappeared from home about 10 days ago. Hasn't been seen since.
Well, that certainly doesn't help much.
Yes, I know. Bill, there's another angle on this case that I've been giving quite a bit of thought to.
What's that?
The man who drove that truck. Now, the local authorities tell me there's been a series of thefts lately by youngsters here in town.
Yeah?
And the articles that were stolen weren't the usual thing that kids would take, or for that matter could dispose of easily. So it's highly possible that the man who drove that truck could be operating an organized gang of boys.
You know, in that case, finding this Sterling boy really becomes important.
Exactly. Oh, I've got that list of candy stores here. I'm going out now and check them.
Hey, Rip.
Yeah?
How's our dough holding out?
We got about $20 left.
Oh, we spent that much?
Sure, we got these closed, didn't we? That took most of it.
Guess we better think about doing another job.
We don't have to.
But, Rip, we gotta get dough. I wouldn't like it being broke again.
We'll get dough.
How?
From Mr. Brown.
He already paid us.
That was only a down payment.
I don't get it.
We got that guy where we want him. He's a real good shake for us. All we have to do is drop in on him once in a while, remind him of that story I gave him, and we never have to work.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Yes?
Here are my credentials.
I see.
I'm looking for information, and it's possible that you can help me.
Well, I'll certainly try.
Thanks. I have a candy wrapper here. Do you sell this brand of candy?
Let me see.
Here you are.
Yes, I sell quite a good deal of this brand.
Do you know a boy named Ralph Sterling? His nickname is Rip.
Sterling? Why, no, I don't believe I do.
I'd like you to look at this picture.
Surely.
Have you ever seen that boy?
No, sir, I never have.
He was involved in a robbery.
What makes you think I might know him?
Well, candy wrappers similar to the one I just showed you were found at the scene of the crime.
Oh?
I'm trying to establish where that candy was purchased.
Well, I certainly wish I could be of more help to you.
Well, thanks anyway. Oh, let me have a package of those cigarettes, will you?
Surely. There you are, sir.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, you can keep that picture. And if young Sterling should come in here, please get in touch with us at once.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Well,
We thought we'd drop in and see you.
what do you want?
We kind of got trouble.
That's your affair.
It's yours, too. We got money trouble.
What do you mean?
We're fresh out of it.
I've already paid you.
Yeah, but we spent it.
Well, that's your misfortune.
It's also yours. We want more.
Oh, I see. You're going to make a steady habit of this, I presume?
Only when things get tough.
We want $50, Mr. Brown.
I haven't got that amount in the store.
Look, don't stall.
Mr. Brown, you want I should do my crying act again?
No.
And get it up.
I can't give it to you now. Come back later.
Is this a brush off?
No. Come back here at 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock? You told us the other day you close up at 9.
Well, I live in the back of the store. Just rap on the door. I'll hear you.
Okay. See you later.
Bill, are you busy?
No, not very, Jim. How'd you make out?
No luck.
Cover all the candy stores?
Yes, I went to all 15 of them. They'd never seen young Sterling. Oh, has there been any word from the local police?
No.
Bill, would you mind doing a little tabulating with me?
No, not at all.
Okay. Now, every package of those cigarettes that were stolen had a New York State cigarette tax stamp on them. Now, those stamps are numbered, and I have a list of all the numbers here.
Quite a list it is, too.
Yes, but our job won't be too complicated. Each candy store I went into, I bought a package of the same brand of stolen cigarettes. I have them all here.
Are the numbers on this list all consecutive?
That's right.
Okay, read them off.
Right. Now, this first pack was bought at River Street Stationers, number 11324.
Let's see. 234. No.
Okay, next pack bought at Wilson's Candy Store, number 13356.
Wait a minute now. Should be on this page. Yeah, here we are. Oh, that's a blank, too, Jim.
Here's the next one. Bought at Brown's Candy Store, number 14195.
Well, that might get us something. There's a list here of 1-4s. Let's see. 14195?
That's it.
It's right here on the list, Jim. Look.
Wait. Yes. Brown's Candy Store. Bill, let's check the Motor Vehicle Bureau at once. Find out if Mr. Brown has got a truck.
I don't think he's in there, Rip.
Wait, the light just went on. Here he comes.
Oh, swell.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Come in, boy.
Okay. Go ahead, Curly.
Right.
Come this way. My living quarters are back here.
When you didn't answer the door, we thought you were handing us one. Didn't we, Rip?
Yeah. You got the dough, Mr. Brown?
I'm getting it for you. Right in here. Go ahead.
Right.
I'll put on the light. There.
Hey, what happened?
What do you mean?
All your furniture turned over. All them papers scattered around the floor.
Was you drinking, Mr. Brown?
No, I'm quite sober.
Look, even that window's broken. How can you live in a joint like this?
It isn't like this usually. I arranged it just for you.
What do you mean?
Well, inasmuch as frame-up seemed to be in order, I thought you boys deserved one, too.
What's he talking about?
I have my dramatic moments, too, Rip. You see that broken window?
Yeah.
You boys did that.
Huh?
You broke in here to rob my store. I found you. There was a struggle. That accounts for the scattered furniture. And then what do you think happened?
What?
Just as things looked bad for me, I was able to get my gun. This gun.
What is this?
It's self-evident. I had to shoot you both in self-defense.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Brown. You must be kidding or something, huh?
No, I'm quite serious.
Look, we'll go away from here right now. We'll never bother you again, will we, Curly?
No, Mr. Brown, honest.
Please put down that gun. Please.
Sorry, boys.
No, don't.
That gun down, Brown.
What do you...
Come on, let me have it.
What? Well, you're the man from the FBI.
That's right.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're here. That's the boy you're looking for. I just caught him and his friend in the act of rifling my store.
That's a lie. He's trying to frame us.
I know. I followed you into the store, and I overheard your whole conversation.
Well, you had no right
This
to come...
warrant says I had.
What?
Yes, it's for your arrest, Brown. You see, there was a tax number stamped on those cigarettes I bought here today, and they corresponded with one of the cigarette packages this boy stole.
Well, I had
We've
nothing
also
to...
established that your truck was used to pick up the boxes that were thrown from the freight car. Now, I think we'd better continue this at my office.
Frank Brown, the illicit storekeeper, was sentenced to 5 years in a federal penitentiary as a receiver of stolen goods. The two boys were tried, convicted, and sent to a federal reformatory. In connection with tonight's case from the files of your FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has this to say to you listeners. I quote, "In those communities providing our youngsters with the wholesome, creative influence of boys' clubs, special attention is being given the very worthwhile program of the Boys' Clubs of America as part of the observance of National Boys' Clubs Week. The tremendous increase in crime that this nation has experienced in recent years is a stern warning to the adults of the land. They have the responsibility of providing youth with the facilities and opportunities for preparing themselves to take their places as the citizens of tomorrow. If this responsibility is recognized, we can expect better citizens in the future. If it is disregarded, as it has been too often in the past, chaos will result. I hope for the day when every week will, in fact, become a week of observance and one of adequate provision for the youth of our land. When boys' clubs will flourish in every community in the nation, and when crime will no longer menace our nation as it does today."
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society
describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unfortunate Daughter.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unfortunate Daughter, on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned now for radio's biggest money-paying quiz show, Break the Bank. Tonight's jackpot contains an amazing $3,450. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. This can happen to you tonight. You're listening to this program when...
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about their life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give all you people who are on the way up full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Unfortunate Daughter.
FBI prides itself on the fact that one of the things which has helped to make the Bureau an internationally famous crime-solving agency is that it has made a study of the criminal mind. One of the results of that study has been the realization that in the case of most criminals, they commit every crime according to the same pattern, time after time. That knowledge has helped your FBI in many of its most complex cases. But occasionally a criminal appears who is more difficult to catch, who varies not only his pattern, but his crime. He does not fall into the obvious trap. He uses his cunning to avoid being caught. And sometimes his plan works, for a while. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small town in one of our southern states. On one of the tree-lined streets of this village, a car is parked. A woman is seated alone behind the wheel. The car motor is idling. Suddenly, from a nearby side street, hurried footsteps are heard. The man appears. He runs swiftly to the car, opens the rear door.
Get moving.
Where's Charlie?
He didn't make it. Move, will you? Head for the highway, then drive north to Richmond.
Right.
I'm going to stay down on the floor here. Don't drive fast. We don't want nobody stopping us.
Okay. What happened?
We, blew everything.
Didn't you even get into the bank?
Sure. Almost had the dough in our mitts.
What went wrong?
A local cop was in there. He pumped 3 slugs into Charlie.
They got it bad?
They were in the head.
Oh,
I, squared it a little, though. I got the cop.
that's no help.
How does the road look?
No trouble.
You know, this puts us in a tight box. We ain't holding.
No dough at all?
Not even enough to bail us out of that rooming house in Richmond.
Oh, fine.
You on the highway yet?
A couple of more blocks. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Big Charlie might bail us out.
Roth, I told you. He got 3 slugs in
I
his...
don't mean personally. He's got a 10 box he always carried around with him. Must be something of value in it.
I never seen it.
Back in his room in Richmond. Could be full of cash.
All we need is getaway dough. When we get back there, we'll tap it out.
How's it coming?
This should do it now. There. Well, I don't see any mountain of green stuff.
No, let's see what's under these papers. Dump the whole thing on it.
Okay. Still no cash, Ruthie.
No, I'll look in some of these envelopes.
Oh, look here.
Huh?
A bunch of pictures. Snapshots of a young dame.
Look for the money.
I don't think you'll find any.
Why did Big Charlie carry this box every place? Must have some value.
Ruthie, there's nothing but pictures, newspaper clippings. Oh, look at this. A birth certificate. Oh, what do you know?
What?
This birth certificate, it says, Claudia Pierce, daughter of Charles and Ethel Pierce. Charlie had a daughter. All these pictures must be of her. I never knew he had a kid.
Nobody did.
Probably why he put this stuff in the box, wanted to keep it a secret.
None of this gets us out of town. That's what we've got to do in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute. Look at this newspaper clipping.
Tom, you're wasting time.
Look at it, will you?
Oh, what?
It's a picture from the society page of a Boston paper. Ralph Griffin, prominent socialite, and his bride, Claudia Baker.
So?
Well, look at her picture. Compare it with these snapshots here.
Same dame.
Sure. That's Charlie's daughter. He must have changed her name from Pierce to Baker.
Look, none of this is helping us.
Honey, we can hawk Charlie's clothes and get enough for our fare to Boston. This can help us plenty.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Jim, I've been looking for you. I want to go over that file in the Bartlett case with you.
Ken, I'm afraid I haven't got time right now. I've just been out on a job that requires some immediate attention.
What is it?
An attempted bank robbery down in Vernon. I've just come from there.
What's the story?
2 armed men entered the First National at approximately 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh?
They slugged the teller, but before they could get any money, a local policeman came in.
Yes?
The bandits opened fire on him. He shot it out with him. He killed one of the men. The other one killed him.
I see. What happened to the surviving bandit, Jim?
He got away. He evidently had a Confederate someplace in town with a car. There's been no trace of him since.
Has an alarm been sent out?
Yes, but we have only a very vague description on him. I don't think it'll be any help in turning him up.
Did you identify the thief who was killed?
Yes, his name was Charlie Pierce.
I seem to remember him.
Well, he was an old-timer. He'd been mixed up in a number of bank jobs in the past.
Did you pick up anything there that might lead you to this man who got away?
Well, nothing too good. Found a card of matches in the dead man's pocket, though. They advertised a bar and grill right here in Richmond.
You think maybe Pierce hung out there?
Well, there's a slight chance that he did. I'm going over there now and find out.
Hey, get a load of this house.
Yeah, real class.
Surprised Charlie didn't put the tap on his daughter himself instead of going around sticking up banks.
I know.
You know what you're going to say to her?
Yeah, just let me handle it.
Yes?
I want to see Mrs. Griffin.
I'm Mrs. Griffin.
Claudia Griffin?
That's right.
That's swell. We'd like to come in and talk to you.
Who are you?
Friends of Charlie.
What?
Yeah, Charlie Pierce, your father. Can we come in?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead, Lucy.
All right.
Anybody home here?
No.
What about servants?
We have a couple. They're on vacation.
Oh, well, that makes it real nice.
What is this all about? How did you know who I am?
Oh, your pop told us. He said if we ever needed anything, we should look you up.
I don't believe you.
He gave us these old pictures of you. He said that'd be proof enough.
Let me see them.
Yeah.
Now, do you believe us?
What do you want?
Well, we figured we might sort of move in here for a while.
Oh, no.
Why not?
My husband doesn't know about my father. He's a respectable businessman.
Well, so what? We won't tip him off.
You can't do this.
Honey, you don't have much choice.
What?
You don't take us in, then we'll have to tell your husband.
Oh.
Now, let's sit down and talk this thing over.
Ken, that book of matches was a good lead.
Really, Jim?
Yes, I went to the place that advertised Bill's Bar and Grill.
Yes?
Showed the bartender a picture of Charlie Pierce. He recognized him immediately.
Good.
Said he'd been in there quite a good deal in the past 3 weeks. His constant companions were another man and woman.
Evidently his Confederates.
That's right. The bartender also remembered that Pierce lived in a rooming house right around the corner.
Well, that's a break.
I went around there and talked to the landlady. She told me that another couple had lived there with Pierce, but they had packed and left around noon today.
The bank robbery was at 10?
That's right.
That just about gave him enough time to get back from Vernon.
Yes, I know. I got a good description of him from the landlady, though. The man had a scar on his face. From his general physical appearance, he sounds like an ex-convict named Tom Dawson.
Anything else, Jim?
Well, I found this old snapshot on the floor of the room. It obviously belonged to one of the bandits.
What is it?
Picture of a girl in a graduation gown. It says, "Love to Daddy," signed Claudia.
Agent Jim Taylor is talking to his fellow agent, Ken Monroe.
Well, what did you get from the landlady, Jim?
She definitely identified Dawson as the man who lived at her rooming house with Charlie Pierce.
I've got further confirmation for you.
Oh, how's that, Ken?
One of the local police down in Vernon came in right after you left. He had an employee of the bank with him.
Yes.
I showed him Dawson's picture. He recognized him as the other bandit.
Good.
I put out an alarm on him.
I know where he's gone.
Really?
Yes, as soon as I knew who we were looking for, I went to the railroad station, bus line, and airport.
Well?
The ticket seller at the airport recognized Dawson from his picture. He sold him 2 tickets to Boston on the 1 o'clock plane.
Let's see. It's after 8 now.
It's too late to contact the Boston airport. He's already gotten there.
What's the next move?
We'll notify the Boston office, send out an alarm on Dawson, and tell him we're on our way.
Sam,
Yes, sir?
will you have some more coffee?
Thanks, I will. Are the Dawsons still sleeping?
Yes. How about some more toast, dear?
No, I have plenty, thanks.
Ralph, if you get a chance today, I wish...
Wait.
What?
This picture here on the front page. Claudia, look at it.
What is it?
It's your friend Dawson.
What?
I'm sure of it. Look.
Oh.
He's wanted in connection with a bank robbery. He tried to hold up a bank in Richmond yesterday. He and a female companion eluded the police and took a plane here to Boston.
I see.
Another bandit named Pierce was killed on the job.
Oh, no.
Honey, we've got to call the police at once.
Just stay where you are, mister. You're not calling any cops.
Why didn't you tell me that my father had been killed?
I didn't want you to feel bad.
Claudia, what's this all about? Answer me.
You want me to tell him?
No. No, I'll tell him.
Claudia, what is this?
The man who was killed, Ralph. The other bank bandit. He was my father.
What?
That's why these people are here. They wanted to hide out from the police, and they threatened to tell you about my father if I didn't shelter them.
Oh, honey, why didn't you tell me?
I was going to, Ralph. I'd made up my mind to tell you as soon as you came home.
What stopped you?
When you told me what had happened at the bank, that you'd been made vice president, I knew then that If the truth about my father came out, you'd be ruined.
And she has a good point there, Mr. Griffin.
This is awful.
It'll be a lot worse if you call the cops. Just think that over.
Ken, I just talked to the agent in charge.
Any developments?
No, the police here in Boston have contacted all hotels, tourist camps, rooming houses, and no one answering to Dawson's description has been seen.
Well, he must have had some specific reason for coming here.
It's probably a hideout.
Yes.
The local papers have cooperated. Most of them carried his picture on the front page.
That might get results.
I sure hope so. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Yes. Yes, I see. Well, what was that address again, please? 47 Rand Drive. Thanks a lot, sir. We'll get right out there. That's a break, Ken.
What?
One of the local agents has been working all morning out at the airport. He finally ran across a cab driver who identified Dawson's picture.
Good.
His trip record shows that he took them to an address out in the suburbs late yesterday afternoon.
You have the address?
Yes, let's go.
What's the name of the man who lives here again, Jim?
Ralph Griffin.
Pretty impressive-looking house.
Mm-hmm.
Strange place for someone like Dawson to come to.
Yeah, I know.
Yes?
Is Mr. Griffin here, please?
Who wishes to see him?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh,
Here are my credentials.
I see.
Are you Mrs. Griffin?
Yes. Just a moment. I'll call my husband.
Thank you.
Ralph,
Yes, Claudia?
there's some men from the FBI to see you.
FBI?
Yes, they're at the front door.
Looks like that's where we're going to stay, Ken.
Yes.
Hello?
Mr. Griffin?
What can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Griffin, we're looking for a man named Dawson. We have information that he and a woman came here to your address yesterday afternoon.
Dawson?
That's right.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of him.
Would they have come here to see anyone else?
I'm afraid not. My wife and I are the only ones here. Our servants are on vacation.
Oh. Well, looks like we got a bad lead.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you anyway, sir.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Ken.
You think we should get a warrant and come back here?
No, I just remembered something. We got some work to do at the office first.
Have they gone?
Yes.
Nice work, Mr. Griffin.
I didn't relish it, believe me.
Ralph, I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
Oh, it's no one's fault, Claudia. But I'm not putting up with this any longer.
What do you mean by that, mister?
You and your husband are getting out of here.
You kidding?
No. Regardless of the consequences, you're not spending another night in my house.
Look, we're staying as
Hold
long...
it, honey. Hold it. I think we better do like he says.
Oh, thank heaven.
It ain't for your sake. It's for ours.
What do you mean, Tom?
The heat is on. Those guys will be back.
You think so?
Sure. The next time they'll have a warrant.
Where do we go?
I don't know yet.
What'll we use for money?
That part is easy.
How?
Mr. Griffin here is in the banking business.
What do you mean by that?
You're giving us some getaway dough.
Oh, no.
We need $5,000. We want it this afternoon.
You're not getting it from me.
Look, I'm letting you off easy. For $5,000, you get rid of it.
I'm getting rid of you the way I should have, right from the beginning. I'm going to call the FBI and tell them you're here.
No, you're not. Keep away from that phone.
Get out of my way.
Not a chance. I will talk business again when he comes to.
Jim.
Oh, yes, Ken.
I checked up on Ralph Griffin.
Good.
He's legitimate, all right. He works for one of the banks here in town.
Did you get all the details in his background?
Yes, I have him right here.
Fine. Oh, anything there about his wedding?
Here's a newspaper clipping on it. I got it from the morgue at one of the local papers.
May I see it?
Sure.
Thanks. Ralph Griffin, prominent socialite, and his bride, Claudia Baker.
What's this all about, Jim?
You remember that graduation picture I found in the rooming house in Richmond?
Yes.
I brought it along in my briefcase. Here it is right here.
Well?
Compare it with this picture, Griffin's bride.
Hey, it's the same girl.
That's right. Now, let's see if this newspaper article tells us where the bride went to school.
There it is, Jim. State College.
Yeah. Let's contact them at once and see what they can give us on her background. Should have a good deal of bearing on this case.
try to move, darling. Just lie still.
How is he doing?
Please get away.
Look, we have some business to take care of, remember?
Leave him alone.
They coming too?
Yeah.
Oh, my head.
Just take it easy, darling.
Ready to talk yet, Mr. Griffin?
What?
I'd like to know about that 5,000.
Oh, you're still here.
Naturally. Now, how about that dough?
I'm not giving it to you.
Maybe you'd like another treatment.
Yeah.
Keep away from him.
We ain't got much time. How about it, mister?
No.
Okay.
Wait! I'll get you the money.
Claudia.
I can't let him hit you again.
Where is the dough?
In that desk.
Claudia, come back here.
Ralph, I've got to do this.
No.
Just stay put, mister.
Let me go.
Take it easy.
Mister, you better do like he says. He'll only get hurt again.
How you coming with that dough?
I'm getting it.
Oh, Claudia, don't.
Don't see what she's doing, Ruth.
She's coming back now.
Here. Here's your money.
Swell.
It's a little over 4,000. That's all there is.
Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. We've got something to attend to first.
Please go.
And have you blow a whistle on us the minute we're out of the door? We ain't that stupid.
I promise you we won't.
That is worth exactly nothing.
Claudia, he has a gun.
That's right. I'm using it, too.
No, wait!
Hi. There we are, Dawson.
The FBI.
That's right. Ken! Ken, are you in there?
Yes, stay put, everyone. Jim, can you open that window?
Yeah, I can manage. Ken, get his gun, will you?
Yeah.
I'm grateful that you're here, sir.
Well, we came back because we checked at your wife's school. We learned there who her father was. That more or less explained everything. I'd say we returned just in time.
For his wanton murder of the bank guard, Tom Dawson was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder. For serving as his accomplice, Dawson's wife, Ruth, was sentenced to serve 20 years in the penitentiary. And thus, two people who had committed bank robbery, murder, and blackmail were stopped from pursuing their criminal careers. Because they changed their crimes and their patterns, they were difficult criminals to catch. But they were caught because your FBI does not discourage easily nor quickly. Once a criminal escaped and remained at large for 16 long years. But your FBI never closed the file on him. And in due time, that criminal, like the ones in tonight's case, learned that so long as law enforcement agencies like your FBI are on the job, crime will forever be an unprofitable occupation.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Henpecked Swindler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production.
This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Henpeck Swindler on This Is Your FBI.
Here's a reminder. Daylight saving time starts next Sunday in many sections of the country. But regardless of which time zone you live in, this program will continue to be broadcast at the same time by your clock that you heard it today. There is $4,050 in Break the Bank's jackpot. Stay tuned now for radio's biggest money-paying show, Break the Bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Has anyone ever phoned you to check up on the radio program you've got tuned in? It happens like this.
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Oh, sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. The Equitable Society has a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. That's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Henpeck Swindler.
There is nothing remarkable about the fact that there are various classes of criminals. Because in any group of 6 million people, there would have to be different shadings of character and mentality. Rated on top are bank robbers, mob leaders, and killers. They are in the business of crime, and they engage in their work for profit. Their standing in the criminal community depends almost entirely on their degree of success. But there is one type of criminal to whom everyone else in the crime world looks up, because he or she makes his living by his brains. And that criminal is the swindler. Tonight's FBI file opens aboard a transcontinental train that is heading westward. In the club car, a distinguished-looking gray-haired man is sipping a tall, cool drink. In a chair beside him, an attractive young woman dressed in black is nervously twisting her kerchief.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Could you tell me the time?
Why, certainly. It's exactly 3:27.
Is that Central Time?
Oh, no, Mountain Time. We've just entered the new zone.
Oh, that always confuses me.
Well, that's very natural, my dear. Is this your first trip west?
Oh, no. I lived in Colorado when I was a child. I haven't been back in years.
I'm sure you'll enjoy your return. It's a glorious country.
This is not a pleasure trip.
Oh? Oh, good heavens. Please forgive me, dear child. I just noticed you were wearing mourning.
Quite all right.
Someone near and dear to your heart?
My father.
I'm sorry. You're returning for the funeral?
No. He died back east. I'm visiting his lawyer to settle the estate.
I see.
I sure wish I knew more about such things.
Why, my dear? What's your problem?
Well, here's a letter I received from the lawyer. I can't make any sense out of it. Here, see if you can.
Surely.
All that stuff there about options, mining properties. I just don't get it.
Well, now, this is all quite clear. Such payment. Your father has the right to, had the right to exercise his option on some rather valuable mining property.
But, what's that stuff about $10,000?
Well, that's what it will cost you if you care to exercise the option.
Oh.
Say, I see that this lawyer's in Colorado Springs.
Yes, that's where I'm going.
So am I.
Oh?
Oh, dear. That's the first call for dinner. I'm afraid I shall have to cut short this delightful chit-chat.
Are you walking back this way?
Well, I'll follow you a few paces. My compartment is in this car.
I think it's wonderful that we're both going to the same place.
Indeed it is.
I hope I'll run into you there.
I'll be at the Central Hotel. If I can be of any assistance to you, give me a ring.
But I don't know your name.
Heavens, that's right. We neglected to introduce ourselves. I'm Colonel Lansing.
I'm Rose Dixon.
Pleasure, Miss Dixon.
Thank you.
This is my compartment here. I'm afraid I shall have to say good day.
Oh, well, good day, Colonel. I will call you.
Splendid. Greetings, my love.
Where have you been?
I have just had a most delightful experience.
Well?
A little lady just tried to promote me out in the lounge. Is that wonderful? Someone playing me for a sucker?
I'm not surprised.
What do you mean?
It's been so long since you've made a score yourself, you're beginning to look square.
Now, Edith.
I thought you were going to sit in the lounge to do some promoting yourself.
I intended to, but the little lady's technique intrigued me.
Look, you'd better get intrigued with making a buck for us. Because I'm telling you right now, if you don't get some action at Colorado Springs, I withdraw my financial support.
Edith, what a ghastly thing to say before dinner.
In the Denver field office of the FBI, Special Agent Jim Taylor is reading a teletype that has just come in.
Jim, you looking
for
me?
Oh, yes, Carl. We've just been given an assignment.
Oh, what is it?
Well, most of the story's right here in this teletype. Let's go into the office here and review it, huh?
Right.
Go ahead, Carl.
Thanks. Well, what have we got?
A swindle, Carl. So far, it's been worked exclusively on transcontinental trains.
Yes?
And briefly, the operation is this. A young woman dressed in morning clothes contacts victim on train. Victim is usually gullible male.
Naturally.
She explains that she's on way to settle father's estate. She flashes a letter which reveals that Pop has an option on some valuable mining property.
I see.
That's all that happens on the train. She and victim wind up in the same town. She contacts victim, says father has only left her $5,000, and she needs $10,000 to exercise option. Will victim put up the additional $5,000?
Now, does a phony lawyer turn up?
That's right. Girl and victim each give lawyer their $5,000, and then swindling couple disappears.
I remember a similar operation when I worked out of Boston.
I know. It's a pretty familiar pattern, Carl, but unfortunately it never is to the victim.
And what's our assignment? Those people here in town?
No, but they're on their way. Chicago office sent this teletype. The couple boarded a train yesterday bound for here.
Any description on it?
Yes, very complete.
When are they doing?
Hey, their train arrives in half an hour. We should be getting down to the station right now.
Is that you, Albert?
Yeah.
Well, gee, where have you been? I've been worried about you.
When did you get here?
About 2 hours ago. I thought you were going to meet me at the train.
I didn't say anything of the kind. I told you to come right here to the hotel.
Oh,
Well, how'd you do?
okay.
You promoted a guy?
Yeah. He's a very nice man.
What's his name?
Oh, well, let's see now. I think it was Colonel Lansing.
You think it was?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
I got it written down someplace.
Did you show him the letter?
Yeah?
Did he go for it?
Well, he said I could call him.
Where?
One of the hotels here.
Which one?
I got that one written down, too.
Oh, how can anybody be this stupid?
Please, Albert, don't start picking on me.
Then why don't you tend to business?
I am.
You didn't even remember the guy's name or where he lived.
Well, I can't remember everything.
Do you know that you've messed up the last 3 suckers in a row?
But I didn't.
That little bird brain of yours is sending us right to the cleaners. Oh, now don't start that.
Well, I can't help
it.
Oh, Rose, will you cut it out?
Well, then you stop being mean to me.
Okay. Where's the paper with the guy's name and address?
In my purse.
Well, get it. We're calling him right now.
Edith!
What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't know you were resting.
What did you want?
I just received a phone call.
What's exciting about that?
It was from that young dame who tried to promote me on the train.
How did she know where to find you?
Well, I told her I would be staying here.
You mean you had the
Oh,
nerve?
now, just a minute. Let me explain. I'm familiar with her pitch. That's why I wanted her to call me.
Look, when are you going to work?
I am working.
You're what?
Let me tell you this girl's proposition. She's using the option swindle. We each put up $5,000, give it to her lawyer.
That old bromide.
Darling, I think we can put it to good use.
What do you mean?
Well, while she's so busy trying to get our $5,000, I think I know a way to get hers.
That's very unethical.
Edith.
There's enough legits around. We don't have to clip anybody in our own business.
But she approached us.
Money you get that way never does you any good.
Look, you've been nagging me for weeks to get into action. Now that I've got a live proposition, you back down.
I just don't like it.
$5,000, my dear. A very tidy sum.
Oh, I know.
We can have it in our pockets before the day is over.
What makes you think it would be that easy?
Oh, they're completely vulnerable. We know their game. They don't even suspect us.
What's the setup?
The girl asked me to meet her in front of her hotel. She said that she would then take me to see a Mr. Albert, a lawyer. He lives at the hotel, too.
And when does all this happen?
1 o'clock. Now, what do you say, darling? Remember, I guarantee results.
You're to bring your own 5,000.
That's right.
And who supplies that?
Well, you do, my dear.
That I don't go for.
Look, I merely use it to impress them. They never get their hands on my money.
But I...
Darling, this will be the quickest turnover we've ever made.
Any luck, Jim?
No, I'm afraid not, Carl.
Did you interview the conductor?
Yes, I described the girl to him. He said he remembered her very well, but she got off the train at Colorado Springs.
Well, how about the man who works with her?
Well, the conductor didn't remember anyone answering to his description. I don't imagine he was on the train anyway.
Why not?
Well, their pattern in the past has been for her to work the train alone and meet him at whatever town they're using for the swindle.
Oh, I see.
However, the conductor did recall her talking to a very distinguished-looking gray-haired man in a club car.
Oh, you victim?
Could be. Carl, it looks as if we're going to have to take a quick trip to Colorado Springs.
Ah, there you are, my dear.
Hello.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss Dixon.
Thank you. Well, are you ready to go see my lawyer?
Oh, not just yet, my dear. Let's tarry here in this delightful garden for a few more moments.
Okay. Would you like to sit down?
I'd love to.
Did you bring the money?
Yes, my dear, I have it right here. You see?
Oh, swell.
Have you your 5,000?
Oh, sure. Right here in my purse. Look.
Splendid. You look very lovely today, my dear.
Honest?
I'm so glad that you called me.
Really?
I had hoped that we'd meet again.
Dear.
Miss Dixon.
Colonel.
Yes?
Call me Rose.
That would be a great privilege. Incidentally, my given name is Frederick.
Oh, that's cute.
Rose, let's have lunch before we go to see your lawyer. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Just a minute. Yes?
Is your name Mr. Albert?
That's right.
You're a lawyer.
Yes,
Have you got a client named Rose Dixon?
I have. Who are you?
Well, my name is Lansing. I'm looking for my husband, Colonel Lansing. I believe he had a date here with you earlier today.
He had a date, all right, but he never showed up.
What?
Neither is my client.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to pull?
Pull?
My husband came here with $5,000.
I tell you, he never arrived.
Look, you might as well know this now. I'm hep to the fact you're running a store here. So is my husband.
What are you talking about?
We knew all about your swindle. That's our business, too. Now, what did you do with him?
Look, for the last time, lady, I tell you that the guy didn't show.
Well, then where is he? He's got my $5,000.
Well, if it's any consolation to you, Rose has got $5,000 that belongs to me. Yes?
Telegram.
Just a second.
Here.
Thanks.
Look, I want to know
Quiet, lady. I want to read this. It's got to be from Rose. She's the only one who knows I'm here. Yeah, it is from her. Listen to this. By the time you get this, Colonel Lansing's wife will probably be at your place looking for him. If she is there, here is a message from me and the Colonel for both of you. Drop dead.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women on the way up. Imagine yourself leaving your boss's office, walking on air.
Thanks again, Mr. Baldwin. Oh, boy, a raise. And a chance to go to the home office. Oh, wait till I tell Peggy.
Yes, I'm talking to that 1 man in 10 who has confidence in himself and in his future. If you're that man, then be sure to get life insurance that's designed to order for you. Investigate the Equitable Society Special Life Insurance Plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 3 years from now than they are today.
You're talking my language, Mr. Keating. I'd like life insurance to take my future success into consideration.
That's exactly what the Equitable Society Plan for Men on the Way Up does. It gives you these 3 advantages. First, it provides you and your family with needed protection right now. Second, this equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
That sounds like the plan for me. I'd like to look into it.
Okay. Identify yourself as a man on the way up by asking your Equitable Society representative for full information on this plan. Phone your Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Henpecked Swindler.
The victims of the swindle in tonight's case from the files of your FBI could not go to the police and complain because they were criminals themselves. But this case does point up an important object lesson to every law-abiding citizen in the country. Every year, Americans are swindled out of hundreds of thousands of dollars by various types of confidence men. Confidence men who are more successful than they should be because the great majority of their victims do not report the crime to their local police. People who have been swindled keep the matter a personal secret because they feel that to make it public would subject them to ridicule. But those victims do not realize that by their silence, they enable the swindler to carry on his career. So your FBI wishes to pass on this bit of advice. If it should be your misfortune to become the victim of a swindle, immediately do your part in stopping the swindlers from working on anyone else. Notify your local police. Tonight's file continues in a hotel lobby in Colorado Springs. Special Agent Taylor is standing near the newsstand as his fellow agent Carl Maywood approaches.
Jim.
Carl.
Did you come up with something here?
Yes, I've just spoken to the manager, Carl. I described the man we're looking for. He recognized him as someone who checked in 2 days ago.
I see.
This man described himself as a lawyer. He engaged in the adjoining room for a girl who arrived last night.
Did the manager see her?
Yes. She was wearing morning clothes.
Well, this certainly sounds like we came to the right place.
Yes. And then this morning, the so-called lawyer withdrew $5,000 that he'd been keeping in the hotel safe.
If they're about to use the cash, then they're approaching the kill.
Right.
Where are they now?
They're both out.
Too bad we can't find out who the victim is.
I have an idea it's that man she was talking to on the train. At least one of the bellhops saw the girl out in the garden this noon, talking to a distinguished-looking, gray-haired man.
You know, Jim, they may be out permanently.
Yes, that may be.
In fact, if they've already scored, they may be on their way out of town.
Yes, I know, Carl. Look, you drive over to the railroad station, see if they've bought transportation. I'll hop down and get a search warrant to examine their rooms.
How'd you make out?
I just talked to the ticket seller.
Well?
You say your husband is tall, gray-haired, a flowing mustache?
That's him.
Well, he bought 2 tickets for San Francisco. A woman who looked like my wife, Rose, was with him.
San Francisco, huh?
That's right. Now, where would he go when he got there? Have you any idea? Now, look, this is important. Don't you want to get your dough back?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I just remembered something. We're not going to San Francisco.
Rose,
Yes, Frederick?
another bonbon?
Gee, thanks.
You know something, my dear?
What?
I can't tell you how pleased I am about us.
I think I know what you mean. Nobody picking on us, huh?
Exactly.
I sure would have liked to have seen Albert's face when he got that wire.
I think Edith would have been an interesting study, too.
You know, Albert used to all the time tell me how stupid I was.
Really?
Yeah. He used to say that I did everything wrong.
Edith's complaint was that I never did anything. So we take them both for $10,000.
Yeah. Frederick,
Yes, my love.
do you think I'm stupid?
Of course. I wouldn't have you be anything else.
That's the sweetest thing I ever heard.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hello, Carl. Where are you?
Down at the railroad station.
I searched the swindler's room. It looks like they've checked out.
I found that out down here.
No, how?
The girl was here earlier today, accompanied by a tall, gray-haired man.
Hmm?
From his description, it sounded more like the victim than the other swindler.
Yes,
They bought 2 tickets for San Francisco over 2 hours ago.
I see.
About an hour later, a male half of the swindling team turned up here.
Oh?
The ticket seller said he was very anxious to find out about the girl, and he acted quite upset when he heard he'd missed her.
Carl, did he buy a ticket, too?
No. It sort of looks like she's run out with the victim, don't you think, Jim?
Well, he isn't exactly a victim.
And what do you mean?
I checked with the police. Gave them the gray-haired man's description, hoping to save him from being taken. They tell me he's an old-time swindler himself, that they have a warrant for his arrest on an old charge.
Well,
So it looks like some sort of double cross is in the works, Carl.
yeah.
Look, now that our original team is separated, I think we should concentrate on tracking down the girl. At least we know she's headed for San Francisco. Now, she'll have to change at Denver, so I'll call our office and have them pick her up.
Tell that chauffeur to take it easy, will you?
Okay. Driver, ease up on the turns, will you?
How much further to Denver?
Oh, I'd say about another 20 miles.
How long did you rent this car for?
Just for the day. Look, what makes you think that Rose and your husband will be in Denver?
My husband is a creature of habit. He always follows the same pattern.
So?
So, whenever he's been hot in the past, he always bought a ticket to some far-off place, and then he'd get off at the first stop along the way.
Well, supposing he still does that. Denver's a big city.
He'll still follow his pattern. He always stops at the same hotel. I know the one he'll go to in Denver.
I hope so.
Look, our happy little families will be reunited before the day is over.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, come on in, Carl. Hotel manager let me use his office.
Did you get the call through?
To our office?
That's right.
I've already gotten a reply.
And did they get the girl off the train?
No, they were too late.
Did she get on the San Francisco train?
Nope.
That puts us right back where we started.
I know, but inasmuch as we've lost track of her, I think we should concentrate now on the other half of the team.
Oh.
Well, I have an idea, Carl. Now, here's what I think we should do.
Yes, Frederick?
Well, how do you like your new quarters?
Oh, this is a wonderful room.
I'm just across the hall, so you can always feel that I'm nearby.
Swell.
Tired?
No, not really. I'd like to get a good night's rest, though, because I want to get up early and do lots of shopping.
I had the very same thing in mind. Would you believe it, Edith didn't buy me as much as a necktie in the past 3 years?
Albert was just as stingy.
Well, you can rest assured that we won't... Oh, that must be the drinks I ordered. Just a moment.
Hello, sucker.
Edith.
Surprised?
What are you doing here?
Now, what do you think?
Where's my wife?
Oh, why,
Frederick, who is it?
It's me, Rose. Your husband, remember?
Oh, golly.
Well, get out of the way and let us in.
Now, just a minute.
Stand aside.
How did you know where we were?
Oh, that was a cinch, sweetheart. I knew this husband of mine would be lazy enough to follow the same old pattern.
And I knew you'd be stupid enough to go along with it.
Frederick, what'll we do?
Well,
Well, for openers, you're giving us back our dough.
Oh, no.
Come on, get it up, both of you.
Now, see here. This whole thing is very unethical.
Quit stalling. Give us our dough.
Sorry to intrude on this little family party.
Who are you?
A special agent of the FBI.
What are you doing here?
We've been looking for all four of you for months on charges of violating the National Stolen Property Act.
How did you know where to find us?
I found you because of your husband. I knew he was looking for you, so I checked all means of transportation out of Colorado Springs. When I found he had hired a car, the rest was easy.
Well, Albert?
Huh?
Who's stupid now?
All four suspects were sentenced to long terms in a federal prison for violating the National Stolen Property Act. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI, which closed the careers of all four notorious criminals, illustrates again the great value of the training received by every special agent before he becomes a qualified member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During that period of training, the potential special agent is taught how to evaluate bits of information, and also taught that the second investigation of any clue will often turn up some information that was not available the first time. Because of that training and that diligence, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has become one of the most successful law enforcement agencies in the world. And that should make you proud, because this governmental organization belongs to you. It is your FBI.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
Or how much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Wayward Brothers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Wayward Brothers on This Is Your FBI.
Last week, $4,050 was won on Break the Bank. Stay tuned as contestants try for another fabulous jackpot on Break the Bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Would you know what to say if your telephone should ring like this?
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on now?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
It's This Is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Oh, sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative told me about a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. Believe me, that's one great life insurance plan. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Wayward Brothers. It is the business of your FBI to investigate crime. And in the carrying out of that business, it is necessary that they know as much as possible about the habits of the criminal. Because crime prevention is also a part of the work done by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A recent study undertaken by your FBI revealed a fact which will seem odd to those of you who are law-abiding citizens. There are seasons in crime. Seasons just as there are in every other business. During the winter months, the criminal concentrates on crimes against property. Crimes like auto theft, armed robbery, and arson. But in the spring and summer months, in this season of the year, the criminal's fancy turns to people, and the fashion is to commit crimes against the person. Crimes like extortion, kidnapping, and murder. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small private plane that's flying over the desert wasteland of one of our southwestern states. A young man is seated at the controls of the plane. He speaks to a girl who sits beside him.
Sue?
Yes, honey?
See that mesa down there? On the left?
Yes.
That's our landmark.
Oh,
20 minutes more and we're at the ranch.
I'm kind of sorry to hear that. I've really enjoyed this flight so much.
Well, I hope you'll enjoy the ranch, too.
Well, of course I will. Ned? There's something I think I'd better tell you right now.
Well?
It's about your mother and Dad. Ned, I'm scared to death about meeting them.
Are you kidding? Why, they're the sweetest guys you'll ever...
I know all that. But, well, you're their only son. We're engaged.
And they'll love it.
I hope so.
Oh, Susie, baby, will you please? Hey.
Trouble, honey?
I don't know. Yeah. We got trouble.
What do we do?
Oh, just stay where you are, honey. Keep calm.
I will.
I don't think this motor's coming back. We're now at about 800 feet. I'm going to try to set it down easy.
Well, you've got plenty of landing field. Miles and miles of desert.
Yeah, it isn't as flat as it looks from here. Well, if we're lucky, we'll hit a good spot.
I see.
Tighten your safety belt, Sue.
Sure.
I'm afraid we're losing altitude too fast. I'm going to try to set it down right. If I
I could just level her off a little more.
Ned, we're going to crash.
Easy, baby.
Ned! Ned!
Hold it, Slim.
Whoa, boy.
There. There's our plane. I told you I'd seen it fall.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it.
It plowed into the sand pretty deep.
Yeah.
Do you think there's people in it, Chuck?
I don't know. Well, let's have a look.
Oh, it stayed in one piece anyways.
Yeah. This looks like a door right here. I'll try it.
Anybody in there?
Yeah. Yeah, there's two of them. A man and a female.
Alive?
Well, I'll see. The man's breathing. Yeah, so's the female.
Anything else in there?
I'm just looking around. Wait. Here's some bags. I'll pass them on out to you.
Okay.
Here you are. Here's one of them.
Right.
And, here. Here's the other.
I got it. What about the people?
What about them?
Don't you want to search them before we go through the bags?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, I'm lifting the people out, too.
What for?
So as we can tend to them.
What's got into you?
Nothing.
Why don't we take what we can here and just leave them be?
Take a look at them bags, Slim. They cost plenty. So does a private airplane.
So what?
Well, these folks must be worth money. We'll get lots more out of being nice to them.
I don't go along with that.
Nobody's asking you to, Slim. That's just how we're doing it. Now, give me a hand.
Some 50 miles away from the scene of the plane crash in an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is about to leave on an assignment.
Say, Jim. Oh, yes, Bud. Where are you going? Following up a report that just came in from the Indian agent down in Tevis.
What about?
Well, there was a murder committed on the reservation last night. A man's body was found early this morning.
What's the story?
Well, the victim was an archaeologist. His name was Adams. He came in from the east about 3 weeks ago. He planned to spend the summer on the reservation.
I see. Did he work alone?
Yes.
How was he killed?
Stabbing.
Was he in a fight?
I don't know, Pratt. There hasn't been much evidence collected to date.
When was he last seen?
Yesterday afternoon. He was believed to have been in the company of 2 other men.
Any idea who they were?
Oh, not yet. But I think we have the motive, all right.
What is it?
Robbery. I understand that it was generally known that this man Adams carried quite a bit of cash.
Oh.
And when his body was found, his effects were pretty well ransacked. But ironically enough, the thieves never did find his money.
How was that?
Well, he wore it in a belt around his waist, and his assailant didn't search him that closely.
Well, Jim, these 2 men that Adams was riding with sound like pretty good suspects.
Pat, I can give you a better answer to that after I've been down there.
Take it easy, mister.
Huh?
Just lie still.
Where am I?
In a cabin.
My leg.
I think it's busted.
How did... Wait. Where's Sue? Where is she?
The gal who was in the plane with you?
Yes.
She's right in the next room.
How is she?
Still passed out.
What's wrong? Is she injured? What is it?
I don't know.
Help me up. I'll go in.
I told you that leg was busted.
Who's with Sue? Is anyone taking care of her?
Nope.
Well, why not?
Look, we took you both from the airplane. Wasn't that enough?
Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. I'm very grateful, too.
No, okay.
This your cabin?
No, but we're staying in it.
Where's my plane?
About 10 miles from here.
How far from a town are we?
About 30 miles.
Who else is here besides yourself?
My brother, Chuck.
Have you a car?
No. Horses.
Could one of you go into town at once?
What for?
A doctor. The young lady who was with me must need one. It looks as though I do, too.
Well, I'll see what my brother says.
Where is he?
Outside.
Oh, please, call him in here.
I'll talk to him first.
Tell him I'll pay him well for his trouble.
I'll tell him. I'll be back.
That you, Slim?
Yeah.
Well, how are they?
The fella's come too.
Oh?
He asked me to come out and talk to you.
What for?
He wants that one of us should go into town for a doctor.
Did you tell him how far it was?
Yeah. He said he'd pay you well for your trouble.
How much?
I didn't ask. You been going through the bag?
Yeah.
Find anything?
Well, no dough, but I've been reading these letters. This fellow's family's real rich.
Where are they located?
On a ranch 30-odd miles from here.
You gonna talk to him about getting a doctor?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk.
Don't forget, he said it'd pay.
Slim, he's gonna pay. Plenty.
Hello, Pat.
Hi, Jim. Pick up anything down Terrace?
Yes, I was lucky enough to find the knife that the killer used. There were several good prints on the handle.
Say, what about the two men on horseback?
Oh, I just got a general description on them, Pat. Nothing really worthwhile. I'm going to get these prints off to the laboratory at once.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm sending out a set of prints myself.
No? What on?
Well, a call came in right after you left this morning. A family named Robinson. They have a ranch about 20 miles out of town. They reported that their son had left Denver yesterday in his own plane. His fiancée was with him.
Yes.
And the plane was to arrive at the ranch early last evening. After it was several hours overdue, searching parties were sent out.
I see.
Early this morning, the plane was spotted from the air. The pilot landed, examined young Robinson's plane, and found it empty.
Well?
He noticed, however, that there were bloodstains in the cabin and numerous prints of horses' hooves around the plane. He returned and reported this to the boy's family.
Pat, where did Robinson's plane land?
On the Indian reservation. That's why the family called here.
Did you go out and look it over?
Yeah.
You find anything?
Just the fingerprints I mentioned before.
Well, Pat, I wouldn't say that either one of us had an easy assignment, so let's go to work.
Go on in, Slim.
Okay. Hey, where is he?
Huh?
He was stretched right out there on that bunk. He's gone.
Well, now, he didn't come out. We was right by the door.
Yeah, but...
Oh, he's probably in the next room with his girlfriend.
But he couldn't walk. That leg of his.
Yeah, he got in here all right. See?
Yeah. Mister, this here is my brother.
Hello?
Hi.
I thought you couldn't walk.
I couldn't. I sort of dragged myself in here. I knew my fiancée would need me.
She's still out?
Yes. What about a doctor? Will you get one?
Well, that sort of depends, mister.
On what?
On what it's worth to you.
Well, that's unimportant. Name your price.
Okay. $10,000.
What?
You heard me.
What? That's sheer robbery.
If that's how you feel, mister, you don't have to pay. We don't have to get no doctor.
Oh, now, look. You can see for yourself this girl is desperately in need of help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please, be reasonable.
She's your girl, mister. Why don't you help her?
Sure. Go get the doctor yourself.
You know that's impossible. You know I can just barely move.
Then it looks like you better pay.
I haven't got it.
You can get it easy enough. Just write a note to your family. I happen to know their ranch is nearby. Tell them to put up the money. Slim here can deliver the note.
Oh, they wouldn't stand for anything like that.
Then I guess the girl don't get no doctor.
Look, you have horses here.
I'll go into town myself.
Oh, you just stay put.
No! Let go of me! Let me get out!
Oh, no.
No!
When he comes to, Slim, he'll write his family.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to people on the way up. To the man who will soon phone his wife to tell her good news like this.
Listen, honey, I've just seen the Acme Company. They've offered me the job. And boy, what an increase in salary.
Yes, that's one of the great moments of life. And when it happens to you, when you finally achieve the success you're working and planning for, make sure you have life insurance designed to order for you. Right now, investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 3 years from now than they are today.
Does that mean that this Equitable plan is flexible, considers both my present and my future?
Exactly right. And that's just one of several advantages of this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times, can expand or contract as you see fit.
That makes a lot of sense to me. How can I get the whole story?
The easiest way is to get in touch with your Equitable Society representative. Phone him as soon as possible and ask him for full details on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Wayward Brothers.
As you have seen aptly illustrated by tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there is no reasoning with the criminal mind, for there is neither logic nor compassion in the makeup of the criminal. The human being has no dignity as an individual to the criminal because he has chosen to live his life outside the conventions set up and obeyed by his fellow beings. That lack of regard for his fellow man is the basic reason for the lack of success of every criminal. For one thing is as true in crime as it is in every other field of life, and that is that unless we have a common and mutual loyalty, we are doomed. Because no one person is entirely self-sufficient. To rephrase that point, which the criminal can never understand, we are indeed our brother's keeper. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk reading a laboratory report. Finishing it, he jumps excitedly to his feet and calls out.
Pat! Oh, Pat!
Yeah, Jim?
Come on in here a minute, will you?
Charlie. What do you want?
Take a look at this report that just came in from the laboratory.
On the fingerprints you
On the
sent?
prints we both sent them. They're identical, Pat.
What?
Yes, they both belong to the same man.
Well, what do you know? Who is it?
A man named Charles Elgin, also known as Chuck Elgin.
What's his background?
He was arrested about 12 years ago for a bank job. He's also been in trouble with local police in several states.
I see.
He's always worked with his brother. His name is John Elgin, also known as Slim.
Then they could be the two men who were seen with Adams that afternoon before he was murdered.
I would think so, yes. I've got a complete description here on both of them.
They must have come across the disabled plane.
Yes.
And they undoubtedly took young Robinson and his girlfriend along with them.
Right.
Say, does that report have anything on where they can be found, where they live?
No, but they're from these parts originally. The local police can probably help us on that.
Yeah.
Pat, I'll send out an alarm on these men.
Good. While you're doing that, I'll run over and talk to the police.
How is it, Chuck?
Oh, coming around. Hand me that dipper of water.
Sure. His girlfriend was just moaning a little. I think she's coming around, too.
Leave her alone in there. I don't want him to see her again until he writes the note.
Okay.
Give me that water.
Here.
Oh, please, please.
That done it.
Oh. I'm still here.
Yeah, that's right.
Where's Sue?
We moved you out of her room.
Is she still unconscious?
Yeah?
Look, won't you listen to reason? Please, go and get a doctor.
I told you before we'd be glad to.
You still want $10,000?
That's right.
Feel like writing that note now, mister?
Look,
Time's passing, you know.
Okay. I'll write it.
Well, that's better. You got a pencil, Slim?
Yeah. No paper, though.
Well, there's a bag over there. Go get it.
Right.
What will I say in the note?
I'll tell you what to write.
Well, here's the bag.
Okay. Now, you can write it right there on the floor. Here.
Go ahead.
Dear folks, some good people saved my life. I'm staying with them. Got that okay? What's your girl's name?
Sue.
Then say, me and Sue are okay. I want to pay these good people for helping me. Give the man who brings this note $10,000. You got all that?
This note, $10,000.
Then say, he will tell you, let you know where we are. And don't tell the police about this. Then sign your name.
But what about the doctor?
When they pay the dough, you'll get one.
But the whole purpose of writing this note is to get a doctor. Now!
Look, just sign your name.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim. This is Pat.
Oh, yes, Pat. How did you make out?
Well, I spent most of the afternoon here at police headquarters. Been trying to get some line on the Elgin brothers.
Any luck?
Well, someone reported seeing them down near Tevis the day before yesterday.
I see.
And they do have horses. The police say they know the desert country like a book.
Well, then they must be hiding out in that wasteland somewhere. Oh, excuse me, Pat.
Yep.
Hold on a second when your message just came in.
Right.
Hey, Pat, looks like we may be getting some action.
What is it?
This message is from Robinson's parents. They just received a phone call from a man who claimed he's got a note from their son.
Really?
Yes, he told them he'd be right out to see them. Pat, I'd better get right over to their ranch.
What happened, Jim?
Well, I've had a busy 2 hours.
Did you get out to Robinson's ranch in time?
In time to wait.
What do you mean?
The man who called him never showed up.
Oh, that's too bad.
It was one of the Elgin brothers, all right.
How do you know?
Well, when the man didn't appear, I questioned the Robinsons about the phone conversation. They recall that he said he was telephoning from a blacksmith shop.
Yeah?
Well, there was only one blacksmith in their village, so I went over there.
Yeah, I see.
The blacksmith told me that Elgin had left his horse there to be shod and said he'd be back in about an hour.
When was all this?
About 2 hours ago.
Did Elgin return?
Yes, he came back in 5 minutes. Blacksmith said he seemed highly nervous. Elgin urged him to finish the job quickly, and as soon as it was done, he rode away.
Did the blacksmith learn where he was going?
No, but he did say he had a 30-mile ride.
Oh, that doesn't tell us much.
Pat, it could if he hasn't had too much of a start. I've got an idea. Now, this is what I think you should
Oh.
Sue, darling.
What?
It's all right, baby. I'm right here with you.
Huh?
I'm right beside you, darling.
Oh, Ned.
Oh, baby.
Ned, where are we?
We're going to be okay, honey.
But the plane. What's happened?
Well, after we cracked up, 2 men came along. Took us here to this cabin.
Oh.
You passed out for a while. That's all.
Oh. Ned, what's happened to you?
I hurt my leg a little, that's all.
Oh, Ned.
There's a doctor coming soon. We'll both be tended to.
But what about me?
Wait.
Well, she come too, huh?
Yes. What about your brother?
Oh, he's coming back. I just seen him riding down the hill.
Alone?
Yep.
No doctor?
Look, that happens after the payoff, remember?
What What's he talking about?
Nothing, honey.
Well, what does he mean, payoff?
I'll explain it all to you later.
Chuck! Come in here. How'd you make out?
No good.
What happened? Wouldn't they pay?
I never delivered the note.
Why not?
I seen this newspaper before I went there. Look.
What is it?
Our picture's right on the front page.
What for?
Knocking that guy off. The FBI found out we'd done it.
Oh.
We gotta blow out of here, Chuck. Fast.
Yeah.
What about them?
They stay here.
Ned, what's this all about?
These men wanted money, $10,000.
Why?
So you could get out of here alive, sweetheart, and we didn't get it.
You still can't leave us here like this.
I ain't going to.
But you just said...
I said I was leaving you here. I didn't say how.
Chuck, we're wasting time.
I know.
Wait a minute. What are you going to do?
What do you think?
Put away that gun.
Only after I'm done with it.
But Ned...
Shut up.
Get it over with, will you?
Okay.
Drop that gun, Elgin.
Huh?
Drop it!
Ah!
Now raise your hands, both of you.
Who are you?
I'm from the FBI.
Oh, thank heaven.
How'd you get here?
We knew you had a 30-mile ride. Inasmuch as planes travel faster than horses, we circled in a 30-mile radius until we picked up your trail. All right, Pat. Let's get these people out of here.
Chuck Elgin and his brother Slim were both tried and found guilty of murder on a government reservation and sentenced to execution. The manner in which these criminals were caught illustrates how little chance the criminal has competing against the forces of law and order. For in this case, the criminals used horses and your FBI employed an airplane. With every field of science at their disposal, the various agencies of law enforcement, your local police, your state troopers, and the special agents of your FBI have cut the chances for criminal success down to the barest minimum, have proved again and again that crime is always an unprofitable career.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
Or how much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Professional Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor is played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Professional Killer on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned now as contestants try for an amazing $2,000 jackpot on radio's biggest money-paying quiz show, Break the Bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Do you own your own home? Is there a mortgage on it? Be sure to listen to the special message to homeowners from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. In just 14 minutes, you'll hear about America's finest plan for home ownership. It's the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. Don't miss it. Tonight's FBI file, The Professional Killer.
Your FBI not only pursues every criminal who violates a federal statute, but it also makes a close, keen, analytical study of the field of crime all over the nation. For crime is the business your FBI is engaged in. And like every successful organization, it realizes that the more it knows about its business, the better job it'll be able to do. With that in mind, your FBI recently completed a study of crime throughout 48 states. And the study brought forth one fact that is not only shocking, but is also indicative of the self-evident truth that the crime wave, unless stifled quickly, will soon be out of hand. That one single fact is that in the United States today and every day, there are 36 people murdered. In the past 2 hours, 3 people have been killed by criminals. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small, smart nightclub located in a large Midwestern city. In an office in the rear of this establishment, Larry Mansfield, the owner of the club, is just greeting a visitor.
Sit down, Mr. West.
Okay.
You use cigars?
No.
When did you get to town?
A couple of hours ago.
Well, you made good time.
I want to get out just as quick.
Very well. We'll get right down to business.
Good.
Are you familiar with this town?
Not very.
Do you know where the Central Hotel is?
No, but I'll find it.
It's over on the west side. It's a small hotel. You may have...
Can a cab get there?
Yes.
You get the directions. Just give me the address.
Okay. Here it is.
Right.
The party I want taken care of lives in the Central Hotel, room 819.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the key.
What's the party's name?
Sanford.
Sanford. Get it?
West.
Yeah.
How do you intend to handle the killing?
Why?
Well, I just thought in as much as this is a hotel you're going to...
Mr. Mansfield, let's get something straight, huh? You own this nightclub, don't you?
Yes.
Am I telling you how to run it?
No.
It don't tell me how to run my business.
Sorry.
What about dough?
I'll pay when the job is done. You come back here tomorrow night.
I don't want to wait around that long. What's the matter with tomorrow morning?
I won't be here.
Oh, where do you live? I'll come there.
All right. Here's my card.
Thanks. Guess it's time I went to work. Don't rumble, sweetheart.
Who are you?
That don't matter.
Well, how did you
Look. I got a gun here. Let me ask the questions.
Go ahead.
You live in this room?
Yeah?
What's your name?
Sanford.
Well, where's your husband?
I don't have one.
Oh, where's your brother then, your father?
That's a blank, too, mister.
Well, who else lived in this room with you?
Nobody?
You live here alone?
Yeah.
This is no show.
Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute.
Out of my way.
I want to ask you one question.
Oh,
Who sent you here?
nobody.
Look, honey, I've been around. I know a hired gunsel when I see one. Yes, that is your touch, right?
You're right.
Now tell me who paid you to come here.
No dice.
Was it a guy named Mansfield? Was it?
Sweetheart, in my business, we always protect the client.
I know it was Mansfield. I should have figured he'd make this kind of a play.
Look, what difference does it make who it was? You come off lucky, didn't you?
Yeah.
Then forget it. Now, let me get out of here.
Wait a minute. One more question.
What now?
You were paid to get rid of me. Why didn't you do it?
Look,
I want to know.
I don't kill dames.
Oh. Do you buy dames' drinks?
Sometimes.
I'm awful thirsty.
In the same city, a bit later that evening, in the FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just returned from an assignment.
Jim.
Oh, yes, Neil.
A call came in for you less than 5 minutes ago. I took the message.
No, it wasn't.
Interstate Bus Company.
Oh, yeah.
The driver you wanted to see is out of town. He'll come over to see you first thing in the morning.
Oh, good.
What are you working on?
It's kind of a strange assignment, Neil.
What's the story?
Well, a thief named Lou Palmer was convicted 2 years ago for sticking up a bank messenger. Over $78,000 was stolen on that job. And the money was never recovered.
I see.
A few days ago, Palmer sent word to the warden at State's prison that he wanted to give some information as to the whereabouts of the money.
What brought that on?
Well, it turned out to be revenge. Palmer revealed that he had two Confederates on the job, a man and a woman. They evidently promised to take care of Palmer's family out of the loot. When they reneged, he talked.
Who were these people?
Well, the man's name was Larry Kent. The woman, she was Kent's girl. Her name was Vi Sanford.
And you're looking for them?
That's right.
What progress have you made?
Well, we've established that Kent and his girl were living in Cleveland at the time of the robbery. Immediately after it, Kent disappeared.
What about the Sanford girl?
Oh, she stayed on there. Evidently, Kent had walked out on her. She was living in a cheap room and working as a cashier in a restaurant.
Kent apparently wound up with all the money.
That's it.
Has the girl been picked up?
No, she left Cleveland 2 days ago, believed to be headed for here.
I see.
And from what we could gather, she's looking for Kent. She'd been tipped off that he was here.
Jim, do you know where to find her?
No, not yet. This bus driver I sent for may help us on that, though. She was on his bus.
You alerted the local police?
Yes, I gave them the girl's picture, and they're starting a check on all hotels now. We should get something on her very soon.
Oh, Phil, I could go on for hours with all the details, but that's more or less the story.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Oh, charming.
Look, baby, when he walked out on you, didn't he leave you any part of that $78,000?
No.
How about the guy in the can? Did he do anything for him?
Lee Palmer?
Yeah.
Not a nickel's worth. Phil, can we have another drink?
Yeah, sure, honey. Waiter, let's have the same thing.
Right.
Vi, how did you tail him here?
Well, like I told you, I was a cashier in this joint in Cleveland.
Yeah.
An old-time grifter came in one night and slipped me a note when he paid his check.
Uh-huh.
The note said he'd seen Kent in this town, that he was using his old name. That's Mansfield.
Oh.
It also said he was doing what he always wanted to do. Well, I knew that meant he was operating a nightclub.
So?
So I called enough joints till I finally nailed him.
He must have been real surprised, huh?
Plenty.
Well, did you ask him for your cut?
Oh, of course. He said he'd bring it to me tonight. Instead, he sent you. He did send you, didn't he?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Are you sorry?
Not now.
Here you are.
Just set him down.
Right.
Phil,
Yeah, baby.
how much was he paying you?
For knocking you off? 5 bills.
Did you collect?
No.
You know, he owes me a pretty good chunk. My end of that job was over $20,000.
Solid numbers.
If you'll take a marker, how would you like to work for me?
Baby, you just made yourself a deal.
Jim.
Oh, morning, Neil.
Talk to the bus driver?
Yes, he just left here.
Give you anything?
Well, I showed him the Sanford girl's picture, and he definitely identified her. Said she'd come in on his bus all right.
Did he have any idea where she went?
Oh, unfortunately, he didn't.
These pictures just came in, Jim.
No, what are they?
Pictures of Kent.
Oh, fine.
Washington also sent a copy of his record.
Swell, Miss Kid.
Sure, here you are.
Thanks.
I read it through. There's nothing there at all to indicate where he's been for the last 2 years.
No, I didn't imagine there would be. After all, he wound up with that $78,000, and that's enough for a man to retire on for a few years at least.
Do you think he's gone into some legitimate business?
Could have.
Well, even if he's here in town, he won't be easy to find. Probably changed his name, even his appearance.
Yes, I know.
Jim, I sent Kent's pictures and a copy of his record to the local police. They might have something on him.
Fine, I sure hope so. Oh, I'll get it. Special Agent Taylor. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yes, that's right. Wait, I'll write that down. Good work, Sergeant. Thanks a lot. Goodbye. Well, Neil, we're getting some action.
What, Jim?
That was police headquarters. The Sanford girl is registered at the Central Hotel, and I think I'd better get right over there.
Hello, Mr. Mansfield.
Huh? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
How did you get into my apartment?
You told me to come here.
Not while I was out.
I don't like to hang around in hallways.
I don't like intruders.
That makes us even.
Did you go to the Central Hotel last night?
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
Did you take care of that party?
No.
Huh? Why not?
You didn't tell me it was a dame.
What difference does that make?
That's out of my line.
Look, I made a deal with you.
I got a better offer.
What do you mean?
Better let me tell him, Phil.
Why?
Hello, Larry.
Why? Where did you come from?
Mr. West brought me here.
What?
He's in a brand new business. Now he brings them back alive.
What's this all about?
Give him a rundown, baby.
Sure. Mr. West here is working for me now.
Now, look.
I told him our whole story, Larry. He figures that I'm a lot more reliable to do business with.
What are you talking about?
$78,000.
Huh?
That's the amount you ran out with. Remember?
Now, Vi, in the
Save
first
the
place...
alibis. We haven't got time for that. We haven't got time for any chatter. We just came here to collect.
Collect what?
My end. I figured it out on the way over. It comes to $26,000.
This whole thing's ridiculous.
I want my cut, Larry, now.
You're not getting anything.
Mister, you're in no position to talk that way.
You keep out of this.
I gotta protect my interests. I'm on the payroll.
Get out of here, both of you.
Phil, show him we mean business, huh?
Sure, baby.
Now, wait a minute.
A few more treatments, honey. You'll collect.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home. A home of my own. That's what I've worked and saved for all these years. My home, my family.
If home means a lot to you, then investigate the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. It's a money saver. It's a home saver. It's America's finest plan for home ownership.
A home saver, you say?
That's right. Just listen to these 4 advantages of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. First, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Second, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Third, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Fourth, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage.
You mean my wife would inherit our home free and clear?
Yes, she would, and interest charges stop the day of death. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Society assured home ownership plan.
Who can tell me if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the two major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Professional Killer.
How many times have you heard the expression, there is honor among thieves? Probably 1,000 times. But next time you hear it, you'll know that it is not true. For as proven by tonight's case in the files of your FBI, criminals do not base their actions on loyalty, but on profit. They're always available to the highest bidder. The tragic thing is that they never learn that man cannot live alone, without friendships and alliances. For what is true of nations is also true of people. And if the last war proved nothing else, it proved beyond doubt that every nation is dependent upon every other nation, and that every person on earth is dependent in some measure on every other living human being. Tonight's file continues in Larry Mansfield's apartment. Mansfield, still unconscious, is stretched out on the floor. His erstwhile girl, Vi Sanford, and her gunman confederate are searching the premises.
Find anything in that desk, honey?
No, not yet. Let's see what's in this drawer.
Looking to be a wall safe behind one of these pictures.
Oh, this is full of nothing but letters. Why, that dirty cheat. These letters are from dames.
What's the matter?
Look at this. This letter was written 3 years ago. I was still going with him then. My darling Larry, our date last night will be remembered always. How do you like that guy?
That being a female, we got work to do.
Look, there's no door on his desk. Where else can we...
Wait a minute. She's coming too.
You better watch him.
Yeah, we're right beside him.
Okay. How do we handle it now?
We find out where his dough is. Otherwise, he gets a full treatment.
Good.
What hit me?
You was standing right on the track, mister.
Oh.
Next time, you won't get off so easy.
Can I get up?
Stay where you are.
Larry, we want to continue our discussion. Before you left us, we were talking about $26,000.
I know.
The girl wants her money, mister.
But I tell you...
Look, let me tip you off. From now on, I use a gun. I'll get it up.
I haven't got it here.
Where is it?
In my office at the club.
Where in the office?
In a safe.
Okay. I want you to call the club. Tell them I'm coming over. Tell them I'm getting something out of that safe to bring back to you.
Very well.
How about the combination?
I'll give it to her.
Let me have it now.
Jim.
I'm right down here, Dale.
I've been looking all over for you. The hotel manager said you were on the floor below.
Oh. Did you get a search warrant?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Good. This is the Sanford girl's room. I have a pass key.
No sign of her, Jim?
No, she left the hotel early this morning. Hasn't returned since. There was a man with her. He didn't answer to Kent's description. There we are. Go ahead, Neil.
Right.
Thought it might be a good idea to search your room and see if we get any leads.
Now, there's a small bag over there.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a look at it.
I'll see what's in that closet.
All right.
Did the management give you any line on what she's been doing?
No, not much. He said she'd made quite a few phone calls. He's getting the slips together now. We'll pick them up on the way out.
Nothing in this closet.
Wait a minute, Neil. I got something here.
No. What is it?
It's a note.
What's it say?
It's addressed to her from a man who signs himself Joe.
Yes?
Says that he saw Kent here. Kent is using his old name.
Uh-huh.
It also states that he's doing what he always wanted to do.
Doing what he always wanted to do.
That's it.
Well, that really confuses things.
Yes. All we have to do now is find out Kent's old name and what this thing is that he's always wanted to do.
Yes.
But Neil, the Sanford girl must know both these things.
Well, in that case, Jim, she's probably already found him.
Yes, I know, which means she may never come back here. Neil will post someone here to watch for her anyway. Let's go down and pick up those slips of the telephone calls that she made.
West.
Yeah.
Why don't you put that gun away? It makes me nervous.
I'd be nervous without it.
You handled me quite effectively before without a gun.
You didn't know the score then.
Tell me something, will you?
What is it?
Why did you double-cross me?
What do you mean?
You started out in this deal working for me. Why did you switch?
I didn't like the way you operate.
Is that the only reason?
Yeah.
I thought it could have been because you got a better offer.
It had nothing to do with it.
What has she promised you?
What's it to you?
I'd like to enter my bid.
I don't get it.
If I were to top her offer, maybe you'd come back to my team.
Mister, that's just why I can't do business with you.
Okay. Can we have a drink?
Yeah, I guess so.
There's some scotch in the cabinet there. Would you get it?
Where?
On the lower shelf.
I don't see any.
Well, that ties the score.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, yes, Neil.
The warden of State's prison just called me back.
And?
He questioned Lou Palmer about Kent.
Did he come up with anything?
No, he had no idea what Kent's old name was.
How about that business he always wanted to be in?
He knew nothing about that either.
Ah, I see.
How are you making out?
Well, I've combed through Kent's record. That didn't give us anything.
Any word from the hotel?
No, I just called there 5 minutes ago. The girl still hasn't returned.
Excuse me, Jim.
Oh, yes, Bob?
Here's a report on those telephone numbers.
Oh, thanks. Oh, Bob, they get a location on all of them?
Yes, it's all there.
Swell. Thanks, Bob.
Are these the calls the girl made from the hotel?
That's right. So she made 21 calls.
Let's see them.
Okay. Here's the first one. Nightclub called the Ace of Clubs.
Uh-huh.
Next, Bar 8 Club. Next, the Angel Club.
Are they all nightclubs?
So far, they seem to be. Next 3 are.
Jim, I think we've hit something.
These 4 are clubs, too.
This could be the business Kent always wanted to be in.
Yes, all these calls were to nightclubs.
Did the manager of the hotel give you those calls in the sequence they were made?
No, we said they were all mixed up.
That's too bad. Obviously, the last call she made was where she found him.
Yes, I know.
Well, I guess we'll just have to go to each place and bring Kent's picture with us. That should
Wait
give
a minute,
us...
Neil. I don't think we'll have to do that.
Why not?
Look, all these clubs begin with either the letter A, B, or C.
Uh-huh.
She must have worked from a classified phone book, called each club in the order that it was listed.
Right.
In that case, the Clover Club is the last place she called. Come on, Neil. That'll be our first place.
Come in, Vi.
Where's Phil?
He's inside.
Oh.
Did you get the money?
Yes?
Hope you didn't have any trouble.
No. Thought you said Phil was in here.
There he is.
Where?
Right there on the floor.
What happened?
It's just my turn to hit him.
Say, what is this?
My party now, Vi. Let me have my money.
Wait a minute.
Give it to me, I said. I gather it's in that bag.
It's not your money. It belongs to me, and you know it.
Honey, we're not going into that again. Besides, you will have no need for it.
Why not?
One has to be alive to enjoy money.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to have to kill you, Vi. In fact, I'm killing you both.
Lowry, wait a minute.
It'll all be very legitimate, too. See, I came in, found you rifling my apartment, and I had to let you have
You'll
it.
never get away with it.
You forget, honey. In this town, I'm an honest man. Now, would you like it first?
Larry, don't. Don't. Put away that gun.
Sorry, Vine.
Drop that gun. Go on, drop it, I said. Who are you? We're special agents, the FBI.
I'll pick up his
Thank
gun,
heaven.
Jim.
All right, now.
You heard him. You heard what he was going to do.
Oh, yes, Miss Sanford. We know all about both of you. That's why the manager let us in the back way. All right, Neil. Let's revive that man on the floor and take them all down to the office.
Vi Sanford was sentenced to serve 10 years in a federal penitentiary for bank robbery. Her former accomplice was given a 20-year term for the same crime. Phil West was turned over to the local authorities to be prosecuted on an old murder charge. And thus, your FBI thwarted the plans of 3 criminals, and also apprehended one for whom they had been looking for more than 2 years. 2 years is a long time in the life of a criminal, but not to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, for their patience never runs out. Your FBI never gives up in the search for a criminal, even if it takes 2, 10, or 20 years. No file is ever closed unless it is marked either convicted or dead.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
Mr. Keating, I've been thinking. I certainly hope I can qualify for that Equitable Society Assured Home Ownership plan you were talking about.
I do too, Jim, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Reluctant Thief.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Reluctant Thief on This Is Your FBI.
Now, match wits with contestants as they try for amazing sums of radio's biggest money-paying quiz show, Break the Bank, which follows next. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Homeowners, attention please. Have you heard about the Assured Home Ownership Plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society? If not, be sure to listen carefully to the middle commercial. Find out why this Equitable Society plan is both a money saver and a home saver. Find out why the Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. Tonight's FBI file, The Reluctant Thief.
Every study made into the field of crime by your FBI in recent years has shown that juvenile delinquency is the number one problem facing law enforcement agencies all over the nation. The most recent study, covering all crimes committed in the past year, is no exception. Year by year, America is producing more and more junior criminals. Youngsters who will, unless headed off, keep the crime wave mounting. For example, and this is only one of the frightening statistics produced by the study, the number of youngsters arrested in 1946 between the ages of 18 and 20 was 24% higher than in 1945. That is a jump of almost 1/4. And, as if to prove the inevitable consequences of the juvenile delinquents who grew up through the war years, arrests in the age bracket of 21 to 24 rose more than 64%. The time to do something about the juvenile delinquency problem is now, for tomorrow may be too late. Tonight's FBI file opens in a modest frame house located in the suburbs of a small eastern city. A stout, middle-aged woman is tidying up the living room of this dwelling. As the front doorbell rings, the woman hurries to the door and opens it.
Hiya, Mom.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Oh, son, it's so good to see you. Oh, goodness, let's not stand out here. Come in, son, come in.
Okay, Mom, sure.
Oh, now let me have a good look at you.
Look okay?
Wonderful.
One thing I can say for the school, they sure fed me good.
They must have. Goodness, how you've grown.
Well, it's been almost a year, Mom.
That's right, it has.
Hey, where's Joey?
Oh, he's out playing.
Well, didn't he know I'd be home this afternoon?
Well, yes, he did.
What's the matter? Didn't you want to see his own brother?
Son, Joey is... well, I've been having quite a bit of trouble with him lately.
What about?
He just refuses to pay any attention to what I tell him.
Oh, wise guy stuff, huh?
Not really. After all, he's only 15.
Well, that's old enough to know better, Ma.
He'll learn, Eddie. Right now, he just doesn't seem to understand.
Well, look, will you let me have a talk with him?
Oh, I wish you would. Oh, heavens, son, you must be starved. Now, you go inside and get washed, and I'll set out your dinner.
Wait, Mom, why don't you let...
Is that you, Joey?
Yeah, Mom.
Well, come on in here. Eddie's home.
Oh. Hiya, Joey.
Hello, Eddie.
Well, Joey, aren't you going to say you're glad to see him?
Glad to see you, Eddie.
That's better. Joey, where are you going?
In my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I want to talk to you.
Well?
Joey, Mom says you've been giving her trouble while I was away.
How?
Not minding it.
That ain't so.
Look, kid, Mom just
Now,
told me.
just a minute, both of you. I didn't say that Joey didn't mind me. It's just that he's slow. He doesn't understand.
I can't help that.
You certainly can, son. People aren't born thieves. It takes a lot of thought, a lot of practice.
But I don't like stealing.
Get him.
I mean it. I'd rather be doing things like other kids do.
How square can you get?
Now, don't pick on him, Eddie. I know how the boy feels. His Uncle Ben was the same way when he was a kid.
So what?
So, when my mother finished with him, he turned out to be the best safecracker this side of the Mississippi.
Well, he ain't no Uncle Ben.
He can be. Now that you're home again and can work right with him, he'll pick up things in no time.
Maybe.
Say, you must have picked up some new tricks at the reform school that you could teach him.
Yeah.
Then, starting tomorrow, you can take your brother right under your wing.
On the outskirts of the same city at the local police pistol range, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor has accepted an invitation for an afternoon of practice.
Jim, Jim Taylor.
Yes?
Hello there. You remember me?
Oh, sure, you're Tom Guilford.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Swell.
Hey, you were at the police academy last year when I was taking my refresher course.
Right. When did you get into town?
Several days ago. No, I've been temporarily assigned to our local field office here.
Say, how about having dinner with me one night this week?
Why, sure.
How's Friday night?
Friday's fine.
And, do you mind if I mix a little business with the food?
Not at all, Tom.
Our police chief has just assigned me to head up our juvenile delinquency bureau.
Oh, I see.
I know you fellas are interested in the problem. I had to call on you for some advice.
Well, I'll be glad to help you with anything I can, Tom.
Swell.
Say, there's a target free now. Let's do a little shooting, huh?
out here in the kitchen, son?
Well, dinner'll be ready. Boy, I'm starved.
Yeah, we'll eat just as soon as these potatoes boil. Where's Joey?
Oh, he stopped off at the candy store.
Oh, did you work with him today?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Oh, he's coming along. Still kind of stupid, though.
Eddie, you just got to be patient with the boy. Now, what did you have him do?
Well, I took him to the 5 and dime store, had him lift a few things, novelty stuff, you know.
Yes?
Well, he'd done that clean enough.
What else?
Well, he snatched a purse right out of the dame's hand while she was parking her car.
Any trouble?
No, I lost himself in the crowd pretty good.
Well, that sounds like he's doing fine. Why do you say he's still stupid?
Well, Mom, because you can see he ain't getting no kicks. It's like work to him.
Oh, he'll get over that. Just wait till we get to the big city.
What big city?
New York.
When are we going there?
Tomorrow night, if we're lucky.
What do we use for money?
You and Joey are going to get it.
How?
I've got a job all cased out for you.
Yeah? Well, what's the setup?
A big house out in Brentwood. A friend of mine worked out there. She nailed the combination to the safe.
She gave it to you?
Yeah. The people who own the place are out of town, and there's no one there but a caretaker.
Oh, boy, that sounds like a breeze.
Well, it'll have to be a daytime job. Caretaker naps every day from 2 to 4. That's when you and Joey move in.
What do we need him for?
Well, you'll need a lookout. Besides, he can use the experience.
Well, okay. Well, what's in the safe, do you know?
Cash and jewelry.
Hey, that should take us to New York real good.
Oh, yes, that's what I've always lived for. Once my 2 boys get on the big time, I know they'll go right to the top.
Eddie? What? Where's the safe? It's supposed to be right behind this picture. There's a catch here someplace. Find it? Yeah, here it is. Look, you stay by that door. Okay. Eddie, what is it? Did you open it yet? Of course not, stupid. These take time. Oh. Hey, what, Eddie? Give me one of them cigarettes. Where are they? On the table there. Oh, okay. Do you need matches? Oh, you stupid! I couldn't help it, Eddie. I caught the lamp with my elbow. Shut up. Get back by the door. Listen for that caretaker. Okay. You hear anything? No. Still better hurry with this thing. Eddie. Huh?
Someone's coming downstairs. Listen.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Stay put.
But we can't.
Get behind the store and shut up.
Someone here? Who's behind that door? Come out. I've got you covered.
Now, let's get that safe open.
Have some more coffee, Jim?
No, thanks, Tom. Go on with your story.
Well, as I told you, wall safe was robbed and the caretaker was slugged. I questioned the caretaker just before I came over here. He said the 2 youngsters did the job. One about 17, the other about 14.
Did he know them?
No, I'd never seen them before.
Well, could he give you a description of the boys?
No, he couldn't.
What was taken from the safe?
Money and jewelry, worth about $5,000 in all.
I see. Tom, is there any interstate angle?
No, unfortunately, there isn't.
Did you pick up any fingerprints around the safe?
No, none at all. These kids work like pros.
Well, Tom, you don't seem to have much to go on.
Well, I did pick up one clue.
Oh, what was that?
Now, this clasp-pin. I found it on the floor near the safe.
You see, huh? Thanks. Class of 1950, huh?
Yeah, that was issued at Northside High School.
Well, then it's pretty safe to assume that one of the boys goes there.
Yeah.
Tom, what time this afternoon did that robbery occur?
Approximately 3:15.
And how far is Brentwood from Northside High?
It's over 15 miles.
Well, let's see. If school was out at 3, then the boy who did the job must have skipped school today.
I've already covered that angle, Jim. I contacted the principal. He's getting together a list of all absentees in the class 1950.
Good.
I'm going to check up on those boys tonight.
Eddie?
Yeah, Mom.
Are you all finished packing?
Uh-huh. My bags are out in the hall. Where's Joey?
In his room. He's packing, too, I guess.
I wonder if he can even do that right.
Eddie, you've complained enough about him.
Look, Mom, I'm only beginning. When I think of the jam he almost got us in today, we could both be in the clink right now.
He couldn't help what he did.
Mom, I'm not talking about knocking the lamp over. I mean when he kicked that door.
The poor boy was nervous. He had stage fright. It was his first big job.
Mom, I'm telling you right now, you're wasting your time with that guy. He just ain't got no talent.
Son, let's not start that again.
Why do you bring him to New York? Why don't you send him to live with Aunt Mary?
Oh, Eddie.
Why not?
And have him wind up working in the bank. Your Aunt Mary is so honest, she'd... Oh, that must be Mrs. Carson. She's lending me an extra suitcase. Just a minute. Oh, yes?
Mrs. Clinton?
That's right.
I'm Detective Sergeant Guilford. In my badge.
Well?
I'd like to talk to you a minute, please. Can I come in?
Of course. Come ahead.
Who is it, Ma?
A detective.
Huh?
What can I do for you, mister?
You have a son named Joe?
That's right.
Is he at home?
No.
Where is he?
Out playing.
Do you know why he didn't go to school today?
Why, what are you talking about? Joey went to school.
Not according to the records, Mrs. Clinton.
I'm going out back a minute, Ma.
Hey, just a minute, son.
Huh?
Are you Joe's brother?
Yeah, that's right.
Is your name Edward?
Yes.
I believe you just completed serving a sentence in the state reformatory.
That's right.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to find out where you were today, too.
Look, what's this all about?
There was a robbery out in Brentwood, Mrs. Clinton. 2 boys were involved.
Oh, goodness.
One of them dropped this class pin. It's from Northside High School, class 1950. That's your son Joe's class.
Well, I know that Joey didn't have anything to do with...
I finished packing, Mom. Now should I... Who's this guy?
He's a cop, Joey.
I thought he was out playing.
He must have come in the back way.
I want to talk to you, son.
What about?
This pin. You ever see it before?
Why?
It was found on the floor in a house out in Brentwood that was broken into this afternoon. 2 boys did the job.
I don't know nothing about it.
Where were you today?
I was in school.
Not according to the records.
Yeah. That's where I was, I tell you.
You're lying, son?
Look, I don't know anything about that robbery.
Then where were you this afternoon?
I was... Eddie, Mom, help me.
I'm asking you, son.
Leave me alone.
Where were you this afternoon, Joey?
Please.
Answer me.
Eddie, help me.
Sure, kid.
Oh, Eddie, my boy, I'm proud of you.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
We worked and saved to buy the house we live in. It shelters us from the wind and the rain, witnesses our joys and sorrows. Our home.
The more home means to you, the more interested you will be in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. It's a money saver, it's a home saver. It's America's finest plan for home ownership.
Sounds like it was made to order for me.
That's right. There's no plan for homeowners like it. Just listen to these 4 advantages. First, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Second, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Third, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Fourth, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage.
You mean my wife would inherit our home?
Yes,
free
she would.
and clear?
Yes, she would. And interest charges stop the day of death. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Reluctant Thief.
may be those of you who are listening to this program who doubt that any mother ever existed like the one in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. In a book entitled The Story of the FBI, recently published by E.P. Dutton, you will find in text and pictures the true story of a mother who went even further. A mother named Ma Barker, who taught her 4 children the gentle art of murder. Or maybe you're thinking that this case doesn't apply to you because you're not teaching your children to cheat and lie and steal. But it does apply to you because the road to juvenile delinquency is paved with the neglect of parents. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor, returning to his desk, finds a visitor waiting for him.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Dick Rutland, Lieutenant of Detectives over at headquarters.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. I've heard of you.
I'm glad to know you.
How are you? Well, I hope you haven't been waiting long.
No, I just got here just a few minutes ago.
Fine. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, this isn't a very happy mission I'm on.
Oh?
I've come here to tell you about Tom Guilford.
Why, what's wrong?
He was shot and
What?
seriously wounded last night.
What?
We didn't find him until this morning. He'd been driven across the bridge and dumped out on the other side of the river.
How is he now?
The doctors say he's off the danger list.
Oh, good. What about visitors?
He wants to see you. In fact, he sent me over here to get you.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
Memorial Hospital.
Let's get right over there. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Jim.
Just take it easy, boy. Keep your head down.
Okay.
I hear you're doing fine.
Sure, I'm okay.
Swell.
Sit down, Jim.
Okay, thanks.
Did they tell you what happened?
Look, I think I have this story. You just let me repeat it to you, huh?
Right.
Now, you went to see a family named Clinton. Mother and 2 sons. One son just out of the reform school. The other goes to Northside High.
That's right.
As you were questioning them, the older boy pulled a gun and shot you.
Uh-huh.
Then they put you in the back seat of your own car, drove across the river, and when they hit an isolated stretch of road, they dumped you up.
Right.
Then they obviously...
Wait, Jim.
What's the matter?
Crossing the river took me into another state. Over the state line brings the FBI in.
That's right.
They kind of got you into this the hard way, huh?
Yes, I should say you did. Well, to review the rest of it. An alarm has already been sent out on your car, Tom. So far, there's nothing on that. The Clinton house was searched, but no clue was found as to where they were going.
One thing, Jim.
Yes?
Someplace along the way, I must have come to.
No.
I'm sure I heard one of them say something about going to New York.
Well, the New York police have already been alerted to watch out for the Clintons and your car.
Good.
New York field office has been notified, too, so something should turn up from one of those sources.
I hope so.
Now, look, Tom, there's only one thing for you to worry about now. That's getting better. So now close your eyes and get some sleep.
That you, Mom?
Yes.
How'd you make out?
Fine.
Did you see the fence?
Yes, he was a very nice man, an old friend of your Uncle Ben.
Well, what did he give you for the jewelry?
$1,800.
Is that all?
Son, when you do business with the fence, especially one here in New York, you take what he offers you. Where's Joey?
In the bedroom getting dressed. Look, Mom, when are you going to have a talk with that guy?
Oh, now's as good a time as any. Call him in here.
Okay. Joey.
Yeah?
Come in here. Ma wants you.
Okay. What is it, Mom?
I want to have a talk with you, son.
Well?
Sit down.
Okay.
Joey, you've done several things now that have gotten us into a great deal of trouble. Your forcing Eddie to shoot that cop could have finished all of us.
Yeah, I know.
Fortunately, we got away with it. But we can't afford to have you make any more mistakes. Now, if I give you one more chance, will you promise to behave yourself?
Okay, Mom.
Oh, that's my good boy.
Some lecture.
Oh, now, let's see. I left a grocery list here someplace.
It's right on the table there, Mom.
Oh, here. Take this list, Joey. Here's some money. I want you to go to the store.
Okay.
Hey, stupid.
Why?
Let's see if you can handle something legitimate without getting into trouble.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim. This is Dick Rutland.
Oh, yes, Dick.
I just left Tom Guilford. He's feeling much better.
Oh, swell. I've just got some news that should make him really feel better.
What's that?
I got a call about an hour ago from our New York office. They've located Guilford's car.
Really?
Yes, it was found abandoned on the Lower East Side.
I see.
And just a few minutes ago, the New York police called.
Yes?
They picked up a boy. When they questioned him, 40 minutes. Can you meet me at the station?
Sure, Jim.
Good. I'll see you at the ticket window. The boy's right in this room here, Lieutenant.
Oh, fine.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Hello, Joey.
Hello.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right. And this is Lieutenant Rutland. He's from your hometown.
Oh.
Joey, we've come here to find out where your mother and brother are.
I can't tell you.
Look, son, your brother is wanted on a very serious charge. He shot a policeman. Now, you'd better tell us where we can find him.
I can't. I can't, honest.
Why not?
I promise not to mess him up anymore. Please don't make me tell.
Look, son, we know they're somewhere in this neighborhood. We will find them eventually ourselves. Now, why don't you help us and save us that trouble?
Look, you can talk to me forever. I'm not squealing.
Jim, this is the same routine he's been giving the New York police ever since they picked him up.
Yes, I know.
Joey, do you know anything about the law?
Why?
You were present when that policeman was shot. He'd come to your house to pick you up. That makes you an accessory to the shooting. You know what that means, son?
No.
It means you can be sent away for a long term if we never find your mother and brother. Do you realize that?
I don't care. I still ain't gonna talk.
Son, you'd better listen
Wait
to
a
what
minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Joey, is this your jacket?
Yes, sir.
We don't have to question him anymore, Dick. I know where they can be found.
Eddie.
Huh?
Oh, what time is it?
10 after 6.
Oh, what could have happened to him? He left here over 4 hours ago.
I know.
Do you think he could have gotten lost?
No. He's missing. There's only one reason for it. He's in trouble again.
Oh, dear.
And look, Mom, if he's in trouble, he's most likely been picked up.
Do you think so?
Sure, when he's picked up, he's going to talk.
Oh, no.
Mom, he's bound to. If he talks, we better not stay here much longer.
He wouldn't squeal on his own mother and brother.
He's stupid enough to do anything. Wait.
Huh?
Might be the cops.
Well, it could also be Joey. I'm going to find out. Who is it?
It's me, Mom, Joey.
Oh, thank heaven. Where have you been?
I got picked up.
By the cops?
Yeah.
What for?
I tried to steal some groceries.
You what?
Mom, I thought you'd be proud of me.
How'd you get away from him?
He didn't get away.
What?
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
You little stool pigeon. You tipped him off where we were.
No, I didn't. Your mother tipped us off.
What do you mean?
I found this grocery list in his jacket, Mrs. Quinn. You wrote it on the back of the stationery of this apartment hotel.
Oh.
All right, now come along, all of you.
The Clinton family were turned over to the local authorities. Young Joey was sentenced to a reformatory. His brother Eddie's parole was revoked, and he was sentenced to 10 years in a state prison. The mother was prosecuted as an accessory and aider and abettor to theft, and was sent to prison for 15 years. In connection with tonight's case from the files of your FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has this to say to you listeners. I quote, "Juvenile delinquency is the number one problem of not only your FBI, but of every law enforcement agency in the country. Children constitute 1/4 of the population of our nation, and 100% of the future of the country. For that reason alone, we dare not allow another day to go by without interesting ourselves in the problem of how to help the children of America. That is a problem that concerns you because the solution to it lies in your own hometown. There are civic groups in your community who are trying to combat the evil. Join them and fight with them. They need your help because it is important that the children of the country know that the adult population is not composed of their enemies, but of their friends. This is the time to prove to your own conscience that you are indeed your brother's keeper.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
What you said about the assured home ownership plan impressed me a lot, Mr. Keating. I'm going to find out if I can qualify.
I certainly hope you can, Ted, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon, or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Frustrated Mice.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Frustrated Mice on This Is Your FBI.
Now stay tuned for Break the Bank, radio's biggest money-paying quiz show. Match your knowledge against contestants trying for $1,000 or more. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. One of the great days in a man's life is the day he pays off his mortgage and owns his home free and clear. If you agree, then be sure to listen to the main commercial on this program. Our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, has some interesting and important information about mortgages. You'll learn about the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, a plan that's a real money saver and a home saver, too. Be sure to listen carefully. Tonight's FBI file, The Frustrated Mice.
In the annual study which your FBI makes of the field of crime, this year's report verified one fact which has been true since the very first survey was started. That fact is that crimes are committed by criminals in line of business. More than 50% of the people arrested in the past year showed records of previous arrests. And a recent study of the prisoners in this country showed that once a person has been to prison, there is better than an even chance that he will again be arrested after his release. Not that regeneration is not possible. Many thousands of prisoners are released every year who go out and live a decent, law-abiding life after serving their time. But mostly they are people who committed their single crime because of circumstances. They did not commit their crimes for profit or as a business. The hard fact is that once a man has been convicted of having committed a crime for profit, he will probably go on being a criminal until the very end. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small apartment located in the downtown section of a large Midwestern city. Wally Franklin, the occupant of this flat, is just ushering in a woman visitor.
Throw your coat on that chair, May.
Okay,
If you want a drink or something, help yourself.
thanks.
Working on a little problem here. It's called the Fifth at Belmont Park.
I saw the Duke today.
Yeah? How is he?
I'm worried about him, Wally.
Why? What's the matter?
Staying all alone up in that cabin's beginning to get the guy.
Honey, not the Duke.
Look, hiding out in a place for 4 months all alone will show on the Duke or anybody else.
Why? What's he doing?
Well, about a month ago, when I came up with his food, he asked me to bring some rubber boots next time I came.
What do you need with them?
Said that he wanted to explore the streams around the cabin.
What's wrong with that?
Wally, in the old days, Duke Calvert would take a cab if he was going from here to your kitchen.
So now he's a Lamister. He's got nothing else to do.
2 weeks ago, he asked me to bring up some lanterns. Said he wanted to explore an old abandoned mine near the cabin.
What's the rap on that?
Would you go down in a mine?
Something was running down there? Yeah. Look, honey, you still haven't proved your point.
Just wait till you hear what he asked for last week. I brought him out today.
What?
White mice.
Huh?
6 of them.
White mice?
Yeah. Now, do you think the joint's getting it?
Yeah, that don't sound too good.
Wally, we got to get him out of there.
Honey, the cops are still looking for him, remember?
I don't care. Look, he asked me to bring you out tomorrow. Will you come?
Sure.
Between the two of us, maybe we can talk him into doing something normal again, like robbing banks.
Is that you, May?
Yeah.
Just a minute. Good evening, May.
Wally's with me.
Well, hello there, Wally.
Hiya, Duke.
Come in, both of you.
Go on, May.
Yeah.
Wally, I welcome you to Dismal Villa.
Yeah, it's a good name for it.
Just hang your wraps on that hook on the wall.
All right.
What's that?
What?
A big box laid out on the table there.
Ah, a very interesting project. Come along, take a look at it. The idea was suggested to me from one of the science magazines you brought out, May.
Yeah?
I just finished it this morning.
Duke, what is it?
Well, I guess you'd call it a miniature labyrinth.
What's that mouse doing in there?
He's getting a lesson in frustration.
He acts like he's crazy running around like that.
He isn't yet, but he will be.
Huh?
You see, I put cheese in that center enclosure. I let him find it several times. Then I closed the entrance. He'll keep looking for that entrance until his nerves break down completely.
There, Wally, what'd I tell you?
Yeah.
What did you tell him, May?
That this place is getting you. You gotta get out of here.
My dear girl, this is what keeps me sane.
Look, I'm serious, Duke. You gotta get into action.
I'm going to.
When?
Right now, tonight. That's why I had you bring Wally out here.
Duke, you mean you got a touch lined up?
Yes.
What is it?
Take a look at this newspaper. That girl's picture there on the front page.
Oh, let me see it.
Yeah. Queen of Spring Festival. Alice Marshall, daughter of prominent socialite, is chosen festival queen by local florist group.
Well, so what?
So, she's our action. $25,000 worth.
How?
That's what her parents will pay to get her back.
You mean we snatch her?
Yes.
Oh, kidnapping's a tough rap, Duke.
It's a quick touch. That's what I'm interested in. Getaway money.
What's the setup?
I worked the whole thing out. Go make us some coffee, May, and I'll tell you all about it.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Huh?
Look at that mouse. See how he's acting? Didn't I tell you he'd go crazy?
2 days later, in the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is approaching his desk. A visitor greets him.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Detective Sergeant Grafton, attached to headquarters.
Oh, hello there.
Hi.
I've just been in to see your agent in charge. He told me to talk to you.
Oh, fine. Sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
We received a report last night about 9 o'clock from a man named Marshall. He's a prominent local banker.
Yes.
He told us that his daughter had disappeared early yesterday afternoon. She'd last been seen leaving her class at Westside High School.
I see.
We got a complete description of the girl and sent out an alarm. Nothing came in on her last night. But this morning, her parents contacted us. They'd received a note saying the girl was being held for $25,000 ransom.
What?
I gave the note to your agent in charge. He's forwarding it to your laboratory in Washington.
Mm-hmm. Sergeant, was this note mailed to the parents?
No, it was left in their mailbox.
Have you been able to establish where the girl went after she left school?
Well, we contacted one of her classmates this morning.
Yes.
You see, this Marshall girl had been chosen Queen of the Spring Festival.
And?
Her classmate said a woman approached Alice Marshall near the school, said she was a photographer on a national magazine, and asked to take pictures of her.
Mm-hmm.
They drove away in the woman's car.
And that's the last that was seen of her?
Yes.
Any description on this woman?
None.
Has any of this been given to the newspapers?
No, the parents have requested that there be no publicity.
That's good. Now, did the kidnapper suggest any means of contacting them?
Yes. They asked that an ad be placed in the personal column of the Morning Star.
I see. Well, Sergeant, I gather that the FBI will merely be observers in this case. That is, until it's established that they've crossed a state line with the girl, or until the ransom money is paid.
Yes, but we would appreciate your unofficial help.
And we'll be glad to give you that. Oh, tell me, have the parents consented to take that ad in the paper?
Yes.
Fine. Sergeant, all we can do now is wait for the kidnapper's next move.
I'm out here in the kitchen.
Oh, what are you doing?
Establishing some improvements in my labyrinth.
What for? We'll be out of here tomorrow night.
Well, I enjoy it, May. It was too simple before, though. The mice broke down much too quickly.
Where's Wally?
He went into town.
What for?
Buy a paper to see if they ran that ad.
Huh?
Yes, he just called a few minutes ago.
Did they run the ad?
They did.
Good.
How's the girl?
Oh, she's awake now. I just left her.
I think I'd better go in and have a talk with her.
What for?
I've written a second note, the one telling her parents where to leave the money. I want her to sign it. Make some lunch, will you, May?
Okay. Got a key to her room?
Yes. Good morning. I'm your host here, Miss Marshall. I hope you're comfortable.
I want to go home. When can I leave here?
Well, that more or less depends upon your parents.
What do you mean?
How promptly they pay for your release. Oh, now, that won't do any good.
Keep away from me. Don't touch me.
Now, stop cringing. Let me assure you right now that this is strictly a business proposition.
Please get out of here.
We have some business to take care of first.
Oh, leave me alone.
You're just as annoying to me as I am to you. I have a paper here that I want you to sign. Just put your signature on it, and I'll get out of here fast.
Jim, you busy?
No. Come on in, Sergeant.
Well, we've gotten results from the ad.
Oh?
Marshall's just received the second note.
What did it say?
It instructed them to put the $25,000 in a bag, all small bills. Then they're to put the bag in the trunk compartment of their daughter's car.
Yes, go on.
And they're to keep the trunk compartment unlocked. Leave the car in a parking lot at the corner of 4th and Main Street at 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Then they've obviously gotten a description of the car from the girl.
Yes. Oh, incidentally, the girl signed the note herself, so we can assume that she's still alive.
I certainly hope so. Oh, by the way, we just received a teletype from Washington on that first note.
Oh? What's the story?
There were no fingerprints on it other than the girl's parents. The handwriting didn't check with anything in the files.
More or less figured, I guess.
They also sent a report on the ink. It was manufactured by Carlton Company in 1944. The paper was a cheap variety that sold in countless 5 and dime stores.
Doesn't give us much to go on.
Yes, I know. Oh, tell me, Sergeant, have the girl's parents decided to pay the ransom money?
Yes.
Good. Now, look, please assure them that no action will be taken by any of us until their daughter is returned safely to her home.
Is that you, Wally?
Yeah.
Just a minute. How did you make out?
Okay.
Did you get the note?
How about the newspapers? Did they have anything on the kidnapping?
No, not a word. Well, I guess they ain't gone to the cops, huh?
Oh, of course they have. Evidently, they want it kept quiet.
Oh. Well, what's our next move, Duke?
We wait until tomorrow night, then pick up the money.
Do we all go in for it?
No, that will be May's job.
What's that?
You're to collect the ransom money.
Well, thanks.
It'll be easier that way, May.
Not if I'm picked up.
They'll be too smart to do that. Don't forget we warned them. If there was any hitch, they'd never see the girl again alive.
Well, what do I do with the money when I get it?
You call here, then come out and pick us up.
What about the girl?
What do you mean?
When do you release her?
We don't.
Huh?
Oh, that'd be a sucker play, my dear.
You mean when we blow, we take her with us?
No, stupid. She stays here.
Yeah, but then she could tip off the cops.
She won't tip anyone off, Wally. She'll be dead.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home. One of the most beautiful words in our language. A word that paints a picture of happiness and contentment, peace and security.
And it is to guard that security, to protect that home, that the Equitable Life Assurance Society created its famous Assured Home Ownership Plan.
What's that, Mr. Keating?
It's an insured mortgage plan. You see, in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan, you get these 4 advantages. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security.
You mean if I get hard up or lose my job, this cash fund takes care of the mortgage payments for me?
Yes. For instance, at the end of 5 years, the cash fund would be sufficient to carry your mortgage installments for nearly a whole year. You see, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years. Finally, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Frustrated Mice.
As is proven by tonight's case in the files of your FBI, one crime leads to another in a criminal's career. And no crime is too brutal if it serves its purpose. Here it is the plan to compound kidnapping with murder, with the willful taking of a human life. That callous disregard for other human beings, that sudden decision to murder this one and spare that one, is all a part of the criminal's ego. He feels power because he can decide on whether someone shall live or die. And his pitiful inferiority feeds on that power. Whether his name is Hitler, Mussolini, or the criminal in tonight's case, Duke Calvert, he never realizes that there is a consistent record behind every such quest for power. And the record shows that in every case, lust has proven self-destructive. Tonight's file continues at the kidnapper's cabin. 24 hours have elapsed. Duke Calvert and his confederate are seated at the living room table.
Wally, look at this.
Huh?
Just watch that mouse. He's completely frustrated.
Duke, if you don't mind, I'll just read this magazine, huh?
Oh, does this bother you?
Yeah.
Why?
I just can't help betting on the mouse.
Look at that little devil.
I wonder how she's making out.
Yeah? Oh, May?
Yeah. She should have collected that dough by now.
Oh, nothing can go wrong.
I hope you're right.
Relax, Wally, relax.
Hey.
I'll get it.
Think that's May?
I imagine so. Hello?
Duke,
Oh, yes, May.
I got the dough.
Any trouble?
None that I know of.
Where are you now?
In a lunch wagon just outside of town.
Get out here as fast as you can.
Right.
How'd it go, Duke?
Fine.
Where's she?
On her way out here.
Oh, good.
Now, Wally, I think it's time we took care of the girl.
Duke, you really going to kill her?
Of course. Where's your key?
Oh, I have it right here. Wait a minute.
Well?
Oh, it was in his pocket. Yeah, wait a second. Maybe it's over. No.
Have you lost it?
Well, I got it here someplace.
Never mind. There's an extra one on the shelf.
I couldn't have lost the whole ring of keys.
This will let us in. Wait.
Huh?
That other door, the back door, it's open. The girl's gone.
Gone?
Yes.
How could you get out that door?
There's your answer.
What?
Your bunch of keys. They're in that lock. She got them and opened it.
Yeah, I don't get it. Look, how could she get out the...
When did you see her last?
I don't know.
Think.
About an hour ago?
There's no telling how far she's gotten, you stupid fool.
Look, Duke, I couldn't help it. Duke, everybody makes mistakes.
But you're not making any more.
Jim, the girl's in this room. Motorist brought her here to headquarters about 20 minutes ago.
Good.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
Miss Marshall,
Yes.
this is Mr. Taylor. He's a special agent of the FBI.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Marshall.
Do you feel well enough to tell us your story now?
Yes.
Fine.
I was being held in a cabin. There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. I was kept locked in a room all the time I was there.
Cabin was across the state line, Jim.
I see. Go ahead, Miss Marshall.
Tonight, one of the men came in my room and forgot his keys. When he left, I used one of the keys to open the back door. I ran out, kept running until I came to a highway.
And that's when the motorist picked you up?
Yes. Where are my father and mother?
They've been notified that you're here. They're on their way over.
Oh, thank heaven.
Miss Marshall, can you give us a description of these 3 people?
Yes, I'm sure I can.
And how about the cabin? Do you think you could lead us to it?
Yes, I believe I could.
Good girl. Sergeant, let's get a description of the people, send out an alarm, and then we'll try and find that cabin.
That you, May?
Yeah?
Just stay right in the car.
What's the matter?
Turn around quick.
Duke, what's wrong?
Do as I say.
Okay. Now, what is it? What's happened?
The girl got away.
What? How?
Our dear friend Wally left his keys in her room.
Oh, brother, when was this?
Oh, a couple of hours ago, I guess.
Jerk, where is he now?
Back in the cabin.
You left him there?
I wasn't interested in bringing a corpse.
He's dead.
Yes, my dear, he's very dead.
That's kind of rough, Duke.
I refuse to put up with stupidity.
I see what you mean. Where do we go now?
Just keep heading down the hill.
Then what?
When you hit the highway, head south.
Don't you think the cop...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Down to the bottom of the hill. 2 sets of headlights, 2 cars coming up.
Yeah.
Stop the car.
Why?
No one but cops would be coming up this private road. The girls evidently led them here. Now, where's the money?
Oh, the bag's right there on the floor.
Is there a flashlight in the car?
Glove compartment.
Get it.
Okay.
I'll take the money. All right, come on.
Where are we going?
Up this hill.
You can't go that way. That's sheer cliff.
Just follow me.
The cops are bound to come along and...
May, listen. Do you remember that abandoned mine I told you about? You brought me the lantern so I could explore it?
Yeah?
One of the passageways in that mine cuts right through the hill. It opens onto a lake. We can pick up a boat there.
Oh, I get it.
All right, then. Hurry.
Sergeant, slow the car down. There's another car up ahead.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, the cabin's right up there.
Oh, good.
The car's blocking the road. We'll have to stop.
Miss Marshall, get on the floor, please. We may have some trouble.
Oh, surely.
Huh. I don't see anyone in that car.
Come on, let's have a look.
I'll tell the boys in the car behind to cover us.
Right.
Cover us, boys.
Okay. I got my flashlight. Come on, Sergeant.
Certainly looks empty.
Yes, the door is open.
Uh-huh.
There's no one in it.
Jim.
Yes?
The motor's still warm.
And this must be the kidnapper's car. They were probably making a getaway when they saw our headlights.
Right.
Sergeant, look here.
What?
Footprints. A man and a woman's, and they lead up the hill.
Yeah.
Sergeant, tell your men to take Miss Marshall with them up to the cabin. I think we'd better follow these footprints.
Duke?
Yes, what is it?
Hold that flashlight. Still, I can't see where I'm walking.
Very well.
You sure you know where you're going?
Of course, I've explored this place a dozen times.
How can you tell which passage is the right one? We've gone past at least a dozen of them.
Are you trying to confuse me?
Of course not.
Well, then please be quiet. Oh, wait.
What?
We've come to a dead end.
Huh?
I'd have sworn this was the right way out.
You mean we're lost?
I don't think so.
You said you knew the way.
Well, let's go back. It must be the last turn.
But you're not sure.
Let's go back, I said. Come on.
Jim.
Yes, Sergeant?
I think I have an idea where these footprints are going to lead us.
Really?
I'll know for sure as soon as we get up this little hill.
Oh, good.
Yeah, just as I thought.
What?
Flash your light over there.
Okay. Well, looks like the entrance to a mine.
It's just what it is. It was abandoned many years ago. I used to play up here when I was a kid.
Look, those footprints lead right into it.
Yeah, taking quite a chance going in there. It's quite a labyrinth.
Sergeant, do you remember it well enough for us to follow them?
Yeah, I think I do.
Good, then let's go.
Well, where is it?
What?
The passage, the one you missed.
It should be right here. Right around this corner.
Oh!
Oh, what is it?
Big rat ran right ahead of us.
Oh, please stop being so jumpy. Come on.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
What now?
There are 4 different ways to go here. I don't know which one to take.
Look, I thought you said
We'll follow this one on the left. Come on.
Duke.
Oh, what do you want? What do you
Don't
want?
go so fast, please.
You want us to get out of here, don't you?
Yeah?
Well, then we've got to move. Keep moving. You hear me?
I hear you.
Oh!
Duke, you hurt?
Oh, my ankle.
Oh, where's the flashlight?
I dropped it.
Oh.
Oh, it's right here someplace.
Yeah?
Let me look for it, man.
Yeah?
You hear me?
I can't see.
Have you any matches?
No.
Oh, now we're really in a fix. Can't even see. We're lost in this darkness.
Duke, stop it.
How are we going to get out of here? Can't even find the place we came in.
Look, you're acting like one of those mice in that labyrinth.
Yes. That's what we are, eh? We are those mice.
Duke.
We're trapped just like they were.
All right, down there. Stay where you are.
Who was that?
Gotta get out of here.
Don't move, either one of you.
Stop that car.
I've got to get out of here.
Stay with me. Duke, what do we do?
Take the girl, Sergeant.
Right.
I'll bring this man along with me.
Duke Calvert was sentenced to life imprisonment for kidnapping, then turned over to state authorities for prosecution for the murder of his confederate. His girlfriend, May, was sent to prison for life for her part in the kidnapping. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you have another example of how weak even a strong criminal is, of how little chance there is for anyone to succeed in a life of crime. Because his plans went wrong at one point, the entire structure also fell. But even if everything had gone the way he planned, he would not have escaped. For your FBI does not allow kidnapping cases to remain unsolved. That is part of their credo. And what is even more important, that is also part of their record.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
I've been doing some thinking, Mr. Keating, and I've decided to see if I qualify for one of those assured home ownership plans.
Let's hope you do, Henry, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Fugitive Traveler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Fugitive Traveler on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Among the many life insurance plans offered by our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, one is of particular interest to homeowners. This plan combines a money-saving mortgage with life insurance security, all in one package. For further information on this Equitable Society Assured Home Ownership Plan, listen carefully to the middle commercial in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Fugitive Traveler.
There are more than 5,000 crimes committed in the United States every day. When you pause to think about that fact, your mind conjures up the dark streets of a big city late at night. But the experience of your FBI in dealing with crimes in every one of the 48 states is that crimes don't happen because of geography, but because of people. Crimes are being committed tonight in crowded tenement slums and in peaceful moonlit valleys because there's a criminal present in each case. It is true that there are more crimes committed in big cities, but no section of the nation is so remote that it remains isolated from the crime wave. Tonight's FBI file opens in a farmhouse located in the hilly section of one of our eastern states. It is early evening. A young girl is seated alone on the back steps of this hillside dwelling. In a valley below, a passenger train moves swiftly through the dusk. The girl watches the train. Her eyes follow it intently.
Len! Len!
What? Oh. What is it, Aunt Bessie?
I've been calling you for the last 5 minutes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did you bring in some wood?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you feed the chickens?
Yes.
Did you bring in the eggs?
I think I did.
Well, where are they?
Didn't I put them on the kitchen table?
No.
Oh, I must have left them in the barn.
In the barn? Why?
I just forgot them, I guess.
Well, go get them.
Oh, Aunt Bessie, please, not right now. Just let me wait till the train goes around the hill.
Oh, good heavens, child. When will you stop this foolish nonsense? Mooning over trains, mooning over books, mooning over going to far-off places.
I'll get the eggs.
If you just give a little more thought once in a while to the fact that I'm an old woman trying to run this farm all by myself, and at least that a strong young girl like yourself...
I'm getting them, Aunt Bessie.
Well, try and remember to bring them right back in the house. You still have to do the dishes, and the icebox needs cleaning.
I know.
Trains, books, far-off places.
Mister.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Never mind.
Look at your arm. It's bleeding.
Yeah.
Let me go in the house.
Boys. Who else is in that house?
My aunt.
Is that all?
Yes, just the two of us. How did you get here? Where did you come from?
I fell off a train, a freight train.
Oh. That's how you were hurt?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
I see.
Look, I just want to rest a while, then I'll get out of here.
But you're bleeding so you need a doctor.
I'll find my own doctor.
Did you come from far away?
What's that to you?
I just wondered.
Len? Len?
What's that?
My aunt, I've got to go.
Wait a minute. Do me a favor, a big favor. Don't tell her I'm here.
Why?
Just do me that favor, please.
All right. I'll come back later.
Some 50 miles away from the lonely farmhouse in a nearby city at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is approaching the desk of the agent in charge.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Jim, come in.
All right, sir.
Jim, you're about finished with the Brooks case, aren't you?
Yes, I dictated my full report this morning.
Good. We just received a teletype that you can go to work on.
Oh, what's it about?
Criminal named Ralph alias Rip Gibson was being transported here from the penitentiary to testify at a federal trial.
Yes.
He was traveling by train, had an armed guard with him.
I see.
While en route, he requested to go to the washroom. The guard consented. Once he was in there, Gibson smashed the washroom window and jumped off.
While the train was in motion?
Yes.
Well, when did the guard discover this?
Almost immediately. He heard the glass crash and rushed to the train platform, saw Gibson rolling down the embankment. Fired at him, believes he wounded him.
But Gibson still got away.
Yes.
When did all this happen, sir?
Several hours ago.
Any trace of him since?
No. The train was stopped. Searching party was organized. But Gibson must have found some means of transportation that took him out of the immediate neighborhood.
Well, if the guard did wound him, and it's serious enough, he'll most likely be needing medical attention, and so...
We've already notified all doctors in the escape area. Local police are cooperating, too.
Oh, good.
I want you to stand by, Jim.
All right.
As soon as we get a definite lead, we'll go to work.
Hello.
Hello.
How's your arm?
Okay, I guess.
I brought some bandage, some water. Maybe you'd like me to take care of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd have been out sooner, but I had to wait till my aunt went to bed.
Didn't tell her about me.
No. I've got to rip your shirt sleeve. It may hurt a little.
It's all right, I won't mind.
Sorry.
Okay.
Now let me bathe it.
Yeah, sure.
I've got to get the wound cleaned first. The bullet went right through, didn't it?
What bullet?
The one the guard fired at you.
What are you talking about?
I know who you are.
What is this?
I just heard the report on the radio. Your name is Gibson, Rip Gibson. You escaped from your guard, jumped from a moving train. He shot at you.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
They gave you a description. Now, just lift your shoulder a little.
Did your aunt hear this report?
No.
Did you tell anybody else?
No. Please lift your shoulder.
Okay.
That's fine. Now I can put the bandage on.
Look, Miss,
Nan. Nan Carroll.
Man. Why didn't you blow a whistle?
What do you mean?
Why didn't you call the cops? Let them know I'm here.
Doesn't matter.
I want to know.
I know what it's like to be caged.
Huh?
To not be able to get away. Be free. I've spent my whole life right here.
Oh,
Anyone who can escape from anything, I envy.
I get it.
That's the best I can do with the bandage.
Well, thanks.
I better go now. There's some milk and cheese that I brought out. I'll bring you a real meal in the morning.
Swell.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Henderson,
Yes, what is it, Jim?
if you've got the time, sir, I'd like to have you give a report on Ralph Gibson.
Let's have it.
All right. Well, 2 hours ago, we received word from a witness who saw a man answering to Gibson's description hop a freight train about half a mile from the point where he jumped.
I see.
This witness was a railroad employee. He said the train was a westbound freight. Its destination was a point about 50 miles down the line, Centerville to be exact.
This was 2 hours ago?
That's right, sir.
The train should be there by now.
Yes, I know. I've already contacted the yards. Some railroad detectives are going to search the train for me.
Good.
We have no guarantee, of course, that he didn't jump off somewhere en route.
I know. Excuse me.
Sure.
Anderson speaking. Yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Jim. Oh, here you are.
Thanks. Hello. Yes. Oh, hello there. Really? Well, did you pick up any other clues? Yeah, I see. Well, thanks a lot. Right. Goodbye. That was the Centerville Railroad Police.
What do they have?
A coat that they positively identified as belonging to Gibson was found in one of the freight cars.
But no sign of him?
No, they feel he jumped off somewhere en route. Oh, by the way, there was a bullet hole in the coat, and it was quite heavily stained with blood, so he was wounded.
Jim, I suggest that you alert the local police all along that 50-mile route.
Right, sir.
Then arrange for a crew to cover the tracks. See if you can pick up any evidence on where he jumped off that freight.
Ned,
Yes, Aunt Bessie.
where have you been all morning?
I just went out a half hour ago.
Well, where did you go?
I took a walk.
Well, what were you doing in the barn?
The barn?
I just saw you coming out of there.
I was putting away some tools.
Oh.
I think I'll go
Wait a
upstairs.
minute.
What?
That plate in your hand, that's my best china. What were you doing with it?
I just picked it up.
You had it in your hand when you came in.
Well, if you must know, I used it to feed the chickens.
My best china?
I'm sorry, Aunt Bessie.
Wait.
Huh?
What's that all over your apron?
Where?
Right there. Looks like blood.
Oh.
It is blood.
I cut my finger.
Let me see it.
Please, Aunt Bessie, leave me alone.
Now, just a minute, young lady.
But there's no point making a fuss over just a little cut. I'm going to go upstairs and fix it right now. Rip.
Back here.
Oh, you were able to move.
Yeah. I thought you weren't coming back till later.
Something's happened.
What?
It's my aunt.
She knows I'm here?
No, but she saw me come from the barn before, and she saw the plate and some bloodstains on my apron. I didn't know how to handle it. That's why I came here. What should I do?
Let me think.
I won't let her come into the barn. I promise you that. Even if she wants
Wait
to,
a
I'm
minute,
not...
wait a minute. Tell me something about her, will you?
What?
She got a car?
Yes,
Is it around here now?
yes.
How's she fixed?
I don't know what you mean.
Has she got dough, money?
Well, she has a bank account, yes.
How much you keeping it?
I don't know for sure.
Well, about how much?
Well, the last time she gave me her bank book to take into town, there was $800.
Jeez, huh? That ain't too bad.
Why do you want to know all this?
Well, I'll tell you, honey. I feel sorry for you. Real sorry, see? A kid like you should get a chance to live. big.
Yes?
I'm going to give you that chance.
How?
By taking you away from here.
Oh.
No. Of course, we're going to need some cash and a car. That got to get from your aunt.
Oh, she'd never help us. I'm sure she wouldn't.
Honey, she won't have much to say about it.
Huh?
We're taking.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Look, you told me last night you've been spending your whole life in a cage. This is your chance, baby. Your chance to bust out.
I know.
If you don't take it, you'll spend the rest of your life in this trap. You can sit here watching trains.
Wait.
Huh?
Look out the window. My aunt's coming.
Come in here.
Yes. I'll stall her. Keep her out.
Hold it.
But she's...
Let her come in.
What?
Let her come in. I'll let her find out what it feels like to be caged.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
Home, where Clara and I have lived together all these happy years. Where Sonny took his first steps. The place in all the world we love the best.
If that's the way you feel about your home, then it's time you knew about the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. It's a money saver, it's a home saver. It's America's finest plan for home ownership.
A money saver, you say?
That's right. Just listen to these 4 advantages of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. First, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage. Second, mortgage interest is only 4%. And there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Third, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Fourth, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 14 years.
Well, that sounds good to me, paying off my mortgage in 14 years with that cash fund.
Yes, you might be very glad by then to get rid of further payments. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard times. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Fugitive Traveler.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI points up 2 important morals. Important because they concern you. The first is that wherever you are, however hidden your shelter may be, the crime wave in this country is your problem because it is a wave that may wash up on your shore at any time. The second moral, and one which your FBI cannot impress upon you too strongly, is that you, the decent citizen, should have nothing whatever to do with any criminal. You do not help him by condoning his crime. Instead, you only endanger yourself and become an accessory to his crime. When you come in contact with a criminal, your duty is clear. You should do one thing and one thing only. Notify your local police. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is just reporting to the agent in charge.
Mr. Henderson.
Yes, Jim.
Sending out that crew to cover the railroad tracks has brought results.
Really? What happened?
They're pretty certain they've located the exact spot where Gibson left the freight train.
Good.
It's about 25 miles east of Centerville, near a community called Ridgewood.
Well, I know Ridgewood. I have a good sheriff up there. Name's Morgan.
Yes, that's right, sir. I just talked to him.
Oh, fine.
The track crew called him in on the case as soon as they established where Gibson had jumped. He's taking over right now.
I think you better get right down there, Jim.
All right, sir.
Get Morgan to work with you. I'm sure he'll be helpful.
Good. I'll let you have a report, sir, as soon as anything breaks.
Nan,
Yes.
how's your aunt?
I just brought her some soup.
You didn't untie her.
No. She was awful mad at me.
Look, she's lucky we brought her in the house. She could still be tied up in that barn.
How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Did the walk in from the barn tire you?
No, I'm doing fine.
Rick?
Hmm?
When do we leave here?
Just figuring that now. Look, what about this bank account?
My aunt?
Yeah. What is it, savings or checking?
She writes checks.
Would the bank take your signature?
Oh, no.
We got to get her to sign one.
Rip, I wish we could just leave here and forget about the money.
Are you kidding? You wouldn't get as far as that next corner.
Well, she'll never sign a check for you. I know she won't.
Where's the checkbook?
Over there in her sewing basket.
Bring it here. I'll get her to sign.
Sheriff Morgan?
That's right.
Hello, I'm Jim Taylor.
How do you do, Jim?
Glad to know you. Any word on Gibson, sir?
Nothing yet, I'm afraid. We have a number of searching parties out looking for him.
I see.
Our bad break was that it rained last night.
How do you mean?
Well, as you know, Gibson's presence in this territory was established by that railroad crew who found bloodstains leading down that embankment.
Yes.
When I got out there, I picked up Gibson's trail. I followed it to a stream about 100 yards away. It's a shallow stream. Gibson waded into it.
Obviously, to avoid detection.
Right. Just at that point, the rain started. We worked both sides of the stream up and down for several miles, but we weren't able to find any trace of where he came out. The rain, of course, had washed it away.
I see. Oh, Sheriff, could you determine if he was bleeding much?
I think he lost quite a good deal of blood.
Well, then he couldn't have gotten very far.
I know. I've set up a house-to-house search for him.
Oh, I'd like to join you in that if I may.
You certainly can. Did you drive down here?
Yes.
Well, we'll divide up our assignment. I'll give you half a dozen farmhouses all on one road.
Okay.
You'll have no trouble finding them.
Fine. Let's have that list, and I'll get started.
Well, she signed the check.
Look, was there any trouble?
Of course not. She was very happy to do it.
That's not true. You didn't hurt her.
I didn't have to. What time is it?
Almost 1 o'clock.
This bank stay open till 3?
I think so.
All right. You better get into town and cash this.
How much is it for?
$500.
Dollars?
What else? Keep going.
Rip, I don't think they'd give me that much money.
Look. You've got a check here with your aunt's signature on it. Tell them that she sent you in for the dough. Tell them she needs it to take a trip.
Yes, but
They know you at the bank, don't they?
Yes.
All right, then get it.
Rip.
Get rid of whoever it is. I'll hide it here.
Hello.
Yes?
Are you Miss Carroll?
That's right.
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Yes?
Here are my credentials.
What do you want here?
Well, I don't wish to alarm you, but we have every reason to believe there's rather a dangerous criminal at large somewhere in this vicinity.
Oh,
Have you seen any strangers around your place in the past 24 hours?
no, sir.
Well, I have the man's picture here. I'd like to have you look at it, please.
All right.
Now, will you try to remember him? And if you should see anyone resembling this man, get in touch with your sheriff at once.
I will.
I understand you live here with your aunt.
That's right, but she's upstairs taking a nap.
Oh, I see. Well, just pass this information on to her, too, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, would you mind if I took a look around in your barn?
No, go ahead.
Thanks again. Goodbye, Miss Carroll.
Goodbye. Rip, he was from the FBI.
Yeah, I know. I heard the whole thing.
He's gone to the barn.
You won't find anything. I cleaned up around where I'd been.
Oh.
Now, look. You wait long enough for him to pull away from here. Then get into town and cash that check.
Well, Jim, how'd you make out?
I didn't get a thing, Sheriff.
I drew a blank, too.
Look, I'll tell you what. I'll review all the calls I made and see if by any chance I missed a farmhouse.
Go ahead.
All right, my first call was a family named Pastor, a man and wife.
Right. You have any trouble getting in?
No, why?
Well, they're not usually very sociable as strangers.
They were very cooperative.
Good.
My second call was a man named Stewart.
Old Pop Stewart. You have to shout at him, I bet.
He seemed pretty deaf.
He is.
My third stop was at the Carroll farmhouse.
Who'd you talk to, Nan or Aunt Bessie?
The girl, Nan. Her aunt was taking a nap.
Probably just as well. Aunt Bessie's a man-hater.
Oh?
She won't have one around the place.
Wait a minute. Not even a hired hand?
No, sir. Hasn't been a man around there in years.
Sheriff, I think we ought to go back to the Carroll place.
Rip.
I'm right here.
Oh,
I stayed behind the door just in case. Well, how'd you make out?
they cashed the check.
Good, baby. Let's have the dough.
Just a minute. Here.
Okay. Small bills, that's good. Where's the car?
Out back.
Give me the keys.
Are we leaving right now?
Let's have the keys.
Don't you think we should do something about my aunt first? We just can't leave her tied up.
Honey, will you give me those keys?
Sure. Here. I'll go get my bag.
Wait.
What?
I've changed the schedule.
What do you mean?
You stay here.
Oh, no.
You heard me.
But everything we planned, the reason I did all this was to get away. You've got to take me with you, Rip.
No dice.
You promised.
Look, sweetheart, you're better off here.
I don't want to stay here. I want to go with you.
Honey, I might as well tell you right now. Going away with me was strictly a routine.
What?
What would I do with you?
All the things you said we'd do together. The places you'd take me. The clothes I'd get.
Baby, did you ever look at yourself in the mirror?
What do you mean?
Guys just don't go any place with an ug like you.
Oh.
I'm getting out of here.
No, wait.
Let go.
You can't leave me here. You can't.
Let go, I said.
No, no.
Okay. You just stay put.
Hello, Gibson. You saved us the trouble of coming in for you.
Who are you?
A special agent of the FBI.
What?
I was just showing the sheriff here why I came back to this farmhouse. Your footprints there in the mud.
Huh?
Now I think we should arrange to put you back behind bars.
Ralph Gibson was returned to prison after being given an additional 20-year sentence in a state court for his brutal assault on the elderly farm woman. And thus another criminal was brought back after escape by your FBI and a local policeman. Another instance in which local authorities lent a very important hand to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Your FBI has stated before and wishes to repeat that it owes a great debt of gratitude to local police departments all over the nation for the cooperation it has received from those departments. And on this official broadcast, it wishes publicly to thank every local law enforcement agency in the United States.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
You say my Equitable Society representative is the man who'll tell me if I can qualify for an assured home ownership plan, Mr. Keating?
That's right, Joe. And don't forget, you get a lot of good things in that plan. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Curious Cameraman.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious.
and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Curious Cameraman on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, cast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of